Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku the Prince of Asia had a harem, part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Royal Hero by GiovanniPolder. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. As 1A made their way back to the dorms, Nomori stopped Izuku, Ochako, and Mina before they all could enter. Izuku had somewhat of an idea why, but he never knew what Nomori thought. As they reached an area right outside of ear range from the door, Nomori began. I assume you girls know why I separated you from the rest. Ochako could only blush and look at the floor. Mina was blushing as well, but she had a large grin on her face to go with it. Both girls did give a nod, but again Ochako gave a small nod while Mina couldn't nod fast enough. The girls then looked toward Izuku. All three of them wanted an answer. I am keeping silent until I have an answer from both of you. I am not gonna say something that makes you believe I would force it upon yourself to see that is what happens. If you want this to happen or not happen, it's up to you. Izuku told them simply, with the blushes on the girls growing a little more. It didn't matter how he felt. Their feelings mattered. If they didn't feel anything for Izuku, then that was the end. He wasn't gonna tell them, hey, I like you and want to be in a relationship. Both of them thought about it. I do want this if you do, Mina said shyly, which Izuku found extremely cute. Then everyone looked at Ochako, who was not ready for 6 eyes staring at her. She looked to see the emotions. Izuku looked calm, not looking as if he wanted to rush her. Nomori looked at her with a small smile, one instead of the evil lustful smile that she often showed against villains, but a mature smile filled with love and patience. Mina looked at her bestie with a smirk, knowing what should be her answer. Her thoughts started shooting around. One part screamed to follow her heart. Say yes and accept the love, but then a part of her brain started speaking. You are not worth it. Why would he want someone as poor as you? He couldn't be seen in public with someone along the lines as you. These thoughts became louder and louder, and they could see them from the outside. Nomori, being the teacher, spoke up as she placed a hand on her shoulder. What is wrong, Uraraka? Ocha, it's not the money thing, is it? Mina spoke to her friend, who did nothing but give a small nod, being ashamed of it. 2 inches money thing? Izuku asked, unsure of the whole thing. He knew about money problems. Even though Asia had very little poverty, but it was still there. Ochako didn't know how to say it, so she looked at Mina, who took the point and spoke as they first sat down. Yeah. Ochako didn't really grow up with a lot of money. They had it hard. Their construction company doesn't get that many jobs. Is that it? Izuku asked, with Nomori smacking him on the head. This is a big deal for her, so think about her feelings. That is not what I meant. I just mean that if that was the big problem, I can just hire them. We have some projects that we wanted to get done, so instead of hiring the bigger company, we could hire them. 2 inches, I don't want any handouts. That isn't fair, Ochako told all of them. But that isn't what would happen. I would hire them once, that wouldn't solve anything. If your parents fail the job, then we won't really hire them again. And second off, why would money even matter in this? It's not like I am buying you, or you're gonna have to hold some sort of standard to be in a relationship. But what would others think? Ochako tried saying, to which Izuku responded simply. Fuck what others think. Uraraka, this is your decision. It's what you want. Ignore everything else and just say what is in your heart. Nomori said, with Ochako taking a deep breath. I do want this, she said with closed eyes. Izuku, with a small smile, acted after both of them agreed. First, Ochako was somewhat closer. He used his hand and cupped her cheek upward that she had to look at him. He then kissed her lightly on the lips. She melted into the kiss and they parted. Mina was unable to contain her excitement and kiss Izuku herself, and jumped him, clinging on him like a koala. They walked the dorms in. Izuku stood tall with Mina clung on her back, her legs around his waist and her head on his shoulder, showering his cheek with kisses. On one hand was Nomori and on the other was Ochako, who for the last 10 minutes was wearing blush on her cheeks. Izuku was told by Ida that Kurama had brought Eri to her room and was watching over her. He was then also congratulated on his new relationships. The girls were happy for their friends, and it only fueled the fire to ask himself, at a later date. Izuku got Mina to let go so he could check up on Eri. She was deep asleep in her bed, and true to his word, Kurama was sitting in the room between the window and door and in front of Eri. The size of a tiger. As he saw Izuku, he disappeared in a poof of smoke. The rest of the night was simple and calm. Izuku spends some time in the common room speaking to everyone and making himself some more food as he burned a lot of calories training. The food was more like a full-blown meal, but of course, he called it a light snack. It consisted out of 12 scrambled eggs, 500 grams of ground-up bison, and some white rice. 12 After he inhaled the food, he spent some time playing chess with Momo. Mina and Ochako took some time cheering during the match as if it was a boxing match. Momo defeated Izuku, but it was close. After the match, Nomori wanted to go back to the room and cuddle, which Izuku happily joined her. After saying good night to all of them, he went to bed, Ochako and Mina in tow. 3 They spend the night watching random movies and enjoy the company of each other. They ended it by falling asleep together. Izuku, as the largest of the group, acted as the base of the cuddle pile. Mina to his right, her head snuggled up in his chest and arm, Ochako to his left being sandwiched by Nomori and Izuku. She had gotten up to get 2 large mittens from her bed that made Izuku laugh as he saw them. She told them that when she first got her quirk she was found floating in her room, so her father had gotten them from her favorite show. Each time she grew too big for them, they got the same one, only bigger. Izuku and Nomori found it extremely cute. 3 Next day. Izuku was the first to wake up. His eyes took a second to adjust, but he loved what he saw. Mina's head on his bicep with her body hugging the rest of his arm. Ochako went from her location next to him to be on top of him. Her belly on top of his, her arm almost on top of his face. Her feet over Nomori and her head just a little short of Mina, but Izuku could see her face. She looked peaceful and happy. Izuku also looked at Nomori. Izuku loved watching Nomori sleep for one reason. Overall, Nomori was beautiful herself, except when she slept. She was an ugly sleeper. Her mouth open with drool out of it, snoring extremely loud, and her eyes a little open. Izuku already had one picture of it and made it his phone's home screen. 4 It took some time, but they all woke up. Nomori was the last to wake up and woke up to giggles from the 3 of them. She, to get even with Izuku, told all of them that if you wanted anything simple, puppy eyes would get it without a problem. 1 After they all got down, they got breakfast. It took some time, but everyone was down and ate breakfast. We gonna do that room thing now? Nami asked the group, with everyone agreeing. They went first to the second floor on the boys' side. First up, Siro, Mina said. Both she and Kami acted like the leaders of this. 1 Inch welcome to Casa the Siro announced as he opened the door to his dorm. His dorm room was very neatly designed in an East Asian style. Damn bro, didn't think your room would look like this, Kaminari said to his friend. After them being very impressed by the room, they went to his neighbor. 1 Tokiyami tried saying now, but Tsuyu simply pushed him to the side, allowing all of them inside the room. His dorm room was very goth. Darkness all around with only a couple of purple lights giving the room light. Izuku noticed a sword and took a look at it. Seeing it just as an overall plain sword. It was probably a family heirloom, as that wasn't uncommon for people to have. Some made some joke comments about going to this kind of phase in middle school. 1 Inch next up is Sato. Overall his room was rather normal. It did have a small kitchen with an oven. 2 Inches get ready for the coolest room out there, don't let the coolness overwhelm you, Denki told them as the door opened. Showing a funky room that got a loud and hard reaction. It came from Kami, with some of the other girls nodding. Siro and Kirishima just shook their heads. 2 They left the room pretty quickly and moved to the 3rd floor, going to Bakugo's room. Who at first told all of them to bugger off. Izuku knew that if Eri wasn't with them he would have used a different word. But after Siro teased Bakugo saying he was afraid to lose the door couldn't open fast enough. His room looked normal. They saw some expensive clothing brands, but one thing that got Kaminari and Siro an ass whooping was romance novels. Momo informed that she had read the same ones and had already pre-ordered the next volume. Bakugo, who was not embarrassed in the slightest, informed her that he had done the same. They were then promptly kicked out. 7 Inches, the manliest room ever. Kirishima nearly kicked down his own door, and it showed a somewhat abnormal room. It had some hero items plus loads and loads of workout items. It also had a punching bag set up. Gets me pumped up to work out, Ochako said as she pumped her hand against the bag. 1 Inch, bienvenue dans ma belle chambre. Welcome to my beautiful room, Aoyama said as he opened his shiny room. It was bright. It had multiple mirrors as well as glitter posters. Even a disco ball in the middle of the room lighting it up with shiny glitter. Overall, it was a bit too glitter, but the colors matched. 2 inches mine is nothing special, Ojiro said as he showed his room, and true to his word, it was just a plain room matching Ojiro himself. Next up with the 4th floor, with it only having 2 rooms. First up was Todoroki. His room was a shock. He had changed his entire room. New floor mats, different wallpaper, and instead of a curtain like all the other rooms, it was a sliding door. His entire room was very Japanese styled. Next was Ida. 2 inches, you will find nothing out of the ordinary here. And true to his word, his room was neat. One wall filled with binders and books. Much like a library. On the other side, it had glasses. Why so many glasses? Suyu asked the question everyone had. I need them to see, and I intend to destroy them with extreme training, Ida said as he puffed his chest a little. Why not use contact lenses instead of stock hoarding glasses? Robin spoke, making Izuku stop a laugh, something some others didn't do, as they just laughed at Ida, who couldn't respond. 3 inches, guess mine is next, Izuku said as they walked to the room and opened it. The room is larger than the rest, but they knew that. They first looked at the bed. Saying it was massive seemed an understatement, but what most took notice of was the swords on the wall. 3. It had a multitude of swords mounted on the wall, but the one that took everyone's attention was a very large sword. On the bottom it had a golden name plate. Yuru, a western-looking sword. Yuru is a cruciform and well-ornated weapon with a curved, single-edged, black blade, resembling an oversized Kriegsmesser. It has a total length of well over 2 meters. 4. Yuru's hilt is more than suitable for two-handed use at almost half the blade's length. The white bandage-wrapped grip has on its top a large and round kabochan of red color to serve as the pommel, being set into a circular, golden mount. The golden crossguard is extremely long to the sides, such that on sword hook, especially seen from the front, the sword resembles a crucifix. In particular, the guard constitutes a thick, continuous bar perfectly right-angled to the blade, flat on all sides with a rectangular cross-section, but on each end being forked. Recurved up and down like a cross mulline. Centrally along the front and back sides of the guard are rectangular grooves filled with a swirly sprig relief for detail. The groove on each side is broken in the middle, where a rather large, red kabochan is set in, topped by a smaller variant of itself. On each forked terminal of the guard, again on both sides, are more such red stones, this time in trios, from the outer to the inner ones decreasing in size. The stones are different. 3 smaller, blue ones adorning the center, plus a yet smaller one topping the middle, with in-between pairs of smaller, green gems, and on the ends of the arms 2 unequal-sized stones, the outer and inner ones respectively blue and green, and divided by singular, once again smaller gems colored purple. Otherwise, about 1/3 down each flat of the blade, centrally from the crossguard, are langets, edged the same as the cross arms. 6. The blade is jet black, as played on by the sword's name, meaning night, with a perfect, mirror-polished finish and an extremely sharp edge. A strong sheen is aslant the blade, visible at intervals. The temper is described as an regular double C love pattern shape. The blade possesses a mild, gradual widening in profile until its top third section, whence it tapers to a sharp point and, with its flat back, curves upward, with a distal taper toward the tip. Everyone took notice of the blade as it was rather hard to ignore. Some even touched it. Nami and Ochako also touched. Kaminari then asked about the sword. What is this blade, man? It's massive. Can you even use it? Izuku stifled a laugh. I can, but it's a strong sword. Sadly, not something I can show off without cutting the dorms in half. Most thought he was joking, but they did not want to test it, as Izuku could turn into a phoenix and turn to fire at will. 3. Izuku went and explained more. It's Yuru, named for its dark color. It is one of the Mato, it being in the highest grade, the supreme grade. Only 11 swords are as strong as this one. It also is one of the most expensive swords in the world. People understood but didn't really understand. So what does this puppy go for, like 10 yen or something? Ojiro asked, bit expecting much from a piece of steel. More like 165.000.000.000 yen. Izuku wanted to film their reaction. 6. Nami and Ochako could not return their hands fast enough. It was as if the sword was a million degree. Some just didn't even look at the sword, being afraid that just looking at the sword would cost them. WWWWHY, is that here? Ochako and Nami yelled in tandem at Izuku. Robin, who wanted to touch the blade, was slapped away by Nami, being afraid of the price. 3 inches, what do you mean? Izuku asked dumbly. He enjoyed this far too much and acted dumb to milk it more. Should that not be somewhere safer than in your room? Kaminari asked, not believing that he would be so calm about it. Do you mean my room on the top floor of a room system filled with hero trainees on a heavily secured school terrain filled with pro heroes, including All Might, the #1 hero? Plus, inside the room itself sleeps a pro heroine and a well-trained prince. I think this might be one of the safest spots it could be at. To this, people nodded as it had logic. 6. They then went to Eri's room, and oh boy was it cute. It had an army of stuffed animals and games. She even had hero plushies and a good amount of clothing. One thing that scared them though was a stuffed bear walking around. What is that? It's a homie. Or simply said, it's part of my soul put into this stuffed animal. It might sound stupid, but I made it to look over Eri. Eri then walked up to the stuffed animal and it hugged him. Hello, Mr. Snuffles. Hello, Princess Eri. The bear said as he lifted Eri off the floor. 4 inches, it's a stuffed animal, how can it protect anyone? Zero asked, to which Izuku told him to try and hit Eri. After a little convincing he did. Not hard or even trying, but as he tried, the bear kicked his arm away and did a spinning back kick against his face, dropping him to the floor. It's my soul put to life. It will protect her enough. It's not the only safety feature I put for her. This got people to wonder about what it could have been. A man with insane abilities used a part of his soul into a stuffed animal strong enough to knock someone to the floor. What more could he do to protect his daughter? Maybe he has summoned the protection of God, or maybe it's some other weird part of his quirk. 14 inches, it's time for our room, girls. Let's go, Mina said as she went back to the 3rd floor, as that is where the girls' room started. My room is first, and it way lit, yo. They arrived at the room, and what they saw wasn't surprising. The room had the original baseline of all the other rooms, but the walls were full of posters. Some movie posters, some artists. On her desk, a multitude of makeup items was scattered. It looked neatly, yet a room fitting for Kami. 1 inch, I guess I am up next. I do apologize for the mess, Robin said as she opened her door. The room was plain, but there were loads of books. And true to her word, it was a tad bit messy, although it was books that laid everywhere. Izuku noticed that the books were mostly revolved around history and some myths of the older times. 6 inches, quickly in or out? Only Midoriya can stay, Nami said as she winked at Izuku while opening her door. The room, much like the others, was plainish, although Nami had maps and weather information all over the place. For your quirk? Izuku asked, with Nami nodding. Izuku took note of the maps and was very impressed. You made these yourself? Causing Nami to nod again. Wow, that is incredible. It almost makes me believe your quirk can make these. They look just as good as Sataliate created maps. This caused Nami to blush, and just when Robin was about to tease her little sister about it, she pushed them all out and acted as nothing had happened. 1 inch, Jiro's next, let's see what she has, Toru said as they made it up to the next level. Jiro opened her door and looked away, clearly embarrassed at what she had in her room. Her room was filled with music items, posters, instruments, and CDs. Mina noticed one of the posters and had to speak upon it. Oh my god, girls, look, it's a poster of Izuku and some band. Our resident punk rock girl has a crush. This causes the girl in question to blush and attack Mina, who ran behind Izuku. Jiro then came face to face, more like face to the chest, as Izuku was a tad taller, which caused Jiro to blush harder and run away. 3 inches, I think it's kinda cute, plus it's really cool seeing all these instruments. Can you play all of them? Izuku said, enjoying her reaction to him calling her cute. Jiro, not trusting her voice, just nodded. Before Izuku could do anything else, he and the rest of the class were pushed outside of the room. 2 inches, I am next, woo. Toru was waiting at the door as the rest of them were pushed outside from Jiro's room. Pink and girly. That was the best to describe the room. It was pink with plushies and stuffed animals. It was that different from Eri's room, although Eri and Toru had a different set of plushies. But it was clear that both would enjoy each other's company. 1 inch, Kiro, I am next. The door opened and the room was green. A very light green, same for the sheets, although they were a darker green. It had a large amounts pictures on the wall. It was pictures of her and her family and her and Tokiyami. The room looked Susu-ish. 1 inch, the last 3 are up. Let's get to it, Nami said as they went to Mina's room. The door opened and it was a dark pink with black colors room. It was very nicely designed. It had posters and some pictures. The pictures were of her and her friends, made over the time they knew each other. One next was Ochako. She didn't really speak as she opened her room. Much like the rest, it was plain but well designed. She had a small table set up as well as a TV and fan. It was a little barren but cozy enough to feel at home. She also had a constellation on her wall. Momo was already at the door again, looking a little embarrassed, and as she opened her door there stood a massive bed. Larger than Izuku's bed. It took most of the space in the room and looked very fancy. Mina, with nearly no impulse control, jumped on the bed. OMG, it's just as comfy as Izuku's bed. Everyone was back down at the common room. Man, some rooms were crazy. So who won? I don't know, those rooms were all manly. Not mine. Mine was girly, just as it should be. Toru said. Then it became a screaming match who won. It was mainly between Nami and Bakugo though. Bakugo saying that his room was by far the greatest. Nami came with the argument that Izuku complimented her room, thus making her room the best. That was also kicked away as Izuku said something positive about all the rooms. 1-inch, I am gonna head out for a little while. I will be back in under an hour. Izuku said as he walked toward the door. Where are you going, Papa? Eri asked her father. I wanted to see if they could increase the range on my drone for my bike. I will be back soon. Play with Mama for a little while, okay? This caused Eri to nod and run toward Ochako. Wanna play? This caused the girl to blush heavily but agreeing nonetheless. She was just happy to be seen as a mother figure. Eri wasn't sure if Ochako was gonna be her mama, but Ochako did act like one. Izuku had very little skill with hair or those things, and on the days that Nomori had to be at UA, early Eri sometimes came in class with her hair a mess. Ochako was one that always fixed her hair as Eri really liked the twin tails Ochako could do. The more Eri thought about it, the more all the people from 1A acted like family. She herself didn't know much from family, but from what she did know and from what she watched. They all had their role. Izuku was always the papa role. Protective but kind. Nomori and the girls all acted like mamas, making sure she had food or looked good, the rest of the guys. Kirishima was for sure an uncle or more of a funkle. The rest of the 1A guys had their own spots. Ida was like a weird grandpa. He also cared for her, but always teaching the simple things she didn't need to know and making sure she knew how to act correctly for someone of her status. Something Eri at first didn't understand, but Izuku made it very simple. She was a princess just like her favorite Disney princesses. Izuku was now on his way with a smile on his face. He was going to the support course. Izuku was making his way to the support course. He did stop by his motorcycle to grab his drone. He really hoped they could upgrade the range. The motorcycle itself had incredible craftsmanship and was very high-tech, but when they created the drone they were more focused on how well it tracked and the video quality. He also hadn't upgraded his bike in some years. As he made his way he noticed some funny reactions from the students. 1A big group of students still act as if they have to walk on eggshells. He was just happy that his class acted normally. He hadn't really interacted with 1B, just not a lot. He was close to the support building. He was now walking past the general studies dorm. That was when he noticed someone. 1-inch, I hope you four don't want to become underground heroes. You should work on your stealth. He then turned around and looked over the 4 students who were sort of hiding behind one of the many bushes the path had on its side. 1. It was 2 women and 2 males. You are third, you correct? One of the ladies spoke. Yes sir. Sorry for following you sir, she said, whist bowing deeply just like the others did. Don't worry about that, but why were you following me? And who are you? 1. My apologies about that sir, I am Yu Haya. Yu has short, cropped hair that has been dyed salmon colored, and reddish-brown eyes with long lower eyelashes. She also has several piercings in her ears, all with gray studs. She wears a slightly disheveled girl's UA school uniform, her collar crooked, tie loose and her sleeves rolled up. She sports tights underneath her skirt and has 2 pink bracelets on her right wrist. 5. This is Najire Hado. Najire is a fair-skinned girl of average height with wide, curious eyes. Her upper eyelashes are long and thick, and her irises are a royal blue. Her hair is periwinkle, and it reaches all the way down to her knees, twisting around itself at her waist and curving inwards around her legs. She has sideswept bangs, tucked behind her ears on the right and hanging just over her eyes on the left, and two short clumps of hair on either side of her face, curved towards her face on the right and behind it, under her ear, on the left. 12. The one still hiding is Tamaki Imajiki. Tamaki is a tall young man with rather pale skin. His ears are longer than most, their tips pointy and somewhat elf-like. He has messy, indigo hair, which sticks out behind his head, and thin, tired-looking eyes, partially covered by his bangs even though they're supposed to be split as to not impair his vision. His shoulders are usually hunched, and he avoids making eye contact with people. 3. And last but not least is Mirio Tagate. Mirio is a tall young man with a very muscular build who possesses several noticeable scars around his lower arms. Mirio's design is very unique due to his blue oval-shaped eyes, drawn in a simplistic style with no visible sclera, and nose which is prominently rounder than most others. He has blonde hair, the top part of which is arranged in a cowlick, while the bottom section is worn swept backward. 4. We just wanted to see the prince, sir. We hope we haven't offended you at all. You tried not getting too harsh of a punishment. Don't worry and please, you are my senior, there is no need for the sir. Why not? Don't you like? What do you want us to call you? What is your quirk? Are you strong? Do you like Ua? Najire shot forward with a lot of questions, making Yu shocked. 5. Najire gets away from the prince. Remember boundaries, Mirio said as he grabbed her leg and pulled her away. Let's see about those questions. I don't really like the formal stuff. Izuku or Midoriya is fine, my quirk is Sea Devil. I want to think so, and yes, I enjoy Ua a lot. Izuku looked at his watch and noticed that the Todorokis would arrive in about 30 minutes and he wanted to at least meet them at the gate. Sorry to cut this short, but I waved to walk toward the support course right now. How about we talk more later on? I will even answer more questions. Izuku said as he walked away, getting the four of them to his way. Well, that didn't go as expected, Imajiki said, still from behind his bush. Mirio just nodded and smiled. Najire was happy. Not only did Prince know Izuku say he wanted to talk, but he would answer questions. It's something Najire didn't often get the chance to. Sure, she was part of the big three, but Najire often asked questions at such a fast rate it would deter many people, but the prince kept up and he didn't look irritated. Yu was just happy nobody got hurt. 3. Yu herself knew very little of the Japanese royal family, but that was normal. It was easier to speak about the royal families outside of your own area. And the media in your own areas could often lie. It's not the smartest thing to openly and publicly insult or badmouth one of the supreme rulers. They knew a lot of other families. America was weird. Their current king started off strict, but as he gained a queen and a child, that changed. The prince in fact was a party boy. Once he turned a city into a party. They partied for a week and broke down 8 buildings on accident. 10. Africa was by far the nastiest of countries. They took over Europe last year, but before that, they were strict beyond belief. Yu had read a story about one of the trips the prince had taken. He wanted to travel upward to get an extra wife. During that trip, a man had on accident sneezed in the presence of the prince and he was swiftly executed. The Prince of Australia was also crazy as he had moved all the people of Australia into one area. So their whole continent was like one big city. 14. South Africa's ruler was greedy and this caused his land to be poor. The king was fat, so was the prince. They lived in a golded castle. They were filled with jewelry, many golden rings, and chains. 10. They had no idea about Antarctica except that the king and prince were not affected by any cold. The pictures they had were of the prince being surrounded by penguins in shorts. Shorts in 40. 9. In Japan, it was known that the rulers were kind, but with all the other royalty it just made it unbelievable. So far it seemed true, but that could be an act. Why Yu wasn't sure yet, but for the safety of Najire she would keep an eye on him. Totally not because he was super sexy, and she totally didn't have a poster of him in her room, and if anyone said other ways it was a lie. 2. Izuku on the other hand had a feeling he knew them from somewhere, but that could wait as he was just arriving at the support course. He knocked on the door and boom. 1. Izuku's vision went black. He also felt something on his face. He wasn't fully sure what it was, but it was nice and soft but also firm. She heard laughing. Not normal laughing but insane. He used his hockey and then he noticed that someone had mistaken his face for a seat, and by the looks of it, it was a she. He tapped on her thigh and she took notice. "Oh hey, I am sitting on you it seems. Ha 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 ha." She then stood up without looking at the person's face and walked back into the support department. Izuku sat up. Right, when he sat up Power Loader saw it was the prince and he was shocked for sure. 4. Power Loader tried apologizing and tried forcing Mei back to apologize. Mei ignored them completely. She did kind of apologize but she just yelled oops and that was it. "Power Loader sir, I was wondering if you could upgrade the range on my drone." Right when Izuku said this, Mei was on top of him again. She had taken the drone from them and was checking it out. "Oh, this baby is great. The craftsmanship was top tier. I could always do better. What did you want on it, like lasers or bombs, maybe camouflage?" She started off coming up with crazy ideas. 1. No, just a range upgrade. I can do those things myself, don't need a toy to do those things. "Sure thing random guy, come back later." She then went to work. "Don't worry Midoriya, I will make sure she doesn't break anything and the job gets done." Izuku nodded and walked out, but he did call out to Mei before. "Yo crazy lady, if you do a good job I can get you some cool gadgets to play with." This got her excited and she started working faster. 4. Izuku noticed that he now was late. The Todorokis were already here as he got a message from Fuyumi saying so. Izuku, not wanting to make them late any longer, used the Sunasuna no Mi, sand fruit, and he flew forward, now making good time. As he arrived he saw Ochako and Sue play with Eri. Izuku flew by and scooped Eri up, making her give a small eat, but as they made their way back to Ochako she began laughing. "I will come to play soon sweetie, just have to talk with Endeavor." "Okay, Papa." She went back to play with Ochako and Sue, who went to play tag. Izuku went to enter the dorm. He noticed the Todorokis right away. It was Enji Todoroki, Rei Todoroki, and Fuyumi Todoroki. They sat at the common room kitchen table taking with their son. Izuku walked up. "My apologies for my tardiness, I had some unexpected interactions." Izuku took the family toward the empty room to make sure their conversation would be private. "You wanted to speak with us about something, what would that be, Prince?" Enji spoke. "Midoriya is fine Mr. Todoroki. But yes, I did want to speak to you. It's about Todoroki, or well your youngest Todoroki. Did Shoto do anything to offend you? If so, we apologize deeply." Rei Todoroki said, with Shoto thinking back at the sports festival and he had to say how he acted was rather rude. 1. It's no such thing, ma'am. I just had some questions. Todoroki had told me that you saved my mother, could you tell me how? 2. Of course, it was during my earlier years as a pro. I was ranked 7th at that time and your mother had an exhibition in Tokyo for an animal relief center. I was one of the heroes that were acting as security besides her normal protection detail. A large strong attack force came from the front, forcing the security detail to move that way. Right when it was only me and 3 others, a second group attacked. This time I was forced to fight as those 3 were directly protecting her." "I see." Izuku then stood up from his chair and bowed deeply. "Thank you for protecting my mother." Endeavor didn't know how to act now. Normally he was calm and maybe a tad bit on the rude side, but having the prince bow before you was not something you could prepare for. 3. Now my other point. Izuku then turned very serious. "Todoroki told me that he wanted to show you his strength, show you he was capable of protecting the royal family as well. So my question is, do you believe that rank is determined by power or if it's earned?" "It's earned, sir. There are many heroes with overall weak quirks, but because of training and dedication, they made it high. Look at Best Jeanist. His quirk is simple fabric manipulation and he is ranked 3rd. Okay. Then my second part, did you abuse Shoto or any of your children?" Izuku said this as he turned his observation hockey up to read emotion and deception. 1. I would never abuse Shoto or any of my children. Why would you ever assume or ask such a thing? Enji said, whist getting angry. I mean no disrespect now. It's just that how your son acted. He acted rather distant during the sports festival and was focused on showing you that he was strong. I read that a possible sign of abuse. I just wanted to be sure that no such thing happened. He understood this and the group talked a little more. They asked who Eri was and Izuku informed them that Eri was his daughter after he put Overhaul down. After telling some of what overhaul did, Enji said that the scumbag died far too peacefully. Rei, although not as vocal, was feeling far more hatred for that man. She had interacted shortly with Eri. 3. A little earlier, Shoto had gotten to grab his family, and as they came back they saw Eri playing with Ochako and Sue. Shoto of course said hi as normal. Eri however walked up to them. She looked at Rei and Fuyumi with a smile. Both of them crouched down to say hi. Eri pointed at their white hair and then pointed at her own hair. "We have the same hair," she said to Rei, who at that moment wanted to grab the child and adopt her. "You are very pretty," Eri said to Fuyumi, who had the same thought as her mother, but Eri had run back to Ochako and Sue and was now on the back of Sue as she hopped around. 1. Back to present. Izuku had walked the Todorokis out. As they went, Fuyumi whispered into Izuku's ear, "I will text you later tonight." She then ran into the back of her parents' car. While Izuku just stood there smiling for a little while, he turned back to the dorms to spend some time with his daughter and hopefully some with his girlfriends as well. What he did not expect was a couple of new arrivals. As Izuku arrived at the dorm, there were more people than he had originally thought of. It was most of Class B and Shinso. Most of them were speaking to the members of 1A except some like Shinso, who just stayed quiet and alone. 1. Izuku got closer and gave them all a wave. Shinso and the students from 1B stood straight and a bit more presentable. Eri also ran past the people toward her father and hugged him. "Papa, can we go play?" "Hold on sweetie, let's get to know these people first, okay?" Eri nodded. 1. You're all from 1B, correct? "Yes sir." 1B spoke. "But what is Shinso doing here? Just a coincidence or?" "No, I am going to join 1B after the internships." Shinso spoke with then Kendo explaining. "Monoma has been expelled. Apparently, he complained to Vlad King about something involving Class 1A. It was apparently not acceptable, and Vlad decided that since the beginning of the school year Monoma actions had been less than heroic or even civil." Izuku nodded at this. 5. Izuku didn't have super hearing, but he did have hockey, and with that, he could read emotions, not well enough for him to read everyone, but someone like Monoma was easy enough. His emotions were mostly rage and jealousy, some envy, and some pride. Izuku gathered that Monoma had been offended by his placement in 1B and that his spotlight was taken away. It might be because of quirk praise as a child, because having the ability to copy any quirk is rather something. 3. I see, not to be rude, by why are you all here? "We wanted to properly introduce ourselves, Your Highness." Shishida spoke. "The title stuff really isn't necessary, I am just a hero in training." Izuku said defeatedly. "I didn't come to introduce myself. I wanted to take you up on your request for training." "Cool, but you should try and first bulk up a little before I could start teaching you how to fight. You're kinda scrawny." Shinso accepted that. 2. When Vlad King and Arisarhead came to him to ask if he was okay with being transferred to heroics, they also wanted to answers. "Why didn't you focus on strength training in any way?" Shino didn't have an answer, except he didn't think about it. His quirk was praised but negatively. Like, wow, that quirk would be perfect for a supervillain, man, you could take over the world with that. That was never what he wanted. But he believed that it might be enough to become a hero. But with 1B he had a workout plan, he had a diet plan, he was going to start his journey right. 1. Midoriya sir, how should we address you if you do not want us to use your proper titles? Awase asked, a little apprehensive. "Well, just Midoriya is fine. And it's not so much that I don't want you to use the proper titles. It more than I think those titles are rather stupid. I know it's proper form to use it, but seeing as we're all friends here, I say let's not write." 1B felt a level of pride being called the prince his friend and nodded at the words. 2. Abara walked forward and asked if she could speak to the prince in private. They walked a little ways away from the group. Abara performed a curtsy, a high-class bow females use to introduce themselves, or that was what I read. "My name is Abara Shiosaki. I wish to show my gratitude for your kind words on religion, sir." This piqued Izuku's curiosity a bit. "Religion? What do you mean?" "You sir spoke about religion during an interview several years ago. It was during an outbreak of violent acts and heated debates. Your words caused that to stop, and it allowed me to freely follow my beliefs, and I stopped being ridiculed for them. And for that, I am eternally grateful." Can I ask what religion you follow? I follow the word of the Bible, sir. I see Christianity. I have read a little of the Bible, but I am not fully aware of its teachings. Perhaps you wouldn't mind informing me about them some other time. He asked. Abara blushed. I would be honored to, sir. There is no need for the sir part. Just call me Midoriya or Izuku, whatever you prefer. The two went back to the larger group and they spoke a little about themselves. Izuku found some interesting things out. Kendo was a motorcycle kind of girl. Pony was born in the USA, but both her parents were from Japan. Yui has no filter as she introduced herself. Hi, I am Yui Kodai and I am in love with Midoriya. To say most people were a little shocked was correct. But it did get her a future date with the prince. 5. Setsuna was obsessed with dinosaurs, something Eri also liked. My papa can turn into a dinosaur, she proudly said. 1B, not fully knowing the quirk of Izuku, had a hard time believing that he was able to turn into one. Izuku of course had to problem showing it off. He used the Ryu no Mi model, Allosaurus. Dragon fruit, model, Allosaurus. 4. Setsuna's eyes were filled with stars. She had never dreamed of seeing a real-life dinosaur. The others were on the scared side. But seeing a 7-meter-tall apex predator only a few feet away from you was even enough to make heroes scared. After a large roar that scared them, Izuku turned back and Setsuna was all over him. What other dinos can you do? Can you do more animal? Can you do a saber tooth? And can I ride you? She shot question after question with Izuku having to hold her by the shoulders so she would stop. I can do a couple of dinos. I can also do a good amount of other animals, and yes, I can do a saber-tooth. He used Neko no Mi model, saber tiger cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger model. 5. He is more tinted slightly green with black. Hop on then, Eri does get the neck, sorry. The saber spoke as she laid down, allowing Eri to take a seat right on his neck and Setsuna right behind her. Izuku then shot forward, running around and jumping, making the two on his back only more excited. He was relatively fast, being able to get to 45 kilometers per hour. But then again, saber-tooths were not known for speed but for power. IDK if this is fully true, but what I read up on the saber-tooth was that they had strong arms and weaker back legs, so yeah. 3. After around 45 minutes of running around, they came back. Izuku also found that Yanagi and Kodai had been friends since childhood and she loved scary stories. Komori loved mushrooms. 1. Bondo liked making model airplanes. Tetsu had the same hobbies as Kirishima. It was a little creepy to see both their hobbies being the same. Kamikiri was an MMA enthusiast and a sword collector. Kaibara was a massive movie fan. Kuwar was somewhat of a fan of darkness. Shishida was a book fan, with him being very literate. Shota was much like Kamikiri, an MMA enthusiast. Saburaba was a gamer. Apparently, he liked playing battle royales and had even reached the top 500 in the world for some of them. Fukidashi was a mangaka. Honanuki's hobby was apparently swimming. Rin's hobby was Chinese martial arts, as he himself was born in China and wanted to honor his heritage. Shinso gave his hobby as sleep. Nimori had to think to remember that Aizawa had no child. 1. By the way, why are you here, Miss Midnight? Rin asked. Oh, I forgot it wasn't common knowledge yet. I and Midoriya are dating. Well, me, Midoriya, Ochako, and Mina so far. Wait, yo, you mean that Midoriya is dating multiple women? Kendo asked, a little shaky, making all of the people involved give a nod. So our date is still going to happen? Kodai asked, with them giving a nod again. Kodai had believed that the date would not happen for a couple of seconds. 3. As they spoke some more, they found more out. Izuku and Kendo made a promise that he would show her his bike sometime. The rest of the day was without problem. Next Monday, 1A was in homeroom and they were waiting for Aizawa so that he could start the lesson. Right on the bell, Aizawa entered. All students were already in their seats. We can start right away. Great. You all were on time for your internships. It will happen Friday. I want you all to grow during that 1 week. I will be informed if you misbehaving and punishments will be given. Aizawa then informed them about the rules they had to follow. I will inform you all of the rules you have to follow. You are not allowed to use your quirks unless the hero you interned with permitted you. You are not allowed to wear your hero costume out in public only if given permission. You will follow any rule your hero has given to you. If you notice the hero's acts in a way that seems unfitting, you can inform me or any of the UA staff. This was a test of the students. UA staff had asked some pro heroes to during the week act unbecoming of a hero. It was more so staging a moment. The pro would take the student out for patrol, and during that patrol, a sidekick of him in custom would attack. The pro would then use excessive force or take a bribe. This was to test how the student would react. Would they stay silent or would they act out? 2. These internships are for learning, so don't be afraid to ask any questions. If you don't understand something or if you wish to be further informed, they will help. Now for your choices. Aoyama will be interning with Glitter. Smart choice, similar quirk, and perhaps he could help you improve in combat. Ashita will be interning with Black Cat. Perhaps how she moves and how she fights could give you an extra edge in combat. Asui will be interning with Selkie. Great location for you as you are strong underwater and they focus on water. Ida will be interning with Ingenium. I understand you wish to learn under your brother, but don't let him slack off, as I know you wouldn't. Uraraka will be interning with Gunhead. Learning martial arts to make up for combat ability in your quirk. Very smart choice, Uraraka. Ojiro will be an intern with Enma. Again, good choice. He would help you with your tail movement. Hopefully you could even learn a little bit of his fighting style. Kaminari will be an intern with Shocker. I hope this choice will be for her fighting style and not something else. Hiroshima will be an intern with Fourth Kind. Good choice for close combat, but perhaps not the greatest for you, even though you will hopefully learn a good amount. Nami will be an intern with Storm. She focuses on weather combat, so I assume that might be a future jump for you. If so, great idea thinking ahead. Sato will intern with Lungcrush. Perhaps this could be a smart choice, but do remember that he focuses on helping and not on combat. Nico will intern Centipede. Interesting choice, hope you will learn a little. Jiro will intern with Death Arms. He patrols a lot, so it will give you a great chance to learn the ropes. Do pay attention to his actions. Zero will intern with Weber. Good choice for someone with your quirk. Learn not only for his movements but learn from where he places his webs and even how he uses his entire body. Tokiyami will intern with Reaper. Good choice. Todoroki will intern with Endeavor. Hope he can allow you to have better control over that fireside. Hagakure will internship with Origami. Smart as you still lack silence during your sneaking. Bakugo will intern with Best Genist. Hope he can tame your temper a bit. Midoriya will intern with Midnight. Do make sure you learn something instead of screw around, okay? Utsushimi will intern with Facade. Learn on his use of surroundings for his quirk to make it look more real. Yaoyorozu will internship with Mount Lady. Interesting choice. 2. Aizawa informed them with the rest of the week, them making sure everything gets fixed before they go. The new week started and the internships began. Izuku had kissed Ochako and Mina good luck and promised they would go on a date after the internships. Most of 1A went by the train station, some took the bus as it was faster. Izuku on the other hand drove himself, with Nimari and Eri. 1. He had his costume on the trunk and had packed a week's worth of clothing. Eri wasn't going to stay with them for the week. They would peril often, so Izuku decided to let Eri stay with Alfred and Jin. He thought Eri wasn't ready to stay with strangers for an entire week. And seeing as she already knows Alfred and Jin, it would be better for her. Seeing Izuku and Nimari would be a little early, decided to take a small breakfast break. Eri was hungry herself, so it would fit perfectly. Izuku had a simple grilled cheese with some green tea, Nimari had a fruit salad. Eri had apple slices and some apple juice. Izuku had messaged Alfred that he would bring over Eri in about 10 minutes. Alfred informed that everything was already set up for the princess. 4. As they arrived at the mansion, Izuku had already expected this. In front of them were a large number of maids and butlers. As Izuku and Nimari drove up, Alfred moved up. The car came to a stop and Alfred opened the door for Eri. "Good morning, princess." He greeted the young lady who didn't know how to react. She had met all the help before once and knew she was not a princess, but this was still strange. 1. Eri's clothing was taken inside as well as the girl herself. She said goodbye to her parents. She was scared to be left alone for an entire week, but she knows that nothing bad would or could happen at the mansion and under the guard of Alfred and Jin. Izuku of course also had brought the teddy with Eri, but they would not be needed. Jin and Alfred were extremely good fighters, but the maids and butlers could also fight better than the average person. But that wasn't all. The senior-ranking maids and butlers all had a watch that could send out a signal to a group of security. One of them had a quirk to be teleported toward places they had marked before. 12. The group was made up of strong fighters. They all could be placed into the top 20 heroes, and the group leaders would without a doubt be top 5. Izuku had told Eri that they would with the touch of the button be there and protect her with their lives. Izuku promised to call Eri each night around 8, and then Izuku and Nimari drove toward Nimari's agency called Midnight's Dungeon, made the name up myself. 7. Izuku parked the car and grabbed both their suitcases. He liked how the building looked. It was a somewhat taller building than the rest. The name of the building was on top of the door with a set of handcuffs and a whip. "How should I address you when we start working, Nem?" Izuku asked, wanting to be as provisional as possible. "Mistress Midnight or Mistress Midnight, dear." 1. They entered the agency and they first didn't see Izuku and only saw Nimari. "Mistress Midnight, welcome back," the secretary said with a bow to greet Nimari. She lifted her head and saw it was the prince. Her eyes went wide with shock and fear. "My apologies, sir, I had no idea you were here." "Don't worry, miss. I am here as an intern. I hope we can get along," Izuku said with a smile. "Riza, do we have open cases?" Nimari asked her secretary. 1. Riza checked the computer to see what was open. "No, ma'am. So far all of them are closed." "Where are the boys?" "They should get here in 30 minutes, ma'am." Nimari nodded. "Good. Come on, Izuku, let's get you set up." Izuku followed and looked around. The agency was very neat. It had a set of 8 desks set up in a neat setup. Then was a large double door. As they entered, it was Midnight's office. 3. In her office was a second desk empty. "For you. This way I can personally help you during the day," she said with a smile. Izuku set up his desk with just a laptop and some writing tools. For around 30 minutes Izuku and Nimari went over how to file paperwork. Then a knock came. "Enter," Midnight said. The door opened and there stood 4 men. They all had identical suits. The Midnight Boys are a foursome of attractive and well-dressed young men who worked for Midnight. They appear to function as a combination of a hero team and fan club. "Welcome back, Mistress Midnight," the man with glasses said. "Hello, boys. I want you to meet our intern. This is Izuku Midoriya, or during patrol and hero work Akuma." Fuji then spoke. "Number 1, it's you." Then spoke Ichiro. "Number 2, it's the filth that took away our mistress. How dare you show your face after stealing our mistress?" Matsu, number 3, then said. What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, confused about what they were talking about. Then spoke the last one, Naoki. "Number 4, you stole our mistress Midnight. She was meant to be with us, no one else is good enough for our mistress." "Oh, I see. You all mad that I am dating Midnight?" The 4 men nodded fiercely. 11. Foolish boys, Midnight whispered to herself. The 4 men then pointed at Izuku. "We challenge you to a fight for the love of our mistresses, her love," they announced with confidence. "It's not really my choice, guys. I can't force her to love me or to love you. It's not how it works. No, it's my choice. But I do like the feeling of having men fight over me. And it would be a good chance to see how you do during a fight with your costume and its new addition," Nimari said, with Izuku grabbing his case and going to get dressed. 1. Izuku got out of the dressing room with his normal hero suit. He also had a sword with him. The sword could also be seen as a club as it had no real edge. 1. That the sword? Nimari asked. "Yes, Midnight. It's created from quirk-canceling steel. With the sword training I received beforehand, I can wield it well enough to fight with," Izuku said as he entered the circle. "So how are we going to do this? 1v1 or all at the same time?" Izuku said, far too casual for someone about to 4 pro heroes. 3. Seeing as you hold the mistress hands in romance, for now, you get to decide. All at the same time. Get this over with quickly," Izuku said as he took a stance. The 4 Midnight Boys rushed forward. Fuji was first to Izuku and tried landing a right hook on Izuku's neck. Izuku blocked it with his left hand and used the back handle of Jeet, his weapon, and slammed into Fuji's chest. He was then forced to jump back to dodge Matsu. but as he jumped back Ichiro slammed what seemed like a beast arm into Izuku's back. 13. The punch hurt and made Izuku land on his knees. He then was forced to roll out of the way because Naoki tried stomping where Izuku was. It cracked the floor. Izuku used Jeet and attacked Naoki, who had his leg stuck to the floor. Izuku smacked the Jeet into Naoki's neck in a downward slashing motion from right to left. Then he smacked the left side of the ribs. This caused Naoki to fall to the floor in pain. Before Izuku could finish him off, he was saved by Ichiro, who had now two beasts-like arms. 1. Ichiro tried clawing Izuku, but Izuku blocked with Jeet. Izuku then did a straight kick right onto Ichiro's chest. This freed Izuku's weapon again. Izuku then stabbed Ichiro right into the throat, making Ichiro grab his throat in pain and hard to breathe. Fuji and Matsu attacked together. Both worked well together as they were attacked with punches and kicks. Fuji spits at Izuku, who was able to move his head to avoid it. Fuji's quirk allowed him to spit needles. These needles don't do enough damage to kill or to even take someone out of the fight on their own, but the toxin on the needles makes people very sleepy or aroused. It depends on what Fuji wants. Izuku blocked a high kick from Matsu and just his Jeet to slam down on Fuji's toes. 4. In that split second, Izuku headbutted Matsu, dropping him into the floor. Not knocked out, but T gave him a moment to make it one-on-one again. Izuku then used the Jeet and used a technique. Sanbyakurokuju pound ho. 360 pound phoenix. Izuku sliced the air and the slide travel forward and hit Fuji in the chest, knocking the man out. Naoki had recovered from his pain and moved toward Izuku again. Naoki, with his quirk strong legs, moved forward quicker than thought off. Izuku smacked Jeet into the ribs of Naoki, making the man lose balance for a short time. In that small time moment, Izuku did a high kick into the neck of Naoki and then with a spin slammed the back handle of Jeet on his head, knocking him out as well. 2. Now 2 remained and both were in trouble. Matsu's nose was bleeding and the back of his head hurt. Ichiro still had trouble breathing and his chest hurt. Izuku wasn't without pain himself. His back hurt from the attack. Ichiro attacked first, beast arms ready to attack, aiming for a bear hug so that Matsu could attack without having to aim. Izuku just jumped high, making Ichiro miss the attack. Izuku then stabbed downward with the Jeet right into a point on Ichiro's neck. Izuku had learned this attack point from his swordsmanship teacher. The weak pointer would make the person lose conciseness. And this was exactly what happened to Ichiro. 1. Now it was 1v1. Izuku vs Matsu. Izuku attacked first, wanting to get done with this fight already. Izuku swung his sword from down to high, from left to right. This was a trap that Matsu took as Izuku swung early. Matsu came into range right on time. Izuku then used his left hand and uppercut Matsu and then used the Jeet again and slammed into the back of the neck, knocking Matsu out again. Akuma is the winner, Midnight announced with a smile on her face. She knew Izuku was going to win but didn't expect Izuku to beat them quirkless or with him only taking one punch. Well done, Akuma, you did great work, she said as she kissed Izuku's cheek. Now you 4, Midnight said as she woke them up with water. We are sorry for our loss, mistress, Fuji said. Don't worry, sweetheart. It was an unfair fight, but you did do great. You all should not feel bad about this loss. I doubt I would be able to win against a fight against Akuma. That is untrue, mistress. You would win. Your beauty alone would defeat him. We will become stronger. 4. They spoke a little on how to improve the fight and how to deal with a sword. Izuku wanted to know about paperwork a little more, and then they went on patrol a little later. Izuku was recognized a bit the same for Midnight. While Izuku received his welcome from the Midnight Boys, the others from UA received their welcome. All the heroes were very welcoming and friendly. Aoyama went with Glitter at his Brichly agency. Glitter was a hero that fits Aoyama's style perfectly. Glitter was able to shoot out a glittery beam. He shot them out from his hand. Aoyama could do the same in his hero costume. 1. On the first day, Aoyama was taught to keep moving. The training was simple. A dummy was set up with Aoyama being tasked to hit it. The catch was that Aoyama was forced to keep moving. Glitter, who was watching the training himself, continued to shoot glitter beams at the strength of a strong punch. This way Aoyama would learn to stay on the move and to become better at dodging something he looked rather bad at that during the sports festival. 1. His training would consist of this and strengthening his core. The power of the beam comes from the power of the core. At least that was what Glitter had assumed, as it was the same for him and his forearms. They would do parallels every other day whilst focusing on paperwork the other days. Glitter was one of the fake dirty heroes. Glitter would be friendly with Aoyama to create a good connection so that reporting him would be a little harder. 1. Ashido. Ashido went with Black Cat. She had a weak cat quirk, but it gave her abnormal flexibility. She used that to her advantage in her hero work. She wasn't a hero that was battle-orientated, but she could hold her own. She could use her nails and scratches, but she relayed for more on submission holds. 1. The first thing they did at the agency was stretching. Ashido already being used to stretching as she was a dancer. Ashido was far more flexible than the average person, but the Black Cat was at the next level. Ashido did learn some new stretches. When they trained, they didn't really focus on Ashido's acid, as Black Cat didn't have any experience with those quirks. While they were doing some light workouts, they spoke. So Ashido, is your classmate is indeed the Prince of Asia? Yeah, but not just a classmate. Ashido let slip without thinking. BC Black Cat became intrigued. Oh, please tell me more. I can't, not yet at least. It's supposed to be a secret. With that, Ashido, the gossip queen of 1A, stayed quiet. It didn't stop BC from trying to find out the truth. 2. Asui. Suyu was tasked with cleaning the first day. It wasn't something she enjoyed, but she did like her supervisor. Sirius was tasked with teaching Suyu the ropes of being an intern. The first order of business was cleaning. A hero agency had to look the part. But not to say they only cleaned. They also did work on what paperwork is needed for what crime. Paperwork was a rather large part of hero work. For each crime scene or stopped, you had to fill in a report. For each criminal, you had to fill in a report, so crimes committed by a larger group, you had to fill out a report for each criminal. If you happened to give treatment to someone wounded, you had to fill that in as well, with what treatment was given and such. It was rather overwhelming, but Sirius informed Suyu greatly. 2. Ida. Ida was interning with his older brother. He had already been at his brother's agency before and knew the sidekicks working there. Ingenium was a respectable hero in the field that always acted with the lives of the people nearby in his mind, but when at the agency he preferred to slack a little. 1. And now that was exactly what he was doing. Tensai had his feet on his desk whilst reading a book. It was something he enjoyed doing, and seeing as right now he had no open cases or any paperwork to be done, and he had already sent 4 groups out for patrol, he could lazy around a little. Ida not so much. He looked at his brother as if he was committing a war crime. Brother, that is not the behavior of the hero in charge. Remove your feet and sit up properly, the younger Ida scolded his older brother, who just chuckled. Calm down, Tenya, this right now is a chill zone, so it's not allowed to be that proper. So it really is you who is not following the rules. The older brother teased his younger brother, who nearly crashed by the logic of his older brother. But after the teasing, Tensai and Tenya did some training. 1. Uraraka. Ochako had an internship with Gunhead. And first thing Ochako noticed was that Gunhead looked really scary but was a rather sweetheart. Ochako met everyone first. It was the same as Gunhead. Everyone was large and scary looking but extremely friendly. 2. After meeting everyone, Ochako went right into learning Gunhead martial arts. Something she enjoyed extremely. She was never one for violence or aggression, but these martial arts were something special. She learned quite a bit on only the first day. 2. Ojiro. Internship with Enma was great. They went right into training. Enma was not one for hanging around. First was showing his skills to Ojiro. Enma used his tail as everything he needed. First, it was a spring to increase his jumping height. Then it was a hook to grab onto anything that could hold his weight. When his tail wasn't holding onto something, he used it as a weapon. The skill Enma showed Ojiro was incredible to see. After showing the skill, Ojiro went to work to learn how to use his own tail in such a manner. Enma also brought for the idea of using a weapon. This gave Ojiro something to think about. 1. Kaminari. Denki Kaminari had not expected this. He was in an office-type building being forced to fill the paperwork. Not any paperwork. Paperwork about himself. Giving his agreement to follow the words of Shocker. 5. Kaminari had not accepted it to be so proper. Shocker had a very cool vibe outside. He gave a very free feeling to everyone around him. He had never expected that same man to be so straight in terms of business. 3. After Kaminari finished the paperwork, he was brought to start training. Shocker, being a very skilled lightning user, was offended by the way Kaminari overused his quirk. So they started training control and a fast way to charge up. First, Kaminari would push his limits of volt until his brain was nearly fried. Then they went to find a good way to charge up, with the first one being the best one. A taser worked wonders. It was something Shocker used himself in times of need, when he was already pushing his limits and still had to fight. They went on pushing his limits and then tasing himself to charge himself up. 2. Kirishima. Kirishima was shocked a little. When he arrived at the hero agency of fourth kind, he arrived with Tetsu, his 1B clone. "What are you doing here, man?" Kirishima asked. "I got an internship with fourth kind." "What are you doing, man?" "I got an internship with fourth kind as well." Bro. The two of them shook arms as manly man do and entered the agency. 1. UA allowed both of them to get to the same agency that both chose out of their own choices. The fourth kind wanted both of them because of the similar quirk both of them held. The training would be the same for both of them, but training would come after teaching. Brains before brawn. 6. The three of them made their way to a park that was often used by delinquents. The park was littered with trash and junk. We heroes are often seen as protectors or guard dogs. While that sometimes is the case, we are always civil servants. We live to serve the people, and one way of doing that is cleaning up the areas. So get to work. If we clean this junk before 1, we will get right into training. And with that, both Tetsu and Kirishima started getting to work. 1. Nami's internship with Storm started of fun. Storm always started the day with a patrol, and as Nami joined her agency today, that meant that Nami joined in on patrol. Storm in terms of quirks was what Nami wanted. Nami could spot weather and climate difference. A very weak quirk overall, as it gave her nothing, but Nami knew how to work with the weather. So if she only had a tool that could change that. She had put in a request at the support course, but she had no idea if it was even possible. 2. Storm, however, enjoyed Nami's skill with her quirk. Normal, she would work her quirk to make it work, but for Nami, she could change the weather with a small amount warm of cold wind. It was something to see for someone like Storm, who herself was seen as a weather witch. 2. Sato was still at UA, learning under lunch rush. Sato thought he might go to someone else for his internship, but seeing as Luncrush's quirk allows him to create food by using his energy. He uses this often to help victims, but he also uses it to distract people and then take them down with support gear. 3. Sato wanted to learn about food more than training, as he learns that more than enough at UA. But if perhaps he learns more about food sources with high sugar counts, it could help him. Sato had not expected that because Lunch Rush does very little patrolling, he does more paperwork from other agencies. 2. Robin had her internship with Centipede. Centipede was not a hero with an agency, but was a hero who worked for Sir Night-Eye. Robin chose Centipede because of his skilled use of capture techniques with his quirk. At first, it was a quick rundown of how a day looks for a hero at Sir Night-Eye's hero agency. Thankfully, she wouldn't interact with Sir, as he was on a week-long trip for Tokyo to help All Might's agency, no OFA, so there isn't a reason for All Might and Sir Night-Eye to split. 8. Robin did have trouble learning under Centipede. Not because she had trouble understanding what was asked of her, but because she had a green-haired boy in her mind. She tried to remove him from her mind, but ever since she found out that he agreed to a date with some of the ladies from 1B. Those troubles were quickly removed as they started going to work. 1. Jiro. Kyoka Jiro was a small girl, that was a fact. She was never going to be a powerhouse or a brawler. So why would she go to Death Arms, was a question her classmates asked when they found out. Jiro didn't have a good answer. Sure, there might have been better choices for her, but Death Arms did good work. He did a large number of patrols. That was something Jiro wanted to do. 1. So as she arrived at Death Arms agency, they started by patrolling. Death Arms informed Jiro that he does 3 patrols each day. 1 in the morning around 9. The patrol takes around 2 hours in total, sometimes more if there is a lot of crime. Then 1 more patrol around 2. This one is only 1 hour or so, and the last one starts at 3:30 until 5. Then the day ends. Paperwork in between each patrol. During paperwork, eating lunch is expected. Because of the amount of energy it takes Death Arms, they have a catering staff that makes food during those times. 1. Zero. Weber and Zero were both easygoing people. Weber was seen as a neighborhood hero. His agency and house were close to each other. Weber was nearly always in the neighborhood stopping crimes. 3. Zero had helped on 3 different moments the first day with capturing criminals. The first was during a normal patrol. He reacted quickly and taped up his legs. The second one was when he taped up a family of 3 and pulled them out of danger. The third was his closing off the area so the people wouldn't be in danger. It was overwhelming for Zero to be thanked for his actions by the people. 2. Tokiyami. Tokiyami was shocked. He went with a hero called Reaper. He himself thought that Reaper was a dweller of the abyss much like Tokiyami himself, but that wasn't true. His agency was dark, yes, but his own office was very colorful. Ha ha ha, I see you shocked to see my office. 1. Yes sir, I didn't expect Reaper's office to look like this. Why, if I may ask? Tokiyami asked with Reaper looking the bird boy in the eyes. I may walk in darkness each day to make sure that the rest of the people don't have to deal with the darkness. But I don't want my entire life to be filled with just darkness. Even I need some light to get by. Tell me, Tokiyami, don't you have light in your life? Tokiyami thought for a second and Suyu came to his mind. She truly was his light. I do, sir. And I agree. Good, now, let's get started, shall we? 6. Todoroki. Welcome back, show. A woman said with flaming hair. Hey Mo, where is Toya? I haven't seen him yet, Shoto asked one of the Endeavor's sidekicks known as Burnin or Mo Kamiji. Mo was engaged with Toya Todoroki and they were planning to get married somewhere during October. 6. Toya came running out from the toilet area. Sorry, little bro, didn't expect you so soon. I am on time, Shoto said whilst looking at his phone for the time. Dabi and Burnin would handle the main part of Shoto's internship. Endeavor would take them patrolling after a couple of days, seeing as he himself was busy the first 2 days. He filling paperwork and request to join the search of Stain. The Stain search was already full of several heroes. Midnight, Ingenium, Eraserhead, Yukio were some of the names among them. But Endeavor was planning on turning the heat up on the search for Stain. 6. Hagakure. The first moments for Hagakure were strange. Origami stood outside waiting for her, but she was already inside waiting to meet with her. Origami walked right past Hagakure. A sidekick from Origami went outside after 5 minutes to grab his boss. First, they believed it might have been a joke, but when minutes passed they figure out she just missed it. 2. When they started training, Origami asked to remove her invisibility so she could watch her movements. Toru explained that she wasn't able to do that and why she would think that she could. That is a simple, sweetie. I had the same problem. When I was 4 I was paper then. To explain, she turned her hand into 2D. Her hand became as thin as paper. This was the case until I turned 15 and I turned it off. Origami and Toru then spent the day figuring out how to turn the quirk off. 4. Bakugo had to do some thinking. He was far too aggressive to become a high-ranking hero. He knew that had to change, but he had no idea how. Best Jeanist was thinking the same when he watched the sports festival. He knew that Bakugo would never go with a lower-ranked hero. 1. The first thing they changed was his look. Bakugo was giving jeans instead of his pants with knee guards that could kill people. His mask was also removed as it had no style and his hair was tamed. Bakugo regretted his choice right away. 1. Bakugo wanted to become calmer and not a pussy. Best Jeanist was not the correct choice so far. But after explaining his goal with Best Jeanist, they were able to work out what should happen for him to change. At the end of the first day, Bakugo had a game plan and had become a bit stronger. Kami Facade was the best choice for Kami. Both used their quirk the same and Kami wanted the same fighting style. Facade tricked villains with his quirk, then turned it on them with submission holds or a strong knockout. 1. Kami and Facade mainly focused on how to use her quirk with the surroundings. It would help her in a long time even if it didn't show short-time results. Kami did have trouble with using the surroundings in her quirk, but Facade's help made it night and day. Facade was extremely skilled with his quirk. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu went with Mount Lady. Both were different. While Mount Lady was a skilled pro, she was a hero that received attention because of her figure. Momo, however, ignored her own figure during hero work that once or twice causes some problems during class. 5. As they came to the agency, they went to sit down and watch TV. Miss Takayame, aren't we going to do hero work? Oh, not yet, sweetie. Best hours for hero work is around 2 to 5. So around this time, the sidekicks make sure all the paperwork is neat and set up correctly. But we got something important to discuss. One Momo believed this might be hero related and was happy about it. You're in the class of the prince, correct? Momo nodded softly. Oh, how is he? What type of woman does he like? Do he and that old witch really have a relationship? You asked, why would you want to know those things, ma'am? Oh, I want to get a date with him, duh. Have you seen him? He is so sexy. The day went on with Momo making a trade with Mount Lady. If she taught Momo how to be a hero, she would answer questions about Izuku. This light a fire under you as she started teaching everything a hero should know. Izuku and Nomori started the second day later than normal. They had been held up because of the media. On the first day of patrol, the media had caught wind of it and it gave all sorts of attention. It was rather fun to watch people argue within themselves. One part of them wanted to step close to Asia's prince, but on the other hand, they were far too scared to offend him in any way. The patrol itself was mainly boring. No real villain dared to show their face in the area. One villain did, however, yet this villain did not want to fight. He wanted to be arrested by the prince himself. As Izuku arrested him, the villain thanked Izuku, which was a first for both Izuku and Midnight. Never had they had a villain or criminal hand themselves over. Midnight nearly had one of those moments, but the villain wanted a trade. He would surrender peacefully, but he wanted a night with Midnight. She, of course, said yes, and the second he came close she knocked him down. It was a true wonder what went in the minds of some villains. However, the criminal that Izuku arrested wasn't a real villain. He only did some theft. No violence or harmful crimes. Izuku was asked if he and Midnight were dating, and while they had no shame to declare their relationship, they wanted it to be theirs for a little while longer, so before Izuku could answer, Midnight spoke. This is nothing more than a work relation, so if you don't mind, the prince and I have to finish our patrol. This made the media back down in fear of disturbing the prince's schedule. The rest of the day was normal. Izuku and Midnight did the paperwork, or well, Izuku did the paperwork while Midnight taught him how to do it. Thankfully, with Izuku being brought up as the prince, paperwork wasn't that strange for him. When the day was over, Izuku and Nomori had moved to a hotel nearby. It was a 4-star hotel that was only a 4-minute walk away. Izuku also had to fill some forms himself. He and the other rulers of the world would hold their yearly meetings soon. Normally he would have to only fix travel information for himself, but this time it was different. He now was fixing the info to allow his girlfriends and daughter to come with him. It was the information for the Royal Armed Guards, so they knew who they would protect and how many they had to protect. It was also information for the other royal families, so they wouldn't be rude or demand things from those people. When he finished the forms, he placed them in an envelope and went to bed with Nomori, who was watching some show about the devil solving crimes in LA. As they entered the agency, they were surprised by the Midnight Boys on their knees. We apologize, Prince Midoriya, we acted in such a rude manner yesterday. We will exept any punishment for our actions, they yelled together. 7 inches, there is no such need. I was pleased to know that Nomori has 4 capable people that cared so deeply for her. Come Izuku, you have to read some paperwork so we can do some patrol in the evening. It will be such fun. With that, Izuku followed Midnight into her office. Yes, Mistress Midnight. As they sat down, Midnight placed down a set of folders in front of Izuku. It was about the hero killer. You're chasing the hero killer? Izuku asked with shock in his voice. I am, but more importantly, we are going to together. So read up, don't want you unprepared. Izuku proceeded to read the folder. Hero killer Stain. Killed over 24 heroes and injured over 82. He had been on the move for over 2 years now. It was pretty impressive how Stain was escaping a multitude of heroes and police for 2 years. Now the large group that had been chasing him finally knew where he had been hunting. They could hunt him. There was even an OK on his death if the need would arise. Izuku noticed the names that were on the search team. They would all act together in Hosu, where Stain was at the moment. There have also been reports on the weapons Stain used. 6 sets of combat knives, 12 throwing knives, 2 daggers, and a katana. The katana, however, piqued Izuku's interests. It was the half of a sword Izuku already had. He had the hilt of the sword, and Stain was wielding the blade. 4. One of the black blades. Shisui. One of the 21 great grades Shisui is a black blade that has a distinct reddish-purple reverse wave hamon, hardening line. That is of a Kanemoto style, and its Tsuba, handguard, has flower-like edges in the shape of an octafoil. It also has no accessories on the hilt, being wrapped with black silk. Kashira, Tsuba, and Kojiri end cap are golden, and the sheath is black, decorated with dark red circles split into even thirds. 4. That was enough reason for Izuku to go after Stain. A blade of that caliber should not be in the hands of a villain. Izuku wondered if Stain did not have a blade of such a caliber, would he still have that amount of death to his name? 1-inch Midnight. This sword Stain wields is one of the blades I am in search of. Please do inform the police and the other heroes that it's important to me. Izuku didn't like what he did, but it was needed. He knew if he would say it was important to him, he would get the blade. He normally wouldn't like to do it in such a manner, but this blade was part of history and had to be completed in its original hilt. 2 inches I already did. When I first read about the blade, I informed the others that it might be one of the ones you were searching for. It only gave them more interest in finding Stain, she said with a smile. 5. Izuku continued to read the folder. It had a lot of Stain, his movements and his fighting style. Apparently, the 82 survivors all informed them that they were unable to move during the attack. Izuku could only assume it had to deal with paralyzing of some sort. But that much was found out by the heroes who were casing Stain. 1. They went on one patrol before they would go to Hosu. This time during patrol they had a real crime. A villain had taken a family for 3 hostages. The villain had a small girl by the neck whilst using her mother and sister as extra shielding. 2 inches I want 1,000,000 yen and a fucking car. You have 30 minutes before I kill these 3. The villain yelled as he squeezed the small girl's neck a little, causing her to scream in fear and pain. Izuku, not liking this at all, used the Pika Pika no Mi, glint glint fruit, and went in front of the villain within light speed. He then used Shigen, finger pistol, on the elbow of the arm that held the little girl, as Izuku's finger pierced his arm and went through his muscles, making he lose all the strength in his arms and drop the girls. Izuku then did a straight kick in the chest of the villain with light speed, making the man fly backward in the wall and get knocked out with all his ribs broken, his spine damaged and his organs bruised. 2 inches you 3 okay, he said in a kind and caring voice. The mother hugged her 2 daughters as she thanked the hero for saving her. Izuku noticed that the mother had a cut on her arm that was bleeding, most likely because of the villain that was not getting arrested by the police. 3. Izuku used the Chiyu Chiyu no Mi, heal fruit, and cried over the mother. When the tear hit the mother and her children, each injury they had healed. Thankful Izuku had learned to cry on command, that and because he was his mother's child, summoning tears wasn't extremely hard. 10. Inko Midoriya, the Queen of Asia, one of the most beautiful ladies that lived, was a massive crier. And a hard one at that. Inko could dehydrate herself after only 30 minutes of crying. Izuku in his younger years had been the same. One time when he was 4, he had lost his favorite stuffed toy. He had cried so hard he knocked himself out and dehydrated himself. This caused so much chaos in the ranks of the maids and butlers. Jin and Alfred had been on the search for the toy with them, doing everything except hiring bounty hunters. 2. The maids were on hydrate duty, and oh boy did they take that seriously. One of the head maids, Annabelle, the wife of Jin, was on duty at that time. The normally small and sweet woman now ran around at the speed of an Olympic athlete with different kinds of drinks. It was a strange day, as the second they told Inko what happened, she nearly dehydrated herself as well. 1. The mother, whose injuries now became healed, looked up at the hero that saved her, and the thing they did not expect was the fucking Prince of Asia standing above you. They had no idea how to act. Midnight and the others came up to the fore. Well done, Akuma. Now ladies, are you all okay? I made sure to heal them myself, Midnight. They shouldn't have any injuries at all. 1 inch thank you for all you have done, Prince. I don't know how to thank you, the mother said with tears in her eyes. Izuku crouched down near the mother. Just doing the job of a hero. Now let's get you 3 off the ground and make sure there isn't anything wrong. Okay. The mother nodded and moved with Izuku. 4. Midnight had thankfully allowed Izuku to use his quirk. Made the whole situation that much easier. Thankfully only a select few could react in time to an attack at light speed. Izuku was thankful for his training and knowledge of his powers. He loved the fact that if he used the Pika Pika no Mi and did the straight kick movement, it would not kill the person it would hit. 17 Izuku and Midnight on the end of their patrol made their way to the hotel and packed. They would spend the rest of the week at Hosu to find Stain. They would of course stay at a hotel in Hosu. 6 But before they made it to the hotel, a new villain came, only this time he was there for Izuku. "I finally fucking found you. Now die," the villain said as his arms turned to beast claws and clawed at Izuku. Izuku turned both his arms black with haki. His observation haki made it easy to dodge each attack. "Not to sound weird, but what did I ever do to you?" Izuku asked the villain, who got angrier and angrier. 1 inch I will kill you and place your head on my car to show I am the man that killed you, then everyone will respect me and worship me like how I deserve. So I did nothing, you just want me dead, but you do know the second you kill me, not only will most of the heroes hunt you down as well as the full police force. You will also have to deal with the royal army and such. It would be such a hassle for you. But now that you attacked me, walking away isn't an option anymore." And with that, Izuku punched the man on the nose, knocking the man out and breaking his nose. "Did you have to waste all that time, Akuma? Sorry. Just wondering why they attack." With that, the two of them waited for the police to show up to arrest the villain. When they finally got to the hotel, they of course first went and FaceTimed Eri. Eri had enjoyed her time so far. She had made 2 friends. 2 female maids around the same age as Izuku. Both were twins, one with blue hair and one with pink hair. Rem and Ram. They enjoyed spending time together. Now it was time to go to Hosu and find Stain. Aoyama had grown as a hero under the guidance of Glitter. Glitter was a real pro at using his quirk and made Aoyama a danger to anyone he would face. Aoyama had also made plans to talk with Mina about dancing. It pained his beautiful heart to ask for such a thing, but he needed breakdancing lessons. He never wanted such a dance in his arsenal. He would prefer ballroom dancing or something classy, but with breakdancing, he could start spin around on his hands or head or his back while shooting out his lasers. It would be a good attack if he would find himself in a large group. 4 Mina had increased her own flexibility. She could now place her legs in her neck without any pain or discomfort. She had also practiced kicks with BC and found out that if she would use a little acid on her leg while she gives a spinning kick, she would spin a little faster, thus doing a little more damage. 6 Mina also found out that BC can use Tempest Kick and Jeppo. She was still learning how to use the Use Soru. But with Mina knowing the basics, she learned the basics of Tempest Kick. She could now do a vertical Tempest Kick. It didn't do much. After only a meter, the Tempest Kick disappeared in the wind. It would be no use in a fight, but this was a start for sure. 2 Asui had helped in arresting a drug gang that used the waters to mule most of it. She herself only did a little, but the little that she did was extremely helpful. Sirius was captured by the gang leader, with Asui being hidden in the shadows. 2 She didn't want to hide. She wanted to help. She wanted to be a hero. She knew she could never stand up against the gang leader. She was smart enough to know that someone like her didn't stand a chance yet. She was on her way, but not yet, so she had to play it safe. She jumped out and kicked the villain in the chest, making him from Sirius. Both Asui and Sirius called out for the hero in charge, Selkie. 1 The gang leader used his squid quirk to shot out a multitude of tentacles to attack Asui. Right, when the tentacle was about to smack Asui in the face, Selkie shot out the water at incredible speeds. Selkie kicked the gang leader in the face and knocked him out right away. 1 Both Ida brothers had begun preparing for their Hosu trip. Tenya wanted to show his brother he was going to be a great hero. What better way to show Ida was going to be a great hero than by taking down Stain? He wasn't planning on disobeying the rules, but if the change would arrive, Tenya would take it. 1 Tensai was excited for another reason. He wanted to get hold of that sword from Stain and present it to Izuku himself. He was in no way going to endanger his sidekicks or his younger brother during this, but his aim was still for the sword. Tensai wanted the present, the sword, not for fame or money, but he wanted to do something for the royal family. 2 Uraraka had learned under Gunhead for 3 days now. She had already learned a lot from Gunhead. She got very strong in martial arts, at least Gunhead martial arts. She enjoyed learning these as it was something she never had the chance to before, but she did have interests in even before Ua. She even began working with her quirk during Gunhead martial arts. She and Gunhead himself had started working on a no-gravity hip toss. It was hard for Ochako to do. Each time she would lose focus because of the heavy feel in her stomach. But doing it more often than not would lessen the effect. 2 Ojiro had begun learning how to use a wooden staff. He sucked, but he still kept working on it. He wanted to use his tail and his staff together. It was for him to learn later on. Now he was still learning how to swing it around without hitting himself. It was harder than it looked. 5. Enma was making it harder. Everyone could swing a stick around and call it attacking, but Enma was teaching Ojiro how to fight with a staff like a pro. So each wrong move resulted in a smack. Ojiro did learn because of that. 2. Kaminari started to get annoyed at having to tase himself over and over again. The stabbing kind of hurt. Plus he felt sick after doing it too much. It felt like going from tired to overenergized. But he was getting far ahead with his quirk. 3. He was able to give himself a full body boost for 5 minutes. With the boost, he got faster and stronger. He even received a small shield when people attacked as the lightning protected him and hurt the person attacking. It was a real handy power-up. 2. Hiroshima kind of wanted another internship. He didn't hate fourth kind, he respected and thanked the hero for taking him under his wing. It's just he didn't learn anything really new. Fourth kind was a brawler, but he didn't fight that many villains these days. He was focused more on helping his community. 1. Well, Hiroshima respected that and would love to do some community service when he goes pro, but with this it was a bore. He wanted to get stronger, he wanted to chase the villain. He wanted to save people. He wanted to do something other than cleaning up the playgrounds or grabbing a cat from a tree. 1. Hiroshima felt bad for thinking that, but he had heard those stories from the news and his friends. Izuku had already stopped and fought villains. The other had also done awesome things. Nami had so much fun. She had been gossiping with Storm about everyone at UA. It was great, plus she learning so much from Storm. She and Storm had been going on patrol nearly every day. She also spoke to Storm about rather rude behavior toward one of the villains. Storm had used electricity to shock a small-time mugger. Nami quickly called her out when they were in private. 1. Storm wanted to know why she did this in private, and Nami told her that she didn't want to call her out in public as it could hurt her image permanently, and while Nami did not like the actions, she still respected her as a hero. 2. Sato was tired. Lunch rush made it look so easy, but making hundreds and hundreds of lunches each day was exhausting. Sato had spent the whole of yesterday prepping food. He started by washing kilos of rice. After cleaning the rice, he was tasked with chopping vegetables. 1. Then the midday he spends making sandwiches. Bread, butter, ham, cheese, butter, and bread. He did this well over 100 times. Then in the evening it was him cleaning and cutting vegetables again, but this time a far larger number. Lunch Rush was in charge of feeding not only 75% of all hero agencies in the area, but also for some schools. 3. Lunch Rush was beyond smart in his food prep. The bread he used for his lunches was self-made. He made it with special food items to make it give more nutrients. And of course the patrols. My God, was they weird. Each day they would do a 30-minute patrol of the area while talking about food. Sato did learn a little more about natural sugars and how to abuse those. 5. Robin learned so much from Centipede. She even copied one of his moves. Whip strike. Centipede would push his arms forward and then smack them as a whip. Robin could do this as well, but she would grow arms on her arms and then use it as a whip. She wanted to become a little better at Tekai. If she could harden her arms to iron while she whips them around, would be a great combat advantage. 2. Jiro and Death Arms were a pretty weird duo. Death Arms worked Jiro to the bone each day. Each patrol was a full workout on its own. Death Arms believed that a hero should always be in top shape and ready to move. It was weird for him to say that as he was a chain smoker. 3. Jiro did help with a hostage situation and she felt amazing after the fact. She had used her quirk to locate hostages and hostage takers. She then informed Death Arms and his sidekick that mimicked him. That itself wasn't strange, as many heroes preferred their team to look a certain way. 2. Zero and Weber were having so much fun. Weber had learned Zero how to properly swing around with his tape. They even began working on a slingshot attack. It would not be an attack he could use all the time, as he should place his tape at certain heights and a certain distance away for maximum speed. 5. He was also planning on learning how to make a net out of his tape. Zero thought it would be cool for him to catch bad guys in a big net. Weber also decided to teach Zero one of his moves. It would be a short burst of tape and web at a far greater speed, making the bad guy stuck to a wall or floor. It could also be used as an attack. 4. Tokiyami and Reaper did patrols each night. Reaper often walked with a darkness weapon. It just added to the scary vibe. Tokiyami liked that so far. It was a cool sight as some villains just surrendered when seeing him. When a villain surrendered after trying to rob a store, Reaper turned his darkness weapon into a spear and then stabbed the villain in the leg. 2. Tokiyami saw this and stayed quiet at that time. He was planning on informing Aizawa that night. He didn't like the fact that a hero he respected acted like that. He hoped it was just a test, but you could never be sure. Perhaps Reaper dwelled in the darkness for too long and his once pure and heroic soul turned dark and corrupt. 1. Todoroki was now in Hosu patrolling with his father. He was informed by his father that the prince would also be in Hosu, joining in on the chase for Stain. Hearing this made Burnin, who had never met the prince, straighten out a little. 2. Todoroki was glad. He liked Midoriya. He was a great guy and would turn into a great leader and hero. Dabi saw his fiancée's behavior and had to laugh. He knew the prince a little, or at least what he saw from his family. He should be a great guy. His father had respect for the man, and that was something special, as Endeavor believed respect had to be earned. His mother seemed like the man herself, as he seemed nice and respectable. His sister was beyond in love. It was a great way to tease Fuyumi, something he as her older brother had to do. Shoto seemed to be friends with him, so he couldn't be that bad. 2. They also knew about the sword, and apparently Dabi, Endeavor, and Burnin had made a bet that one of them would get hold of the sword for the prince. They even had a price on it. If Endeavor would have lost, he would have to wear a pink onesie for an entire week while doing hero work. The onesie would totally be hero ready, as it would have been costume made. Burnin and Dabi had said okay to being housemaids for a month. 6. Hagakure had began to flicker. That was beyond weird to anyone seeing it, but for Origami and Hagakure it meant progress. She had caught a glimpse of herself and it brought her to tears. She looks pretty. At least that is what she heard from Origami. 2. It was extremely hard to turn off. It was like she was covered in water and only had a napkin to dry herself. Thankfully, the more she tried the better it began. It went from napkin to hand towel. Hopefully she could make it easier for her if doing a lot. Bakugo didn't like the fact he wanted to change. He didn't like that he had to now watch over his mouth and actions every time he wanted to do something. Not cussing out a dumb kid that nearly got hit by a car. He merely lightly scolded the kid for not watching out. Not insulting the thug that tried robbing a shop but failed, as Bakugo and Best Jeanist was right there. 2. Bakugo did see the change in the people around him. He had to find a middle ground on this whole thing. He didn't want to stay the massive fuckhead he always was. He didn't even like that guy. He looked back at his entire life and it just confused him more and more as time went on. Why did he turn out this way? 2. He looked at his parents. His dad and he were different. He was more like his mother, but even his mother was not as rude most of the time. She could be seen as a lovely and kind woman. For her job she and her husband made clothing. While Bakugo never gave a shit about that. He did know that his mother did the face-to-face stuff. And yelling your customer is a dumb fucktard is not the best business plan. Kami had begun increasing the realness of her quirk. She was tasked with tricking one of Facade's sidekicks. She had to make something that stood out in a room while still having her belief its realness. It was a fun thing to do. She first made a fridge, but the sidekick saw right through it as it was 2D. 1. Kami learned she kind of sucked at making objects. She spends the rest of the day making objects. She made things that she had nearby to compare the two. It was a real help, as at the end of the day the sidekick had no idea an extra table and a set of chairs were fake. The sidekick tried sitting on one of the chairs and fell through it right on his butt. 1. Momo learned something from you. You, no matter what, always protected the people first. It was during a burning house she found this out. Most of the people were already out, but a mother and her 3-year-old child were on the 4th floor stuck. You punched a wall open and grabbed them. She received 2nd-degree burns and multiple cuts on her hand and forearm. 1. She even hid her injuries from the mother and child so they wouldn't feel responsible. It gave Momo a new perspective on you and being a hero. She had also begun training in multitasking, something you was beyond skilled at. You normally enjoyed shows while working on hero forms, but that wasn't just it. While she did those two things, she also proceeded to chat and teach Momo about hero stuff and Izuku. 1. Izuku was in the car, his hand on Nimari's thigh as they drove. The music on the radio blocked all the other sounds from passing cars. Nimari had her hand on Izuku's hand as her eyes were closed while she slept peacefully. 1. The trip to Hosu wasn't long, but for the two of them it could take hours and they would still not complain. As Midoriya and Nimari made it into Hosu, they first went to their hotel. Seeing as Hosu was a large city with a good amount of travel, Izuku had reserved the penthouse suite for him and Nimari. 3. This hotel chain, Izuku had used it before as they were all across the world and provided a great service. They made their way to the front where the valet driver stood waiting for them. The bellman also grabbed their bags out of the trunk right away and placing them on a cart. Izuku and Nimari quickly made their way to the front desk. Izuku, not seeing anyone there, hit the bell. Nimari herself was in her own world at the moment, reading the lasted developments on the Stain investigation. Apparently the last hero Stain had attacked who survived the attack had agreed to come to the meeting that would occur that night to enlighten them a little more. 35. From the back of the front desk came a shortish woman standing about 142 centimeters tall. She hurried to get her glasses on her face correctly. "I am sorry for the wait," she said, still not watching who stood at the front desk. As she fixed her glasses, she looked up and saw the Prince of Asia giving her a friendly smile. 1. I apologize for the wait, Your Highness. Do excuse my behavior, she said with a bow, not expecting this when she woke up this morning and got ready for her work shift. She knew that the chance of meeting important guests was possible, as she had heard that Endeavor and some of his sidekicks had checked in themselves. 1. Don't worry about it, but I would like to check in if that's possible, Izuku said, ignoring the fact that Nimari was giggling at the back of him. She found it funny how the people reacted to Izuku. 7. Yes, of course, Your Highness. Under what name is your reservation? It's under Midoriya. Confirming the reservation, the front desk receptionist informed the bellman which floor to take the bags from and gave the keys as well as some of the hotel's information to Izuku and Nimari. Here are the keycards for your room, which is on the 89th floor. We have our own kitchen staff that can provide any meals you want 24/7. You can order room service with the phone. If anything is not up to standard, do please let us know. I hope you enjoy your stay. Izuku nodded and thanked the lady. 1. As they made it up to the 89th floor, they entered the penthouse suite. The room was around the same size as the entire floor from the dorm system. It had a great view over the entirety of Hosu. Izuku enjoyed these types of views. It was one of the reasons he enjoyed his quirks that allowed his flight of some sort. 1. Nimari and Izuku got set in themselves a little. They made sure they had the paperwork on Stain and such set up. They still had around 2 or 3 hours before they would have to make their way to the meeting. 3. Endeavor and his sidekicks entered Hosu the day before the meeting they would have. 1. To get set up fully. The second was to work out the city layouts a bit beforehand. Endeavor had reserved the entire 88th floor for him and the sidekicks. It was a common practice whenever he was forced to move toward a distant city. 1. At the moment the Todorokis were split up. Enji Todoroki was shopping with his wife and youngest child Shoto. Shoto himself didn't really want to go shopping, but he didn't have anything better to do. Rei Todoroki forced her husband and her son to go shopping with her. She tried getting her older son and his fiancée to come with her as well, but they had the clever excuse of wanting to have a day for themselves. 1. Rei was not a fan of the Stain hunt. She herself was not a fighter at all and knew the dangers Stain could bring on. She was also really worried for her children and their lack of danger. She tried making them stop the bet, but that was not really possible as each party was excited to win. She did make them promise to not act reckless and to make sure they get out alive and uninjured. Both Ida brothers had made their way to Hosu along with a couple of sidekicks. Ida had his agency nearby Hosu, so they didn't have to go to a hotel. They had already gone to the office where they would be meeting. It was the agency of Manuel who would house the meeting. His agency was nearly right in the middle of Hosu, thus making it the perfect location. 2. Now while Tenya was very busy studying advanced hero studies while running on the treadmill, improving both his body and mind, Tensai was emailing everyone that was on the Stain hunt about the injured hero that would speak that night. He also had his own sidekicks do some patrolling, which wasn't really for the goal of patrolling but to hopefully gain some information about the whole situation. 3. Aizawa was sleeping. He had made his way to Hosu a little while before after he was done at UA looking over the grades and results of 1A. He had been in contact with each hero that the students were interning with and had heard each of them had improved in their own way. 1. Now Aizawa was in a random motel somewhere in Hosu sleeping. He was tired with all the paperwork and he was going to do some long night shifts while on the search of Hosu. He didn't like the fact that some of his hero students would join the search, but at least each student that joined was capable of protecting themselves. 16. Yukio had also joined the hunt for Stain. She had not expected that Mirko would join her. She did know why. It was a good chance to ask Izuku on a date if they got hold of the sword. But Yukio came from far with Mirko and 2 of her interns. One was one of the big 3 Najire Hado, or her hero named Najire-chan. The other intern was Najire's best friend Yu Haya, or her hero named Griffin. 3. She had taken her quirk as her hero name. With her quirk, Griffin Yu could turn herself into a griffin or a griffin-human hybrid. It gave her claws as well as wings and of course the ability to fly. Her skin was also a little tougher than most if she transformed. She could also ignite her claws while in her hybrid or full form, but she couldn't shoot those flames out. 8. The 4 of them were all in Yukio's car making their way toward Hosu. They would arrive with only around 1 hour to spare, but that hour would be filled with making way toward their hotel and of course to make their way to Manuel's office. They themselves had very little information to add to the search, but everyone except Mirko had the ability to fly, so searching for Stain should be a little easier. 3. Manuel was not ready for this. He was fully panicking at the moment. Having the number 2 hero, number 5 hero and number 10 hero in your agency would bring anyone stress, but oh no, Manuel had it far worse. He was going to be hosting the Prince of Asia as well. 10. He was at a loss. His agency was clean already, but he still did a check. Each sidekick he had was also preparing for the night. They had cleaned whiteboards for all the paperwork. They had made sure that there were extra folders with the information. Anything that could be needed they made sure they had. In no way, shape or form was Manuel looking like an unprepared fool today. Not in front of royalty. 5. Izuku and Nimari had decided to spend a little time walking about. Izuku chose to wear his face mask again as well as a cap to hide the majority of his face. It made life so much easier for him as no one bowed down or went out of their way to please him in a way that wasn't even needed. Izuku even remembered a time when he was 7 and he was traveling in China. It had rained a day before, so there were still a couple of puddles. 2. Which became a small problem, as Izuku was now in front of a bit larger than a person puddle. So a random person laid down in the puddle so that the prince would not dirty himself. Izuku at that time had no idea what to do, and to be fair still at this point had no idea how to react. He at that time chose to walk over to the man and thank him. Because Izuku didn't want the man's effort to go to waste. The guy had laid down in rainwater so Izuku would not have to dirty his feet. 10. So with the mask on that was no problem. No person would be insane enough to do crazy things for a random man. While Izuku and Nimari were making their way toward the city shopping center, Nimari spoke. You set up a date with both Ochako and Mina after the internships, right? This made Izuku nod, to which Nimari spoke again. How about I take the both of them shopping before that? Make sure they look great for the date. Yeah, that would be nice for both of them. But I can assume you would need to push Ocha a little to buy those things. 15. Mina would be helpful with that. I also have to make sure they match for your double date with them. It was true. Ochako and Mina wanted their date to be at the same time. Both were not experienced in the fancy stuff and wanted to do it with their friend. Izuku of course didn't mind, as a date with 2 beauties was a dream many men could only dream of. 4. Izuku and Nimari didn't really buy anything, but they did eat some things. Nimari herself didn't buy anything to eat. Izuku bought loads of food and Nimari just took a bite off of anything that looked tasty. She of course also bit Izuku. 7. Izuku looked at the time after noticing a new picture that Jin had to send him. It was Eri in a cuddle pile with Rem and Ram, with all 3 of them asleep while watching cartoons. Izuku enjoyed the sight of Eri asleep with a smile on her face. He still clearly remembers all the evil things Overhaul had done to her and was glad to have removed most of them from her mind. 9. Izuku, with the consent of Eri, had removed most moments that had Overhaul without removing anything that would affect her behavior. He had not deleted those memories, but he had put them aside for when she was older. He didn't want Eri to miss part of her childhood, but he would not sit by and let Eri wake up screaming night after night because of that sick dead bastard. 1. They made their way back to the hotel so they could get changed and make their way to Manuel's office. Nimari got dressed in her new hero outfit. One that was a small bit less extreme than her outfit. She still looked amazing, but it would cover up a bit more. 2. Izuku still had his original hero suit. He had rolled his sleeves up a bit though in case he would have to deal with Stain. On his back, he had his jeet. He now had removed his face mask and made their way to Manuel, who was only a 10-minute walk away from the hotel. Izuku and Nimari reached Manuel rather quickly. During the walk they had some people follow them for a short while, as both Nimari and Izuku hadn't been seen in Hosu yet, so it would be expected. They were not stopped, so making it to Manuel was only a short walk. 1. As they reached the agency, Nimari was the first to enter. Izuku followed shortly after, shocking the secretary. She knew he and Midnight were coming, but seeing him in real life was still a shock. "Hello, sir, Midnight. Welcome to Manuel's hero agency." Izuku gave a soft smile, hoping to put the visible nervous secretary at ease a little. Midnight spoke. "Hi, we have a scheduled meeting with Manuel and some other heroes." "Why, yes ma'am. It's on right down there. It should be the last door on the right." Both Midnight and Izuku thanked her as they walked away. Both could hear her let go of a breath of air. 1. As they entered the meeting room, they noticed that they weren't the first ones there. Izuku saw Aizawa in his sleeping bag in the corner of the room. He also saw the Todorokis with Burning a little away speaking on a radio. Last were the Ida brothers. Ida was checking his file to see if all the information was the same. "Hello everyone," Midnight said, gaining the attention as she had a newly updated hero suit. Izuku gave a wave to everyone. 1. Izuku enjoyed the reactions as he entered. Ida always straightened up and gave a short greeting, thankfully using Midoriya instead of Prince. His older brother Ingenium slowly walked up, most likely to introduce himself. Aizawa opened one eye but closed it right after seeing who it was. Shoto acted normal, but he did give a wave back. Burnin went proper, hoping to not embarrass herself. Toya didn't really know how to act but decided to act as normal as possible. 4. The Todorokis, much like the Tensei, walked to greet Izuku. "Hello, Prince. It's a pleasure to meet you in person," he said as he offered his hand. "The pleasure is all mine, Ingenium. It's a great pleasure meeting so many strong and cool heroes. Also just call me Akuma or Midoriya, that is fine." Tensei gave a nod and went to speak a little with Nimari about her new hero suit. He was in her class during her first suit, which was nothing more than panties and a belt on both her breast and her hips, and a coat. It was a little revealing and distracting, if being honest. 9. "Hello, again Midoriya. Hope you have been well," Ray said with a friendly smile. "I have been great. Hope you all are doing good as well, Miss Todoroki. Midoriya, I would like to introduce my son, Toya Todoroki, or Dabi." Toya offered his hand and told him it was an honor meeting him. "This is Burnin or Mo Kamiji. She is engaged with Toya." Izuku shook her hand as well, with her being very nervous, much so causing many to stifle a laugh. 1. They all spoke a little more, getting to better know each other. Endeavor informed everyone that his sidekicks at this moment were patrolling and would press a panic button as soon as they found Stain or something happened that they couldn't handle. 1. After around 5 minutes the rest entered the room, which was the Yukio agency with Mirko. Nejire ran right up to Izuku and jumped on him, barely moving him but giving a heart attack to Manuel, Ida, Yuyu, and Burnin. "Hi there, Hato." Nejire now pouted and poked his cheek. "Not good, call me Nejire." Yukio and Yuyu this time pulled Nejire off his back, much against her will. 7. "Sorry Midoriya. I apologize for my intern's actions," Yukio said, hoping it wouldn't be too bad. "Don't worry about it. Hope you all have been doing great since we have last spoken." "Oh, fuck yeah we have. I have been training that 6 powers thing and nothing can stop me," Mirko declared as she placed one foot on top of a chair. "How about we start our meeting? Perhaps with that, we can make that woman stop bowing and apologizing. Endeavor said, looking at Yuyu, who was frantically apologizing for Najire's behavior while Izuku tried to dismiss it, saying it wasn't needed. Thankfully, as soon as Endeavor said this, Yuyu stopped and took Najire and sat down. Najire whined about not being able to sit next to Izuku, but it was quickly silenced. 4. Aizawa was chosen to inform everyone, seeing as he had been on the hunt for Stain the longest out of all of them. We are on the hunt for Stain. He is dangerous and armed with a weapon. While I know very little about the weapon, I assume Akuma here knows more. Izuku nodded as he walked forward. 1. By the looks of the blade and its handle, Stain uses Shisui. It is a very strong weapon. It holds the grade of great. But that isn't even all of it. While the blade itself is strong, it's a black blade, which means it's nearly unbreakable. My advice is to not block any attacks he makes with that sword. It would cut through ice as if it was nothing. The iron body would be like warm butter. I could only suggest for you to attack at range and try to contact me. No offense, Akuma, but why would we have to contact you? 3 of us are in the top 10. Endeavor spoke. 5. While I do not doubt any of your strength or skill, this blade is just too dangerous to normally deal with. If Stain is only half the swordsman I think he is, it could be a real danger. I can even give an example of sorts. Miss Todoroki, could you make an ice puppet but make the ice as strong as possible? She did as she was asked. She made a human-sized ice puppet. While the ice was darker than normal ice, Izuku pulled Wado out of his chest. Yuyu pulled Najire down as she was about burst and asked questions. 2. Izuku unsheathed Wado and placed the blade on the midriff of the puppet. He then moved the sword forward very calmly and as if the blade was a million degree or the ice was never stuck together. The blade cut through it and it shocked the people watching. As the top of the ice fell on the floor, it didn't break. It didn't even chip, showing how strong the ice was. 4. This blade is the same rank but not as durable, so it would the same amount of damage. But that was without putting force or skill behind it. We don't know how strong he is, so watch out, he might even be able to shoot out wind attacks that hold the same power as a normal attack. With this, they understood a little better. They would still not want to back down as their own hero pride stood in the way. It was human, and Izuku would have imagined that he would have done the same. Izuku went to sit back down. Now for how to find Stain. So far we have found out his most likely method for finding his targets. He chooses alleyways that are not visible from the main road but not too hidden so that they would never be found. This would be how we find him. We are going to walk around that area as well in hopes of him attacking us. Well, we would have one person walking in the alley, we would be in the shadows. It's a danger, but I believe it might be our only chance. I might be able to help. Izuku said. How? 1. I can use my gyro Grio no Mi, glare fruit, and shoot out my vision. I would then get a bird's eye view of an area of about 4,000 kilometers. I would still have to search the area, but it might quicken it a little bit. Or the faster but harder way would be if I used observation haki. Which is? Najire asked, super excited. It's a skill only people of the royal household can use or learn. I would sense either killer intent or strength. With that, it would narrow it down and we might be able to spot him. 3. Let's try. It might be worth a shot, and if it doesn't work we can always go back to walking around. Ingenium said, with the others agreeing. Here we will use this to communicate properly and hopefully quickly catch this bastard. Endeavor said as he gave some small radios to everyone. Izuku kissed Midnight as she would patrol on the other side while Izuku would be in the middle of the city to have the best area to look. The mayor's building was right in the middle of the town. Izuku simply jumped right on top of the building with one of the sidekicks who would have been security for Izuku to enter the building and explain. The next king of Asia, who was also interning as a hero in Hosu hunting Stain, was sitting on their roof. 3. Izuku sat down and started using his observation haki. While he was able to use haki pretty well, he wasn't nearly as strong as his mother. But it worked. Well, it sort of did. The only problem was that while Izuku was looking for both strength and killer intent, and while he assumed he would see one, perhaps maybe two, it showed dozens of powerful auras. We have a big problem, everyone. I count around 30-ish powerful auras that are oozing killer intent. 8. Izuku then proceeded to give the rough location to all of them while going for some himself. He quickly arrived at the first source. It was one of the same beasts that arrived at the USJ. Only it looked weaker. It was attacking a hero that, if Izuku remembered correctly, was called Cow Lady. Just as the Nomu was about to bring its fist down to the cow heroine, it froze. Not stopped moving, no. Ice fully covered the Nomu. Izuku jumped up high and landed on the Nomu, breaking it in pieces. Everyone, the beast-looking things attacking the city, are Nomu. They are not alive, nor are they human anymore. Lethal force is allowed. Izuku sends through. He had not given the order himself. He was given this information by the CHS, Collective Hero Society. It's self-thought off, so yeah, don't think too much of it. The CHS took control over the Nomu body in hopes of finding out what it was. 3. They came up with that Nomu were half human, half animal. They could also not be saved at all, so for the safety of the people it was allowed to kill them. Not as it was killing, it was more like putting it down, as they were in constant pain. Izuku, after calling into the radio, crouched down next to the cow hero. You alright? Yes sir. Sorry for making you act, sir. Don't worry about it. Even heroes need help sometime, right? Now I need your help. These beasts are rampaging in Hosu. I need you to help protect civilians. The woman gave a nod and ran off, protecting the people with a raging fire under her. 4. Izuku now went from Nomu to Nomu, taking them down as fast as possible. He went with the Hihi no Mi ice fruit to freeze the Nomu and move with Soru and break the ice with just a kick or a punch, sometimes even a finger pistol. He was focused on speed to protect as many people as he could. 4. Endeavor himself was taking care of the Nomu as well. A simple jet punch against the brain was enough to defeat most. Sometimes it would be Endeavor just burning the Nomu's brain, killing it. He had given the order of the others to keep looking for Stain as he took care of the rest. 1. Of course, the others didn't ran away if they were forced to fight or protect. Rei would freeze them stuck if that was the case, with either Burnin or Dabi ending the Nomu. Rei also used her ice to protect the people. Most Nomus were just too strong to be stopped by the ice, but it slowed them down a little, which was enough for Dabi and Burnin. 1. Both Idas were running around alleyways. Now that Izuku couldn't find Stain, and seeing as both were not strength heroes, fighting beasts like Nomu would be a problem. So they would first search the area around them, and if nothing was found they would help the many sidekicks. But as they made a turn, Tensai received a combat knife right into his left knee, dropping him to the floor. Tenya stopped and looked back with worry at his brother. Tenya ran away quickly. Before Tenya could react, he received a knee in his shoulder that forced him to the floor, and he was quickly pinned to the floor, with Stain pinning him down with one of his knee spikes into Tenya's shoulder. 1. Yukio was in her hybrid dragon form and was fighting two Nomu in a city opening. She was fighting two of them at the same time while the others were fighting as well. Najire was fighting one flying Nomu who was spitting needles down at the people. 3. Yuyu was also in her hybrid griffin form and fighting a Nomu herself. Each time Yuyu would claw at the Nomu, its wounds would heal. It caused her a lot of problems as it had claws itself, and Yuyu didn't heal from the wounds, so she was forced to dodge each time. Mirko was fighting three Nomus, but it was a little ways away from the rest. She was using the buildings as springboards to move faster and hit harder. Her kicks did enough damage to make the Nomus stumble down. She would have to put real force behind the kicks in hopes of ending the fights. Midnight was right around the corner from Stain and the Idas with Aizawa. I will call out to Akuma, then back you up, okay? Midnight said, with Aizawa giving a nod. Akuma, can you hear me? Akuma, it's Midnight. Yeah, what's up? Midnight could hear ice breaking and people cheer. We found Stain. You should still know my aura, right? So please come quickly. He has pinned down both Idas. Aizawa and I are engaging it now. I will be right there, don't worry, and please don't get hurt. Izuku sounded worried. Nimari put the radio back and jumped to Aizawa. She grabbed her whip and shot it forward. It clapped against the knife. Stain was aiming for Aizawa's neck. More and more fucking fakes show up. Guess I can just get rid of all of you. Stain said, grabbing Shisui and shooting forward. First was Aizawa, who dodged but received a kick against the face. This caused him to bounce against the wall, knocking him out. Stain then dodged the whip crack from Nimari and even cut her whip in half. He dogged forward with his sword ready to cut her in half. She was able to barely dodge, with the left side of her hair getting cut. This didn't look good for Nimari. She used her quirk knocking out everyone in the area except Stain for some reason. He smirked as he put his sword back on his back and grabbed 2 new combat knives. For someone as weak as you, I don't even need that blade. He then in a second making Nimari believe he could use shave was in front of her with both his knives in her arms. Nimari couldn't dodge as he didn't expect him to even move after his quirk. How are you still awake? She said in a pained force as Stain deepened the blades a little. I am asexual. Guess that is too bad for you, isn't it? Stain said while laughing, only causing Nimari to let down tears as she thought about losing Izuku and Eri. All because she was weak. Just after the radio call, Izuku had to get to Nimari. He could feel how nervous her aura was. He didn't blame her one bit. Nimari had been a hero for a while, and during her time she had seen and been through a lot. The worst she had been through was a close death. But death wasn't really what scared her. She was scared to leave her loved ones. She didn't want to leave Izuku or Eri. And now she was going to fight a man that nearly no one could fight one-on-one. 2. Izuku started moving. He believed Nimari could fight Stain. Her quirk alone should get him knocked out. So Izuku decided to move to Nimari, but he would take out the close Nomu as quickly as possible while keeping an eye on Nimari's aura. 1. Izuku went fast with Jute in hand. Not even 5 seconds later he found the first Nomu. It was about to bite a woman in half. Izuku used Soru, shave, to stand right next to the Nomu. With his finger extended, Izuku sends out 2 Shigen, finger pistol, into the Nomu. One through his jaw, breaking both sides because of the strength and making biting down impossible. The other went right through the brain stem. 2. The Nomu fell lifeless on the floor, dropping the woman as well. Are you fine, miss? The woman just nodded as she cried. The sidekick that was with Izuku finally arrived as well. Don't worry, Akuma-sama, I will make sure she gets to safety, keep going forward. The sidekick said as he started using his quirk, which sort of made him a private radio station, and started contacting every sidekick that would be in Izuku's path to help him with the people. 1. Izuku just gave a nod and got on his way. He saw a piece of building break off and fall toward a grandmother and her grandchild. Izuku used Jute and shot out a flurry of Shigens, turning the rubble into nothing more than dust. Izuku didn't stop seeing as a sidekick of Endeavor ran out the alleyway and started helping them. Even if Izuku had not reacted, the family would have still been safe. 1. He got quick to a midpoint right close to the Yukyu group, who were still fighting a group of Nomu. Izuku used Geppo, moonwalk, and jumped up. He threw his Jute as hard as he could, but he was slightly late. Yuyu, who was fighting a Nomu that could regrow its claws and regen any injuries that Yuyu could give him, just received a claw right into her forearm, but before the Nomu could push its claw further down and pierce the red-haired chest, he was pierced from the side and staked into the floor. 1. Yuyu, who didn't see the Nomu even struggle anymore, looked at the site of the attack and noticed it was Izuku who just landed. You okay? Before Yuyu could answer, Izuku's face changed. He went from calm and slightly worried, to pissed off, scared and worried. Nemuri, Izuku yelled out as he started moving with Soru and Geppo much like a rocket right through the city. The last Yuyu saw was Izuku reaching from his chest and seeing a white hilt. 5. Back to the present. Now you will die first, weakling. Stain said to the crying Nimari, who was unable to move as the knives had her pinned down. Stain grabbed Shisui and placed it right onto Nimari's stomach, its tip piercing her skin slightly. She tried hitting Stain with a kick, but Stain grabbed her ankle and then pierced Shisui down. 2. Nimari let out a scream in pain as Stain slowly pushed his sword down into Nimari's stomach. You motherfucker. Stain quickly lifted the blade out of Nimari and used to block 2 sword strikes that shot him back far. He looked at who just attacked him. 2. Izuku stood above Nimari looking at Stain with so much hatred and anger on his face. He was holding 2 swords. In his left hand was a long katana with a black handle. It had a cross-shaped guard and a black lacquered sheath. The blade itself was normal in appearance and its pattern was Midoriba, or a regular pattern. Its name is Yubashiri. In his right hand was Wado Ikimonji. I will fucking kill you for laying a hand on my woman. Izuku shot forward. One came from left to right, the other from right to left. Stain jumped back thinking that would have saved him, but right then 2 blades of winded shot out and forced Stain to dodge again, only this time he was sent into a wall and received a cut on his cheek. 1. Just before Stain would have been able to regain himself, Izuku was on top of him again. Both blades were brought down at Stain, who used Shisui to block. Stain used Soru to move out the way as Izuku was far stronger and was overpowering him. Only a millisecond after Stain moved, both blades were brought down and sliced the floor and wall Stain was sitting on and against. 2. You're a fucking weasel, Stain. You attack people from behind or the shadows and prey on those weaker than you. Come on, dare to fight me, dare to do to me what you did to Midnight. Izuku went for Stain again, bringing Wado sideways. Stain dodged under the blade and brought Shisui right into Izuku's stomach. I did, Stain said with a sick smile. Right at that point, Stain's smiles dropped as he felt a sword pierce his stomach as well. 1. You missed. Stain looked down and saw the hole that was in Izuku's stomach. Stain jumped away, now using one hand to clutch the wound Izuku had made. But now Stain was close to Nimari. Stain jumped for her. Before I fight you, I will finish this whore of a hero. Izuku used Shave as well as the Mera Mera no Mi, Flame Fruit, to boost his speed by shooting out flames of his feet. He arrived a little sooner than Stain, but he didn't have time to readjust or block, so he let Stain stab him and with his own movement forcing the blade to miss Midnight. 3. Izuku tried using the Mera Mera no Mi again, but he didn't expect the blade to feel like a hockey blade. It made it harder to get off the blade, but Izuku, giving a kick to Stain, who didn't want to leave the blade at all, took it with him. Izuku got off Nimari, who was thankfully still alive but very weak. His white suit had a growing red spot around his abs. Izuku shot forward again, still aiming to kill Stain but having to hold back because of the injured heroes around them. Stain shot forward himself, believing now that Izuku had a wound the fight was in his favor. 1. Izuku attacked with more speed and aggression now. Stain could barely block and dodge. Cut after cut started to show up on Stain. Stain took one of his hands and threw a smoke bomb on the floor, giving him some freedom. This wasn't going good for him. He would most likely get captured or die without taking one of those fakes. Stain threw 2 knives into the air. They would land into Nimari if he could keep that prince busy. Stain shot out, not caring if this would cost him his life. 1. Izuku blocked a surprise attack from Stain. Izuku was far too worried about Nimari. She needed a hospital. Izuku had some healing powers, but nothing he could think of would make up for all her lost blood or even heal any of those big injuries. He blocked with both swords a horizontal strike from Stain when he heard someone wake up. 2. Stain also heard this and it gave both of them an opening. Izuku sliced horizontal on Stain's chest. Stain sliced vertical, cutting Izuku on his face, nearly taking Izuku's eye but most likely giving him a large scar on his face. Stain dropped onto one of his knees in pain. Izuku kneed Stain right in the face. 2. Stain rolled back, but as he stopped he laughed. He showed his blade still having Izuku's on it. Just as he was going to lick the blade, Aizawa wrapped the blade into his scarf. This was short work of Shisui, who with only a little movement was freed again. But Aizawa knew his scarf didn't stand a chance. It was never his plan. Stain licked his blade but nothing happened. 2. It looked dirty, so I cleaned it, Aizawa said as he got up, very dizzy from the head injury he had received from the wall. Izuku took this chance as Stain was focused on Aizawa, and right in that second of shock Izuku attacked, his 2 swords parallel to each other. Both laid horizontal. Nagiri. Izuku shot forward, standing right in front of Stain. Toro. Both blades cut upward, slicing into Stain's chest. Izuku, who jumped during Toro, went on Otoro, which was the opposite of Toro. While Toro cut from bottom to top, Otoro went from the top to the bottom. 3. Stain fell to the floor, barely holding on to his life as the 4 deep cuts were made by Izuku. Aizawa was right above Stain the second Izuku stopped. Akuma, I have him. With this Izuku nodded, knowing what it meant. He went to Midnight, seeing she barely gave a response, but Izuku noticed her aura. He didn't have much time. He needs to get Nimari to a doctor. He didn't even sheath his swords. It wasn't important. 3. Izuku grabbed Nimari and began running. He had healing powers, but he was too tired for that. And none of them would help with the amount of blood Nimari had lost so far. And if it took too much out of Izuku, then both could lose their lives. Even if he had energy, Izuku wouldn't be able to do much. He knows how to heal small wounds and such. The wound on Nimari's stomach is too much for Izuku, and he was panicking. He was bleeding a lot himself. He only had sight from one eye, but even that was getting shaky. 1. It took Izuku a little while with Soru to reach a hospital. He entered the hospital who was already in a panic with the number of injured people that entered. But the pure fear everyone felt the second they saw the Prince of Asia stumbling in. A large cut on his face, his suit filled with blood and carrying someone. "I need a doctor, please save her," Izuku yelled desperately. 4. Izuku didn't know what to do. He was so scared for Nimari. He would if he could take on her injuries, he would without even a second thought. A group of doctors came running out with 2 beds. Izuku placed her on one bed. "Sir, please get on the bed as well." "No, first her." "Go," Izuku said, his worry and fear growing only worse and slowly turning into anger. 1. The doctors rushed to help Nimari. Izuku followed behind until he wasn't allowed anymore. Izuku let out a scream. His anger was boiling over. He was so weak, so dumb, so idiotic. Why wasn't he with Nimari at first? Why didn't he give them something to protect them? He wanted to get his anger out, but he couldn't. He couldn't go outside and take his anger out on those Nomu. They were already close to defeat. 2. While Izuku was fighting Stain, the others were defeating the Nomu. Endeavor and Dabi were warmed up and melted right through most of the Nomu. Ray and Burnin themselves got rid of the rest. Najire found out the weak spot of the Nomu that shot needles, and that made fighting their way easier. She with that was able to help others right away. Something Yuyu was already doing, seeing as the Nomu she was having trouble with was taken out by Izuku. Yukyu did something she would never want to do again. She bit the heads of the Nomu. It was one of the only ways to make them stop, she found out. For her, it felt as if she bit down on a walnut, but instead of tasty snack, blood would come out. She would need a couple of liters of mouthwash after this whole thing. Mirko had trouble with one Nomu. It was just a bad match from the beginning. She could have only assumed it was a quirk that would negate or stop blunt attacks like her kicks. It was a quick fix for Rumi, as she just started bending his arms and legs until they broke or fell off, whatever happened first. The other Nomu that stood in the way of Mirko was nothing more than insects that she only needed to step on. 3. Seeing as all the Nomu were taken off by all the pro heroes, they went to Aizawa, who called out that he had Stain and needed help. All the heroes plus some sidekicks from Endeavor who had first aid knowledge came with them. When they arrived, they didn't like what they saw. Aizawa, whose head was bleeding slightly. Tenya Ida holding his shoulder, which was also bleeding. Tensai had his legs bandaged off. That all was okay. What wasn't okay was first Stain, who laid against a wall with cuts all over his body and at least 4 deep cuts on his chest. Then 3 swords laid next to each other. But then in the middle of the alleyway that looked destroyed. It was a cracked floor with a lot of blood. 1. What the fuck happened here? Mirko said very confusedly as the heroes with a lot of first aid knowledge started going to work. Izuku, shortly after losing sight of Nimari, collapsed in the middle of the hallway. He didn't have any more energy or blood to keep himself upright. People were scared seeing their prince fall to the floor into a small puddle of his own blood. 4. While doctors and nurses ran up to help him, they had to keep him alive. The media took pictures. They had started when Izuku entered with Midnight, and it gave them several eye-catching headlines. 1. First would be Prince of Asia injured in villain attack. This would without a doubt skyrocket their sales. The second one would be the villain attack in Hosu and the prince came to the rescue. If they got a bit more information, they would try and do a story on Izuku and Midnight possibly dating. 2. The hospital was having a day they would never forget. First off, a high number of injuries, none severe but still in need of medical assistance. While this would be unusual, it wasn't unheard of. What really took the cake was the fact that the most high-ranking person in Japan at the moment stumbled in their hospital, injured himself but caring for an even more injured person in his arms. 1. Seeing as the prince really wanted her to live, they called their best doctor back on duty. In the meantime, they would try and keep her stable. But then Izuku just dropped in their hallway. They went to him right away. 2. First thing was to get him undressed so they could correctly see all his injuries, but there was a bit of fear in all the nurses. The head nurse took the point, but oh boy did she hope she wouldn't be reprimanded for looking at her prince, his body. When he was undressed they noticed the large numbers small cuts over his body. 5. He had one cut that went through his entire body which was the source of his main blood loss. He also had a cut on his face. They first believed they were able to heal this without leaving a scar, but that quickly changed when they saw the extent of the wound. It would be a scar and a showable one at that. By sheer change, Izuku's eye would still work. 2. In a couple of hours, Izuku was resting in a private hospital room away from prying eyes, which were a lot after the first newsletter went across the world. It brought shock to everyone. While Izuku was still sleeping while slowly getting his blood back, Nimari was in surgery. She would survive with scars but no permanent damage. One of the large cuts she received over her stomach was only an inch or two away from making it impossible for her to bear children. 9. The other heroes showed up shortly after Izuku was brought to a room. Aizawa, both Idas, Yuyu, and Dabi with Burnin. The others were busy with the remaining Nomus and villains. Only Dabi and Burnin didn't require help. Both were running a bit hot but nothing that wouldn't be fixed after a good night's sleep. 6. Dabi was holding Wado and Shisui while Burnin was holding the last one. They sat just outside of the room with the swords not reacting in any way. While they waited, Izuku shot up out of his bed breathing heavily. Dabi and Burnin shot in the room not knowing what to expect. "Where is she?" he begged as he tried standing up, but he was still in a state of dizziness. 1. Dabi ran up and helped him up but put him back into his bed. "Please calm down, Prince. She is fine. She is still in surgery at the moment, but she will be fine," he told Izuku, who let out a breath of relief. "We also informed the staff to bring her in this room after she gets out of surgery. I do hope that is all right, sir," Burnin said. "Also we have these," she said as she lifted the sword she was carrying. 1. Thank you. What about the others? How are Aizawa and Ida?" "They are all fine. While Aizawa did get a head injury, it was nothing dangerous. Both Idas are fine. Tensai at the moment is going around in a wheelchair while being chased by a speed-walking Tenya, scolding him about going too fast in a hospital," Dabi said, making him and Izuku chuckle. Then it happened. Izuku's phone started ringing. Dabi, who was closest, grabbed it and gave it to Izuku, but he did see who was calling. Izuku answered, and even without it being on loudspeaker everyone could hear it. "Izuku, are you okay? Mom, please lower the volume a bit." 3. Izuku was then able to talk to his mother with Dabi and Burnin excusing themselves. "Hello Mom, I am fine. But Izuku, I saw the news. You were in a puddle of blood on the floor, and how is Nimari? I heard she is also injured. Is she going to be fine?" "Mom, that was right when I came in. Nimari was far worse off, so I made the deal with her first, but my tank had run out and I just fell asleep, but I am fine now, just a bit dizzy. I will come as soon as I can, baby." "No Mom, please, we will see each other in a couple of weeks." "But Izuku, you were injured, your father and I believe it might be time for you to learn a bit extra from your teachers." 3. When Izuku's mother said teachers, Izuku became scared. "Wait, don't you think that is a bit much, Mom? I mean, I only got injured to this extent because of the sword he was holding. It was just unlucky. We don't need to get all of them involved," Izuku nearly begged his mother. "No good, Izuku. They are all so excited to train with you again. It is going to happen, no point in fighting it. It would also give me a chance to meet the classmates of my baby boy," Inko said, with Izuku quickly thinking of a fix. "Mom, how about in the meeting with the other royal families they come with me as well? It would give him some time to prepare if he was going to train with his teachers." 3. Inko loved this idea. "Oh yes, that is perfect. I will accept that for now, but get injured again and I will come down to you. Do you understand?" "Yes Mom. Now calm down, I will give you a call when Nimari is back and awake for an update, okay? I also have to call Jin or Alfred, so I am going to do that next. Tell hi to father as well." With that, they said goodbye and hang up. Izuku then called Alfred, who after the first ring answered. 1. "Prince, are you all right? Do you need me come and help?" Alfred whispered, yelled into the phone. "There is no need, Alfred, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure Eri didn't see any of it." "How is she doing?" Izuku asked. Alfred laughed. "Don't worry, young prince, the princess is being entertained by the twins. If she is not running around playing with the twins, she is eating or sleeping." We have made sure no one talks about it with her around. Izuku smiled, seeing Eri was enjoying herself. 1. I was thinking, Alfred, I think it might be smart for Nimari to start learning hockey, don't you think? It was silent for a second before Alfred spoke up. I agree. While it might be early in your relationship to talk about something like that, but seeing she was injured that much, it might be the correct action to take. Well, we should talk about it in detail sometime later. Recovery might be more important at the moment. Izuku said, with Alfred wishing him well and hanging up. 8. Izuku laid in his hospital bed as he turned his sight over to the sightseeing Shisui laying on a chair. His piece was short before a knock came at the door. Izuku told them to come in and the door opened, showing Aizawa with a man with a dog face he remembered from the USJ. Mr. Aizawa, should you really be walking around? I am fine, Midoriya. 5. Hello, Your Highness. Woof. I hope you still remember me. The chief said. Yes, I do. You told me to call you chief, the police chief, correct? Izuku said as he sat up. This happened with a groan in pain as the wound in his gut still hurt. Please sit down. Do not hurt yourself more. I just came here to get the full story of what happened on your end. Chief said, with Izuku giving a nod in understanding. He started explaining the whole situation starting from when they left Manuel's agency. 8. Now for the world, it was a little bit chaotic. Nezu had not expected what happened with Izuku and Stain. He was informed by Aizawa about what happened and the injuries from Nimari and Izuku. He was doing some research on those Nomu that attacked. He needed to know if both attacks were separate attacks or if they were teaming up. All Might had no idea of the Nomu attack and why they had happened at Hosu. It was the same as what happened during USJ with somewhat weaker Nomus. He used his large amount of contacts to aid in Nezu's research. This attack on his friends and the prince will not stand. 3. Bakugo was truly shocked when he saw the news. The hero he did his internship with was a little shocked as well. To be honest, the entirety of Japan, or more so Asia, was shocked. The shock even shot out to some other continents. Bakugo didn't know how to feel. 1. Bakugo was still learning not to be an asshole. He wasn't the biggest fan of Izuku, but he did to himself knew that Izuku was strong. He wanted to grow in strength and show that he could stand a chance against Izuku in a future fight. 3. Ochako at first only saw the picture and nearly fell to the floor in pure shock. She had her hands over her mouth in pure shock. Gunhead, who was talking to the bubbly cheerful woman, looked back in confusion and shock when he heard her gasp. She didn't give the full answer, seeing as they wanted the relationship to be secret until they were sure about it. Mina had a similar reaction to Ochako. Only she dropped her phone as she read it there instead of in a newspaper. BC saw the same news, and even if Izuku and Mina would be friends, that reaction was a bit much. Their relationship had to be more than friends, but she was not about to try and get more info. The other classmates didn't know what happened. The news told about the prince being attacked, and the things that were shown were rather graphic. They did know that he was still alive, so that was something, thankfully. It was a weird thing with all sorts of people coming forth. 2. In the comments of the news online, you had a lot of weird people. First, you had all the people that wish luck and a quick recovery. They would pray for his health. Then was a small group of people that said this was fake news and the prince wasn't even in Japan, he was somewhere in China or not even in Asia. The prince that walked around was a double that was there to scope out the area, so when the meeting happens with the other royal families, they are saved. 3. Then there was a group that was said they wanted the prince to die. He was cancer in the world that needed to be wiped out. He and the other royals should die so that the others in the world could strive and peace would be in reach. 13. Somewhere in a land far away, a man with a glass of very expensive whiskey read a news article. He just shook his head in displeasure. Hope you are healthy when we meet again, my friend. I have a present for you, he said as he looked over to the table in front of him. It had two blades that looked like each other, with one being dark purple and one being white. Saying Izuku was worried for Nimari would be a true understatement. Around every 15 minutes Izuku asked one of the nurses how Nimari was doing and how long surgery would still take. They would quickly tell him to get back into bed and redo his bandages. Izuku didn't like that one eye was covered, it made it harder to see depth. 1. Izuku was a terrible patient. Sure, he could have been worse, but he was not helpful to the nurses. The nurses however didn't feel as much fear as they did when they saw Izuku first. He was very friendly to all of them. 1. It didn't hurt in the 6 times Izuku tried sneaking out when he bumped into his door 2 times. Just before the 7th time, Izuku wanted to ask about Nimari was brought in. Izuku, who nearly jumped out of bed to rush to her, was sent into his own bed by Aizawa's scarf. Aizawa and a group of the UA teacher entered as well. 1. The nurses told you to stay in bed. I know 'cause I asked, Aizawa said as he kept his scarf around Izuku, who was stuck to the bed trying to wriggle out. Young Midoriya, do stay still, you don't want to open up any wounds now, do you? All Might spoke with it, calming Izuku down. 1. I just need to check up on her. I will do it calmly, just let me out before I break the bed. Izuku said with Nimari softly joking in a weak voice. He is only allowed to do that with me. The scarf released Izuku and he moved to Nimari's side. How are you doing? Can I do anything for you? Izuku asked in a soft voice. 2. Fine, just sore. She tried turning to look at him, but after winching, Izuku stopped her. Don't hurt yourself, you just got out of surgery. Yes, Nimari, you should let the prince spoil you for a while. Present Mike said with Izuku looking offended. Excuse you, I already spoil her. This does give me a good reason to do it more. He said, making them laugh while he gave Nimari a kiss on her cheek. 4. Nimari, I would love to stay, but I do not have a lot of time with this news. I just want to tell you that you can take all the time you need to get back to full strength. Thank you, Nezu, but I need to discuss something with Izuku. She sounded worried. The others nodded and Aizawa and Present Mike would wait outside while Nezu and the rest would get back to UA. 2. Izuku and Nimari sat in silence for a little while. Izuku took a seat in her bed near her legs, holding one of her hands. She had trouble with her arms. Izuku could tell. Nimari always had a powerful grip on his hands, but it was weak and barely there, but Izuku knew that would be normal after having 2 knives stabbed through your shoulders. 3. Izuku, I am scared, she said with Izuku seeing tears starting to come out. He got closer, ready to face whatever he needed to do. I nearly died there, Izuku. I could have died, but that wasn't why I was scared. I was scared that I would never see you, or Eri ever again. She said now with full-blown crying. Don't worry, Nem, that didn't happen and it will never happen. 1. Izuku, I was powerless against him. If it wasn't for you I would have died and I would have been the reason the others died. She had released her gas and caused everyone to sleep. If Izuku would have been 5 minutes later or even a minute later, Stain would have been able to cut them and her up and be gone. 3. I know, but that is going to change. I love you and I will never let you die. Izuku said, now determined to teach her hockey. Izuku, I am not sure I want to be a hero anymore. I don't know if I can take the thought of losing you or Eri, but I want something else. Anything, Nimari. I will stand behind you with anything you want to do. Nimari stayed quiet, trying to steady her resolve. She slowly moved her hand over her scar. I want a child of my own. Izuku was silent for a while. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Nimari nodded. I have been feeling like that for a while. I love seeing us together with Eri. I love us being able to spend time together and being a small little family. But after this fight, I almost lost the ability to get kids. I was okay to wait until after UA. But I don't know if I can. I want us to have a child of our own before I lose the ability. Nem, I love you more than even myself. If you truly want this, I am okay with making it happen. I would be a fool to say no to someone like you, but first, focus on getting better and getting healthy. We will talk about it when you are healthy, he said as he kissed her hand. I am going to get you food. But before I go, you need to know this. If you want to have a baby, you need to know we have to come out before that. Nimari nodded and she was happy about the possibility of their relationship being out in the open. She didn't know what it would matter if people knew. For her it would just mean that people knew about it. She had no idea how many people would try and contact her for anything and everything. Prominent figures in all lands would want favor with her. The protection she would start receiving. Izuku kissed her and walked out, planning on grabbing something to eat for the both of them. As he walked out, both Aizawa and Present Mike walked in. Izuku went to talk to a nurse about food that Nimari could eat. The nurse told her she would get what they wanted to eat, but Izuku told her not to worry. He was ordering food from a 3-star restaurant. It was by far the nicest thing he was able to do. Izuku had only recently figured out that fancy restaurants didn't do delivery for other people. It first happened when Izuku was 12 in China. Izuku was hungry for some dumplings and the restaurant Izuku called for it never dared to say no. We won't bring our dumplings toward the next ruler of our part of the world, sorry. But now Izuku wasn't able to change his actions, so he just went to order some food for the both of them. 5. Nimari laid on her bed. Present Mike and Aizawa sat in front of her. They could both see she wanted to say something to them. I need to tell you both something, she said with a silence taking over again. Don't worry, we are always behind you. You could tell us you wanted to take over the royal family and become the ruling one yourself and we would help. Present Mike said, throwing thumbs up at her. 2. When I am back to being healthy, I am going to retire of being a hero. We are also when I am back to healthy try for a child. Aizawa, while being very happy for one of his oldest friends, used his quirk on Present Mike, who started cheering like a madman, but with his quirk gone he had no loud yell. 1. That is so awesome for you, Nem. You're gonna be a mama. I am already a mama, Hisashi, you know what I mean. You sure about retiring, Nem? I am going to ask Nezu to stay as a teacher at UA, at least for a little while. And we will back that request. Aizawa said. I mean, not only do you have us backing you, but I do think you can have some others backing you. I mean, I am pretty sure you have an army of horny college boys that love looking at you teach art. Present Mike or Hisashi joked. 7. It wasn't a secret that the boys of UA had a crush on Nimari. Her extra classes always had boys in them. She knew what she did to them. She didn't walk around in a skin-tight suit that was her body color for fun. She loved the little army. She always looked forward to each Valentine's Day, seeing as she then would get chocolates and candy for weeks. 2. But you're sure about this? I mean, you really want to have a child with him? Aizawa asked, with Nimari just giving a smile. Yes, Shota. Ever since I have been with him I have been so happy. Each day I think I might be dreaming and I fear that there is a moment I will wake up. It was enough for him as Aizawa now placed his hand on her knee and nodded. Hisashi, let's go. The princess needs rest. With that, both of them left, and not even 15 minutes later Izuku walked in with food. They said no solid food, so I got you some soup. And what do you have for yourself? She responded with a smile. She knew what he had, she always knew. I got 3 soups myself and 5 steaks. Plus some steamed pork buns, he said as she saw the extra arms Izuku had made that carried the rest of the food. 3. No, you can't have a bite, he said, making Nimari pout. She loved steak, and she knew that Izuku bought steaks only because she loved them. Totally not because he liked them. Izuku placed his food on the table and started using his Mera no Mi, flame fruit, to heat her soup a little. We should also inform Ochako and Mina soon. How about we call them after dinner? We can tell them our plan for when you are healthy. Also, I am thinking about teaching them hockey. It should be after the whole royal thing. Nimari nodded while eating her soup. She was very nervous about this whole royal thing, as Izuku never said was it really was. 4. Nimari had a vague understanding of what it was. She, like everyone else, knew that once a year each royal family would meet and discuss world problems and such. Izuku just said it's boring and totally not fun. The parents would sit in a room and talk, sometimes for hours and sometimes for days. Izuku would just hang out with the kids there. With some, he had a good relationship, and with some, it was absolute shit. Not because of Izuku, it was just that some of the kids were really weird. 1. Nimari was also told that the chance that Izuku had to fight would be big. And the fight would be massive as well, as each royal family was pretty powerful and the one that would want to fight lived in a world where power was all. She didn't like the idea, but there was no way to fight against it. Nimari made space for Izuku next to her. He sat down and together they called Ochako and Mina in a video call. Ochako was the first to answer, already in her PJ. It was a pink set with all sorts of planets and stars on them. She looked extremely cute to both of them. 2. Are you okay? Are you still injured? Should I come by? She asked very worriedly about Nimari's and Izuku's well-being. We are fine, just have to take a small break for a little while. But your face, she screamed to Izuku, who had a lot of his face bandaged up. 1. Before Izuku could respond to Ochako, Mina entered the chat only wearing her bra that everyone could see. Is everyone okay? Izuku, you face what happened. Izuku did not expect to see that. Pink, so much beautiful pink. He was brought out by a nug by Nimari. What? He said. He cleared his throat. I am fine, Mina. It's until we can see recovery girl, and before you ask, we are going to Ua tomorrow. Nimari nodded at this. She was sore but her wounds were close. She did know she was not going to walk. It would be a good moment to just hug Eri. 2. Eri herself had no idea what was going on. She had a feeling something was going on by the amount of attention she was receiving from the people that took care of her. She received whatever she wanted each moment she wanted something. But now she was not left alone and she loved it. She was having so much fun with Ram and Rem. Both women were really nice and really fun. Both of them had even started teaching Eri about Minecraft. It was more about teaching her how to move around and how to do the basic things. Eri had a special computer. It was good enough to play anything over 10 times and still stay above 120 FPS. It also had a special size keyboard and a mouse that fit in Eri's hands. At the time Eri didn't care. She was busy building a house with Ram while Rem was setting up a farmhouse with animals. Eri did say she didn't want to kill her animals. So while Rem was making a big barn with animal pens, she also made an automatic food farm. 12. She was so ready to tell her papa and mamas that she, in the words as Ram, was a super gamer. Izuku had just finished putting Nimari into his car. It was still early in the morning, so they would go toward Izuku's house, stay there for breakfast. Alfred had made sure that a chef with a cooking quirk would be on duty. His quirk would make it possible for foods to give certain effects on people, such as extra energy or making them tired. 3. Izuku went and brought the wheelchair back into the hospital. When he came back to the car, he saw that Nimari was already playing music and messaging the people at Ua. Recovery girl had already made a space open for her as well as set up some medical equipment to check her over. 2. They made their way over toward Izuku's house. As he had suspected, Alfred stood outside with 2 other butlers. One had hair that was made out of colored glass. The other had hair that was fully just nails. Izuku had known them as Garasu and Sum. They had 2 wheelchairs with them, which Nimari found amusing. 13. As Izuku got out, Sum brought one of the wheelchairs toward him, with Izuku quickly telling him it wasn't needed. Garasu went for Nimari, who tried getting out herself, but Garasu had stopped her. Do not worry, my lady, you are still injured. He spoke with respect. Please allow me. He spoke again with Nimari giving a nod. Garasu lifted her and placed her in the chair. 1. How is Eri doing, Alfred? She is going just great. We did inform her about you yesterday. We didn't say what happened, but we did inform her that both of you received some injuries. Alfred told her, remembering the very tired Eri marching around filling a backpack with clothing and bandages, and told them she was going to help her mama Nem and papa. 6. When she was told that her mom and dad would arrive tomorrow, she decided to wait up all night until they arrived. It took 15 minutes before she was deep asleep, hugging a plushie of Izuku and Nimari. Alfred of course took around 100 pictures that would all be sent to the queen and the prince. When they entered the house, Eri was waiting in a very cute outfit. She stood waiting. As she saw them, she started getting tears in her eyes and ran toward them as fast her little legs could take her. She first went for Izuku, seeing as he had more visible injuries. Izuku had a white shirt that said fancy as well as a set of sweatpants. He was still wearing a bandage over his right eye. While Nimari had worse injuries, all of them were hidden under her clothing. 1. Papa, you're hurt, she cried out, with Izuku just patting her head. Don't worry, unicorn. I am fine, it's just a scratch, he said as he lifted her and kissed her on the forehead. Did you know that Mama missed you a lot? Izuku said as Eri went with teary eyes and looked at Nimari, who had a soft smile and gave a nod. Eri quickly went with tears to her mother. 3. As she hugged her mother, Nimari winced at the pain. This scared Eri as much as it did Izuku and the people around them. I am sorry, mommy. I didn't want to hurt you, she cried as she backed off, only to be hugged by Nimari as tightly as she was able to with her hurt arms. You didn't hurt me, baby. As Nimari was hugging Eri, she was rolled into the dining area with Eri telling what she had been doing the whole week. Then I and Rem went in to fight this super big dragon that was flying around. We had to shoot arrows and Rem showed this super cool trick where she used snowballs to take down the towers. She also used beds that went boom. Then we got these cool wings and we were able to fly around with fireworks. She said very excitedly about playing Minecraft with Rem and Ram. When we get back can we play all together? She asked with Izuku nodding making Eri cheer. 7. Breakfast was quick and tasty giving both Nimari and Izuku a boost in stamina for when they finally got to Recovery Girl. As they got done with breakfast Eri's items were already packed and placed in the car. The drive back Nimari and Eri sat in the back while having a video call with Mina and Ochako who were already back at UA. Izuku and Nimari would be the last ones to arrive. 3. You know girls now that you're dating Izuku don't you think you should go on a date with him? Nimari said with Izuku adding on. We should really find a good date for that seeing as I promised Momo one as well. He heard an eep out of the phone as well and hearing the giggles of Nimari, Ochako, and Mina he assumed it was Momo. He heard some other giggles but those three were the easiest to recognize. 1. Well me and Chako were thinking about it and wondered, could we go on a date together with Izuku? Sure I don't mind. But before that how about you all go shopping for some nice dresses before then, my treat. He added on before Ochako could say no. Izuku loved spoiling the people he loved and cared about. Ochako and Mina were both in that group. While Mina was more accepting Ochako found it charity and never wanted to accept anything. 3. Oh yeah, we could make a whole day out of it, take Eri with us, maybe some of the other girls that want a date with Izuku. Go to a spa, lunch, and stuff. Nimari said hearing some ohs and ahs from the women in the background. Can Izuku even afford it? Ochako said still not enjoying the thought of leeching of Izuku. 4. Don't worry about it, seeing as I have a large number of shares in a good amount of companies, as well as I take meteors filled with minerals out of the sky and get a share of the profits. He said very calmly, how much does one of those mineral meteors go for? A good amount. Izuku didn't want to admit that he was able to get a couple of millions to a couple billion per meteorite. It would really depend on how much the rock would hold. 5. The ladies continued to talk with each other about their dates and internships. Each of them had agreed to join Eri's Minecraft world seeing as each of them would love spending time with her and would enjoy a game to take the edge off. According to Kirishima Bakugo might join but he was a little irritated seeing as he found out his mom and dad split up. 21. It wasn't a bad split. Both Mitsuki and Masaru just didn't love each other anymore. They still loved Bakugo deeply and still cared deeply as friends for each other. For Katsuki this came out of the blue but for both of them, this had been in the works for 3 years. Masaru and Mitsuki would still work together and would still do whatever Katsuki needed from his parents. 10. Masaru and Mitsuki had decided that Masaru would keep the house. His father used to live in the house so it was only fair. They still lived together at the moment as Mitsuki was having trouble finding a place of her own as the market was horrible. While Katsuki didn't really hate that his parents split up he was just pissed off that they kept it a secret for 3 years. But when Kirishima asked about it through the door he did grunt a yeah. 2. Bakugo could have been seen as the biggest asshole in UA, apart from Monoma. But after hearing the story of Eri and even seeing what she had been through, he had to admit that he started caring deeply for the little kid. He knew 2 things. He had trouble saying no to her and if anyone dared to do something to her he would scorch their ass to death, not that he would say that to anyone. He had his hard ass cover to uphold. 10. As they got to UA, Izuku and Eri put Nimari in the wheelchair and brought her toward Recovery Girl where both of them were checked out. Both got kissed and their wounds started closing fully. Nimari still had soreness in her arm and stomach but she was healthy. She was still told to rest for at least a week. Izuku's eye was still working fine. He did have a scar on his face now. The wound in his gut was now also healed correctly but much as all the other attacks Stain gave with Shisui it would leave a scar. Izuku's face scar is like Zoro's only he is still able to open his eyes. 3. Izuku wanted to put Nimari back into the wheelchair but after she said she would make him fall asleep and duct tape him to the UA sign in only a diaper he allowed her to walk. The walk was enjoyable even if Izuku was scared that Nimari would be able to get hurt. Nimari felt good and seeing all the students walk up to her and ask if she was alright did help. 10. Izuku was using his hands to chase Eri around who was running ahead of them. When got in range of the UA dorm, they saw that the girls were sitting outside the dorm room. Eri saw this as a great help. "Help! Papa is trying to catch me," she yelled out, still running towards them. Ochako crouched down, and right when Eri ran into her hands, she started running at a faster pace than Eri was, so Izuku started going faster as well. 3. Mina ran past with an Eri-sided doll that Momo had created for all of them, with each of them running past Ochako, making it look like they swapped people to confuse Izuku. "Oh no, what are you going to do now?" Nimari said, faked in shock. She knew Izuku had hockey and was able to find Eri in a second. Izuku, however, did want to have some more fun. He started making his hands fly at high speeds from person to person, and instead of letting them go, he started tickling them until they gave up. 20. Nami was first and gave up in around 30 seconds. Then came Toru, who was very weak against tickles, so only lasted 10 seconds. Ochako fell right after with also around 30 seconds. Each woman fell until there was only one left. Robin had Eri still in her arms. Slightly out of breath and looking right at Izuku's chopped off head and his two hands coming slowly toward her as he wiggled his fingers and had a massive grin on his face. 1. Surrender or get tickled. Never, Eri yelled back as they both started running for Izuku's body. But just before they were able to reach him, Izuku grabbed Robin. Robin let Eri go, who started going for Izuku's body. Nimari was already on a chair outside, enjoyed the sight. Izuku began tickling Robin, who could do nothing but laugh, trying to hold out. Eri started tickling Izuku, but it didn't really work with her alone. It wasn't until the women that used to be defeated started working together. Momo made Eri feathers while they all held him down and went to tickle him. But Robin gave up before Izuku, so he won. 5. Now Izuku was spread out on the floor, his head on the table with Nimari. His hands were somewhere near Robin and his body was a couple of meters behind that. The woman sat down and Mina grabbed Izuku's head. "Here is so going to call this manly," she said, gaining some giggles from the others. They continued to now talk in person about their dates. Ochako and Mina would go together and would be first. Then Momo. Then Toru, Jiro, Kami, Nami and Robin. 2. They would go shopping soon with them, buying clothing and having fun. Then they would figure out when each date would take place. When they entered the dorm, both were met with worried classmates and students, but after promising they were fine, everyone calmed down a bit. Aizawa did enter the dorm to inform everyone about the royal meeting. It would be held at UA. None of them would sleep at UA grounds, but in the week beforehand, there would be some of the royal houses inspecting the grounds to make sure it's perfectly safe, as well as check up on Izuku, as in the phone call Nezu had made they made clear they wanted to check up on their student. This kind of scared Izuku. He just really hoped that those who would come would not be the ones he thinks were going to show up. 2 days had passed since Nimari and Izuku got back to the dorms. Nimari was overall feeling great, and she was able to move without any discomfort. So she and all the other women from 1A had decided to have a day for themselves. 1. Izuku at the moment just brought his large truck in. It was a large SUV with enough space to seat all of them. Nimari would be driving with Momo and Robin in the front. Ochako, Nami, and Mina would sit in the next row with Eri. Then the other row had Toru, Kami, and Jiro. They had also invited Sue, but she had already made plans to have a family day with Tokiyami and her siblings. 2. The SUV, which Izuku dubbed Tank due to its sturdiness, had enough space left to carry more than they all could carry without their quirks. The SUV Izuku had was much like most of his cars, special made. Tank, however, was special. It was able to survive nearly anything. 1. In the testing phase of the car, Izuku had attacked it multiple times with his quirk. Lightspeed kicks, tremor punches. And the car was able to take them and keep the people inside alive. The frame was made out of one of the strongest materials found on Earth. The main metal, however, was special made metal called Wapo metal, which was a quirk made. It was heat, cold, and weather resistant. If Izuku wanted them to be safe, this was the car for it. 3. Nimari was in the middle of the dorms. She was making sure she had everything with the ladies. Each made sure they had their ID. They didn't need any money, as Nimari would get Izuku's card, which would pay for everything. 3. The ladies had already set up their day. First, they would go do some clothing shopping. The only store they had in mind was a rather high-end one, which would be where they would buy a dress for their dates. Then they would have lunch. Then do some toy shopping for Eri. They also had to Nimari some headphones as her old ones were broken. Then they would go and spend a couple of hours at a spa to relax. 4. Izuku entered the dorms and saw all the girls. Each one of them wore something casual. Nimari wore black jeans with a rip at the left knee and a white shirt, a set of sneakers with a small bag over her shoulder which had her keys, wallet, and phone, as well as some other necessity. 1. Ochako wore a white sundress that reached a little above her knees. She had a jean jacket on with a light brown bag over her shoulder, much like Nimari, and the rest of the girls wore sneakers. Mina and Kami had the same outfit as Nimari on. Expert Mina wore blue jeans and Kami wore a black crop top. 1. Momo wore a red turtleneck, a multicolored skirt with a small brown belt, black stockings, and a small handbag. Jiro wore a deep dope purple shirt that was ripped on the stomach, black leather pants. Toru wore a pink skirt that reached from just under her breast to the middle of her thighs. She had white leggings on reaching just above her knees, leaving a small area in between. She had a white shirt on with had black dots on her sleeves which reached down toward her elbow. To show her hands she wore fingerless gloves along with a bracelet. 6. Nami wore an orange skirt that went from her hips right to her knees. On the left side of her skirt were circles that had a white outer ring and again orange in the middle. She wore a white shirt with a V-cut, which had blue stripes horizontal. Robin chose a set of purple jeans and a light purple blouse with the top buttons open showing the top of her cleavage. Eri wore a red dress with a white undershirt and black leggings with a cat bag over her shoulder. 2. Each woman looked extremely beautiful, with Eri being by far the cutest out of all of them. As Izuku saw all of them, he could only smile at the sight of them. "I see you all ready to get going," he said with a smile. "Jutsu hand it over, big boy." Nimari said with Izuku having the chuckle. "Sure thing," he said as he grabbed his wallet. He fished out a card and gave it to Nimari. "Use it wisely, ladies." "Sure thing. It's not like I am a certain prince that nearly bought a full store because his daughter liked everything," Nimari said, making Eri laugh as she remembered when that did happen. Izuku just waved off the laughter as he told Eri to be good and went to the couch. The girls took their leave and went for the tank while Izuku chilled in the dorm just watching TV. 2. "Oh my, look at the car," Toru said very excitedly. "I know he said the car would be big, but I didn't suspect this," Robin admitted. The SUV was a rather interesting sight. "Let's get going, girl," Nami said, hanging to the side of the car. 1. Each of them got in with the order they had already discussed before. On the car ride there they spoke about possible date ideas between them. Ochako and Mina had already agreed on dinner and a movie, with the dinner taking place at a very fancy restaurant. The movie would take place at Izuku's house, which both of them preferred. 3. Nami was thinking about a boat trip, which Nimari had said would be a great idea. They themselves had spoken of maybe during a holiday break that they could spend some time on the water. Robin thought of a museum or something along those lines, which was also a great option. 4. Momo loved the idea of having brunch with Izuku and then spending a couple of hours in the park, which was well received by the girls. Toru wasn't sure yet, but she thought about maybe a theme park or something like that. Kami loved the thought of maybe going to a club with him, and Jiro was set on a concert date. With them having an idea of what date they wanted to get the clothing needed for, it would be easier. 1. They entered the parking lot near the shopping center and it was semi-busy, but thankfully there was a spot open near the entrance. Each of them got out and made their way as a group to a high-end female clothing store. 4. Some of the girls were really out of their element inside the store. Both Ochako and Nami nearly fainted when they saw one of the prices of one of the dresses. Each of the girls had their doubts about buying the dresses with his money, but Nimari reassured them that it was perfectly fine as he was the one that suggested it. They finally got each of the women to pick out a dress. Some of the girls were wondering why they would need a dress as not all their dates were fancy. Nimari just looked at them, knowing that this would be more than just one date no matter how much they would try and deny that. Nimari bought a bright red spaghetti strap dress. It had an opening at her left leg. It hugged her hips perfectly. The front was open and went down just past the scar on her stomach. She didn't like the fact her scar was showing, but Izuku repeatedly told her she still looked amazing. Ochako went for a pink dress with an open back. The skirt of the dress went all the way down. It was layers of thin light pink fabric. The top was a different material. It was the same pink color with it looking as if the top was decorated with pink flower petals. 1. Mina picked a fully black strapless dress. It went all the way down much like Ochako's. It was simple yet very styleful. Momo fell in love with a gold-colored dress. The skirt was wide and it had an opening allowing one leg to pop out whenever she wanted. The top had spaghetti straps which made her chest stand out. She already knew that the dress would work perfectly with one of her necklaces. Jiro chose a black dress that had a wide skirt and got a little lower than her knees. The dress itself had see-through white fabric with black dots all over it. The black skirt had small white spots on it giving it a look as a starry night. Toru just like Ochako went for a pink dress. It was a strapless dress with the skirt wrapping around into a large bow at the side of her hip. She also had a set of long white gloves. Kami went for a sparkly red dress. It had an open front showing off her large breast. The dress had long sleeves, and the dress turned really tight around her knees, it then widening up again with it finishing just before the ground. Nami chose a purple dress. It had spaghetti straps and it showed her large breast. As it went toward her hips it shot downward, not covering her hips at all. The sides were wide open with it only hugging her body closely because of the purple thread on the sides. Robin had a lilac-colored dress. It had an opening at the breast but at the neck it was close. It didn't has any sleeves. It like many of the other dresses also had a leg opening. All over the dress, there were many small blue flowers. As all of them brought the dresses toward the cashier, some of the girls were very shocked at the total price, but before any of them could say they would take a different dress, Nimari paid. As they were put in bags the girls went to talk. "Man, I kind of feel bad about this," Nami said, rubbing her arm. Nami never had a lot of money. Before she was adopted by Robin's mother she lived in poverty with, and that only got worse when the local crime boss killed her mother. She was then adopted by Robin's mother. While they had more money they weren't that well off. But Nami loved shopping. She would spend most of her time looking at different clothing items or jewelry and loved dreaming about just being able to go shopping without having to look at a price tag. 3. Don't worry Nami, as long as I have known him this is a rather normal shopping trip. Right baby? Nimari asked Eri, who nodded her head in agreement. Now, let's bring these to the car and keep going. With that, they all brought the bags toward Tank while some still felt rather bad about this whole ordeal. 2. But after bringing the bags they continued shopping. The next store would have been a toy shop for Eri, who just went running around pointing at whatever she wanted. For the girls, this for sure was a weird sight, but the smile on her face gave them a good feeling. Nimari also went for a nice headset that was supposed to be great. 2. As they were walking around Nimari told the girls that if they saw something they wanted it would have been okay to get it. While at first, they were unsure, but when Nimari started talking. "You know I can always call Izuku and ask if this is okay, but he would ask what and I am pretty sure he would buy the entire store just so it wouldn't be an issue." With that the girls decided not and test if he would or not and bought things. 3. With them again having bags filled they decided to go and drop them off by Tank. They expected Tank to be full or at least close to full, but to their surprise, it was only halfway. For 90 more minutes, the girls just walked around in and out of random stores not really having a plan for what they wanted. 2. They went into a music store for Jiro where they didn't buy anything seeing as nothing new came out that Jiro was interested in. They did enter a couple of makeup stores. Both Ochako and Nami didn't know makeup that much besides the basics, so Kami went and explained it all to them seeing as her mother was a beauty specialist. 1. After the time was up the girls decided to have a nice lunch. They decided on a little Italian shop that had opened recently. Most of the girls ordered pasta. Ochako ordered the same thing as Mina, which was spaghetti bolognese. Jiro ordered pasta alfredo. Nimari ordered a pizza for her and Eri to share. Nami and Robin went with risotto. Toru went for a simple soup. Momo went for a pizza as well. Kami went with lasagna. 4. The lunch was amazing and they for sure wanted to come back. During lunch, the conversation went toward Nimari, Ochako, and Mina's relationship with Izuku. "So when do you plan to go public?" Kami said, truly wondering. Izuku in the eyes of the public was still a single young adult, but in all honesty, he was a dad in a relationship with 3 women. 1. Well, we were talking about it. Izuku was going to make a statement about it somewhere this week, but then again it's not to rush you, ladies. Nimari said toward Ochako and Mina at the end. I mean, I would be okay with people knowing, Mina said with Ochako giving a shy nod. You know, Ocha, you should really be more open about this whole thing, Nami said as she smiled at her friend. I know, and I really don't mind people knowing about it, but I am just so scared about what the public is going to say when they find out he is dating a random girl from the countryside. 1. Girl, you really think the public is going to talk badly about one of the next queens, let alone the future pro-hero Uravati? Kami said with a laugh. It's not like I am much better, Mina said. I feel in backgrounds only Momo would match up. Nami said. Nah, I could fit, not as fancy as Yaomomo over here but still on the fancy side. Kami added. 1. After lunch, each of the ladies had done all their shopping. So they went to the spa, which was so much more than a spa. When they entered the building they first went for a bath. It was a special soap that gave a relaxing and stress-reducing scent. After the relaxing soap, they went over into a different room. In this room, some of the girls got massages while Eri and some of the others sat in massage chairs. 1. All the masseuses were female, which made the woman far more relaxed and calm about receiving a massage. After the massage, the woman went into a spa to sweat a little. It was a nice feeling, as with all the sweat came nervousness and any unwanted feelings. 1. After the spa they went for a quick shower to get cleaned and went to get a pedicure. They had their nails done, their hair, a face mask. The whole 9 yards. Of course, this special treatment wasn't cheap, but with all the stress that left their body, they didn't care one bit. 6. Just after lunch, Izuku sat on the couch in the common room. He was watching some random show, not really too into it, but he didn't know what else to do. Some of the other guys from 1A had come by, but they all had plans or were just doing nothing at all. 3. He was brought out of the TV show when a knock at the door came, so Izuku went and checked who it was. As he opened the door he saw it was Shinso. Yo, that offer to train still standing? Yes it is. With that Izuku and Shinso went to train. Izuku had just told Shinso he would be okay to train together. Izuku welcomed Shinso into the 1A dorms as he went and changed so he could better train. As he went to his room and put on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, Kirishima and Bakugo walked down and saw Shinso. 2. Yo Shinso, what are you doing here, bro? Kirishima called out friendly. During my match with him at the sports festival, he told me he was okay with training me, so I am here to take him up on that offer. I asked before, but I needed to bulk up a bit, Shinso said as he showed his once lanky and thin frame turned into one with muscle on it. 1. So, you and my brody are going to work out, can we join? We were going to do the same. Kirishima said with Bakugo not being opposed to the idea. He wanted to go around with Izuku without quirks and hopefully learn a bit more about the 6 powers. Sure, I don't mind, so it's up to Midoriya. 1. What's up to me? Izuku said as he came into the common room from the stairs. If it's okay for us to join you? Kirishima asked with Izuku nodding. The more the merrier, right? I mean, we could invite more. I'll post in the group chat for the guys. Shinso, why don't you invite some of 1B as well? Sure, I will ask. Don't think anyone was really busy. Let's go to Gym Omega. It's a nice open field with some outdoor training equipment, should be great. Kirishima suggested with everyone liking the idea. 2. It only took 15 minutes as they went jogging. As they got there all 4 were warmed up and the responses were in. From 1A only Todoroki and Ida came, the rest apparently had plans other than working out. From 1B Kendo, Setsuna, Yui, Tetsu, Kamakiri, and Pony came. They wanted to go as a group but they were all a little away and would meet up there. 3. As they arrived at the Omega they noticed 5 people already working out. Izuku noticed that he met all 5 of them on the same day. It was Najire, Yuyu, Tamaki, and Mirio together with Mei. Izuku had no idea why Mei would be hanging out with the big 3. Yo Midoriya, you gonna work out as well? Mirio called out with Izuku giving a nod. Mei looked at him for a second as she stopped her bicep curls. 2. She looked for a couple more seconds then her eyes widened. You're the drone guy. She yelled out with Izuku laughing and nodding. Izuku Midoriya at your service. How is the drone by the way? May just laughed, the name not connecting in her head. Oh, it's great. I was able to take it apart and put it back together just fine. Should be able to upgrade the range without much problem, just have to design a better stabilizer and router. Izuku nodded while having no real idea what she was talking about. 6. By the way, what are you doing with the big three? Oh well, Najire is my big sister, so every once in a while we work out together. May said with a laugh as she went back to working out and writing blueprints at the same time. Really never would have guessed with you having two different names and not really looking like the other. Yeah, I look more like our mom and she looks like dad, but we do have our boobies in common. Najire said, laughing like a maniac at the shock of Yuyu as she pumped her breast up a little. Izuku nearly laughed at the whole deal. He was far too used to the actions of Mina and Nimari. 7. Guess we will leave you to enjoy your workout with your sister, Izuku said as she went a little away to give them privacy and went to train with his own class. Bakugo and Kirishima already went and started with a little weight training. Don't think I have to help you bench press, right? Nah, Tetsu helps enough with that. I need some combat help. Izuku nodded. Well, at first I guess thinking of a good weapon for you to use would be best. Most heroes who don't have a quirk that helps them in combat use weapons to gain an advantage, so you thought about what weapon you want to use. Not really, I kind of thought I could get far with my quirk and just learn to fight. Well, how about some knuckle protection or something that gives your punches a more bang? Maybe a gadget to give you more power. With that both Mirio and May shot up. May for the gadget and Mirio for the power. Just a little joke, hope you liked it. Well, that can be for another day, let's work on some simple takedowns and stuff. Shinso nodded and both started working. Izuku took one of the simple knives that were in the area. It was a wooden dummy knife used for training, and both started training. 2. Izuku would attack simply with a knife and he would help instruct Shinso how to block, deflect and take down the attacker. They were able to do 4 takedowns before the others arrived. They arrived just in time to see Shinso twist Izuku's wrist and flip him into the floor belly down. His arm bent to near breaking limits. Common Shinso bent it a little more and it will break, Izuku said with him not even sounding different. With that Shinso snapped backward much to the yells of the people that just showed up. What they didn't expect was Izuku's arm to simply bend with Shinso. 2. What the fuck? Setsuna said as she saw Izuku's arm just go normal when Shinso let go. Yo, you here, don't change the subject, how the fuck did your arm not break? Izuku just responded to Setsuna by stretching his cheek. Rubber powers. It's what I used against Kendo. Great for training basic fighting. My body keeps its normal shape and its normal bends, but I can bend further with it hurting or even feeling weird. Izuku said this as he started bending his leg the wrong way with a laugh as Pony looked away. 2. Please never do that again. Midoriya-sama, Pony said. Sure, but you know the sama is really not needed. I am fine with being called Midoriya or Izuku. Of course Midoriya-sama, but it's only normal for someone like you to be addressed in such a manner. Izuku, figuring out he wouldn't win, just accepted it at the moment. With that everyone went to train. 8. Shinso worked with Kendo and Tetsu for a while on some martial arts, as his hip toss and shoulder toss could both use some work as they were really slow and choppy. Bakugo went with Kirishima, Todoroki, and Ida to work on quirks, with them going a little away because of Bakugo's explosions. Izuku was left with Setsuna, Yui, and Pony, seeing as Kamakiri didn't need help with withholds and takedowns. Plus the type of fighting those girls was going to try, he was not going to be a part of that. He thought of joining Kirishima and such. 5. Yui wanted to get help with getting out of chokehold. So Izuku went behind Yui and took her into a rear naked choke. Izuku asked if she was ready and was told to tap if it was too much, as she gave him the okay and put a little force behind it. Yui tried getting out of it, but she was just shaking, which allowed Izuku to get a better grasp and made getting out impossible for the weaker woman. 2. She started slowly turning blue, which stopped when she tabbed his arm twice and she was able to breathe again. You should never squirm in a chokehold. Get your hands on the wrist and pull yourself out. Also, try and remember you can attack the person straight up. They tried it again, but this time slowly, with Izuku helping Yui along the way. Yui went a little rogue though, as she pulled out a small pin she had in her pocket and grew it to the size of a sword and pierced Izuku's leg with it, making him lose grip. 2. As they first believed Yui had just stabbed the price through his leg, there was a perfect size hole for the pin as Izuku had turned to Mochi for the attack to pass right through. Smart move, Yui, very smart. Let's try one from the front, Setsuna said with a wink to Yui that Izuku didn't see. Sure. With that, Izuku grabbed Yui from the front with both hands around her neck. You want to me overpower you as well, like a real attack? Yui answer with a lustful voice. And a soft small nod. 3. Izuku, when given the signal, applied force and pushed Yui down. He took place on top of her. He expected panic or a struggle. What he didn't expect was the girl to moan and weakly fight against it. You okay? Izuku said as he let go. He had not expected that and totally did not expect Yui to jump up and pin Izuku down in an armbar. Right, when he let go. I will, right, yeah, and I can assume in more ways, Setsuna said with a laugh. 4. Let's do some real training instead of playing around. With that, they went to do some real training. Setsuna was really good with disarming people. She did lack in real combat, but she was improving with the help of Ua. Yui, however, relieved a lot on her quirk and thus was rather inept at normal fighting. That apparently was also being improved during her time at Ua. 1. After a little training, Yui was able to get out of most holds Izuku put her on. The moan she first did was part a plan and part her real kink, which she told Izuku herself. She also asked about her date and Izuku informed her that it might take a little bit. But he did not forget about her. Setsuna made a deal. If she was able to take down Izuku, she would get a date after Yui. Izuku nodded, and after a small fake struggle, he lost. 1. It wasn't that Setsuna wasn't strong. Izuku was far better trained. He spends countless hours getting out of chokeholds and putting them on by his ruthless teachers. He was so happy he could turn to simple rubber, seeing as most of his teachers loved pushing him on the floor. Some even did it with hockey, making him going face-first kind of painless. 1. How about we do some one-on-ones? No quirks, just a simple fight should be fun, right? Kendo suggested, with the other 5 asking if they could join as well. Nobody saw a problem with it, as it could be fun. That could be enjoyable, Setsuna said. I am always up for a good fight. Tetsu and Kirishima said, and then laughed as they bro-fisted each other. 1. So what would be the rules? No quirks, what else? Ida asked. No low blows or sneak attacks. Mirio suggested, loving the idea of just going head on. When do we know if someone lost or won? Knockout or tapping out? Could even have a ref for TKOs, cause I doubt Bakugo or Kamakiri could call it quits. Ida said, believing those would be the best rules. 1. Like I would lose. Bakugo stated smugly. I mean, you could face one of the big 3. That would just mean I get that title ahead of time. Bakugo responded to Kirishima, who just laughed at the antics of his buddy. What about me? I don't really have that much fighting skill. Don't worry about it, Hatsume. It's not like we all are as trained as some here. Setsuna said as she looks over to Izuku, much like the others. What? I can't help that. I was a kid when I was told to train. 4. Now let's see who goes against who. Who is going against who? Mirio asked as he rolled his shoulders. We can always just draw lots, Izuku suggested, with everyone agreeing until they figured out they didn't have any lots. Good idea, but we got nothing for that, Kendo said, with Izuku just holding out his hands, and out came enough wooden sticks with a number on the top. 1. Izuku had used the Yudo no Mi, wood fruit, fan fruit, to make the sticks. He then also created a wooden bucket. He placed the sticks into the bucket and put a wooden donut top on it, having the bottoms without the numbers sticking out. 1. Let's do it this way then, Izuku said with a smirk as he grabbed one of the numbers. Although we are uneven. Izuku said. Well, we don't have to do a tournament type, we could just do a normal fight. Like fighting whoever you just want to fight, might be a little bit much for some people though. Todorokis said, looking at Izuku, seeing he wanted to fight him. 1. Well, I will be okay with it. Don't mind having a good spar even if it's against 16 others, Izuku said, with everyone also being okay with it. Izuku did say he wanted to see Shinso fight before him so he could see what he did wrong or did correctly. 1. Shinso went and fought Kirishima as the first fight. 1. Both took a fighting stance with Kirishima's being far better than Shinso. Shinso did have a correct stance, it was just a little sloppy. Izuku gave the signal as Shinso moved forward with him keeping up his guard. He came right in front of Kirishima in a few steps and started with a right hook that Kirishima docked under and then dodged a left jab and responded with a right hook right into Shinso's ribs. 1. The punch did a lot of damage to Shinso, but it did give him a good opportunity for a right jab and a low kick against Kirishima's knee which stopped him for a second. Kirishima's stop earned him a straight jab against the nose which Kirishima was able to tank. Kirishima regained his stance and landed a combo which was a right hook against the ribs, then a right hook against the open chin of Shinso and finishing a left straight punch knocking Shinso down. I give up. Shinso called out as he was now in pain. 1. Fight me next. Tetsu called out as Shinso walked out. Kirishima agreed as it's not manly to back down from a fight. As they fought, Izuku went and let out a couple of tears on Shinso who felt better right away. Well, you did decent against Kirishima, you just have to focus more on technique before trying to fight someone like Kirishima. That or the use of a weapon. Izuku told Shinso as they sat and watched Tetsu and Kirishima trade blows. 1. I know but don't really know what to use. Why not use Aizawa's scarf? Try and ask for a couple of lessons with it. He agreed might be perfect for him to use. Might also be able to learn extra weapons later on. I would also suggest after you learn more of Aizawa for some tonfas. They are great for close combat. Kendo added on as a suggestion to her newest classmate. I want to fight Midoriya next. Mei said just when Kirishima hit the floor. Sure thing. Izuku jumped up and walked to the designed fighting area and took a very broad stance. His legs were wide and slightly crouched down. One arm on his back palm open. His other arm aimed toward Mei with an open palm. Rock Lee's stance, get ready. Izuku said oddly scary toward Mei who stood there with a nervous smile hoping for a carefree calm fight, not a massive ass whooping. 1. Bring it. She sounded unsure but went for it nonetheless. After Mirio gave the signal, Izuku went back to a normal stance with a laugh. Don't worry, not going to do something like that, yet. He said as he walked towards her. She took the chance to throw a left punch, yet it was very sloppy. So Izuku dodged it without a problem and grabbed her wrist with his right hand. 1. She then tried a right hook to make him let go, but Izuku stepped forward and placed his arm on her back. Mei began to blush as she noticed they were standing in tango position. She didn't know what to do as her blushing took point. Izuku stepped forward again and now they stood in a tango dip. I do prefer this over a normal spar, Izuku said as Mei just turned even redder. You ready to give up yet or you still wanna do the spin? I give, Mei said with Izuku letting her go with a laugh. She went right to hide behind her big sister who was laughing at herself and was asking to be next. But that wasn't on the agenda as Bakugo walked in right away. 2. We're going now, princesses, Bakugo said as he took a fighting stance that was pretty wide. Sure thing. Just don't cry when you get kicked on your ass, Izuku responded with a piece of friendly banter. Bakugo started with a slightly failed shave. He moved faster than normal, it was just nowhere near the speed needed to complete shave. 2. Bakugo was right in front of Izuku and did an uppercut which Izuku was able to dodge and respond with a punch himself that Bakugo was able to block and turn into a hip throw that Izuku was able to roll through. Bakugo didn't let up. Izuku was able to block all attacks. 1. When Bakugo did a left jab, Izuku was able to respond with a hook to his left ribs. From then it was downhill for Bakugo, but he was able to connect a hard punch right to Izuku's nose making it bleed. 1. With a missed right hook, Izuku was able to lock in an armbar which forced Bakugo to tap out, but he did stay in the armbar for a long time with Izuku having to overextend his arm a little more than normal, which would have to be healed by Izuku, who instead of crying used the Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix. Bird fruit, model, Phoenix to heal his arm. 5. I am taking a small break, Izuku said as Kendo stood up wanting to go around herself. Najire also stood up going to face Kendo. Najire started moving right away after Mirio gave the signal. Kendo was surprised at the speed Nejire was able to move, with Izuku noticing it was a bad version of shave, much like Bakugo used. 2. Nejire didn't give Kendo a chance to get a grip on the battle. She was only able to dodge and block. Nejire and Kendo in terms of fighting quirkless were rather even. While Kendo had more technique, Nejire had been in far more fights. Nejire, while not being a brawler like Mirio or even Yuyu, was still able to give a good beating. 2. Kendo didn't like that she was getting pushed back. She needed an opening for this fight. After blocking a vertical chop with her elbow, she got her opportunity as she connected a palm strike right below her armpit. This knocked Nejire off slightly as she missed a punch that was aimed at Kendo's face. Now Kendo was able to put her skills to use. 2. She was able to elbow the next strike of Nejire away into a perfect position for a hip toss, which she executed perfectly. As Nejire hit the ground, Kendo went in for a triangle choke, which she was able to put on, with Nejire having to tap out again. After the fight, both girls started being very excited about each other's skills. 6. Who wants to fight me next? Kamakiri said, with Mirio raising his hand. No one else did, so it was Mirio versus Kamakiri, which Kamakiri was slightly scared about. Both got in the ring, and as now Kirishima gave the signal, both rushed in. 1. Mirio was holding back slightly, but it was still very uneven. Kamakiri, while not having trouble with dodging, refused to do so, but each punch that connected hurt like hell. Whenever a punch Kamakiri was able to connect, it seemed as if Mirio didn't even feel them. He was able to take them without any trouble. After a right elbow strike to the side of the head knocking Kamakiri out, the match was over. 2. I want next, against Midoriya. Setsuna added, with Pony and Yui agreeing to make the three women argue about who was going next. We can always do 3-on-1. I would be okay with it. You think you can handle 3 women at once, hotshot? Setsuna said with a wink, showing she meant it to have a double meaning. Oh, you bet your sweet ass I can. He responded with a smirk and a wink as he made his way to the ring. The others started to ooh as Setsuna laughed and blushed as the three of them entered the ring. 3. Izuku this time did take a serious stance and a determined fire behind his eyes. Pony rushed in headfirst, aiming to just headbutt Izuku. He placed his palm on her head and kicked her legs out from under her and slammed her head into the ground. He right after dodged a kick from Setsuna by doing a roll, which Yui aimed for, as the second he stopped he received a kick to the side of the head. 1. This nearly made him fall, but with a handstand jump, he landed on his feet and aimed to face them. The two of them were right on him. He kicked Setsuna in the gut and blocked Yui's punch. As Setsuna came back for a punch, Izuku placed Yui in the way, making Yui take the blow to her back. Izuku pushed Yui right into Setsuna. 1. This gave him a second as both of them fell to the floor. He took a deep breath and took a stance again. Both got up, nodded and rushed forward together. He dodged a straight punch which allowed him to grab the arm of Yui, which he lifted in the air and pushed hard, making her fall to the floor. He then ducked under a punch from Setsuna, which gave him a free hit to Setsuna's neck, which he hit with a chop, knocking her out. 2. Guess it's just us now, Izuku said as he walked out the way of Setsuna, making sure not to stand on her by accident. Better, more intimate this way, Yui said with a small smile. Yui rushed forward and started with a front kick, which Izuku caught with his hand and he lifted it, making her do a split, but much to Izuku's surprise and enjoyment she wasn't affected. 2. You are very flexible, Izuku said as Yui's leg was about standing at 115 degrees. You don't know half of it. I do a lot of yoga, Yui said with a light blush as she stood under Izuku's eyes. Can you stop staring and let go of my leg? She asked, with Izuku letting go and give a sorry. Yui rushed forward and tried kneeing Izuku, who just dodged and placed her in a chokehold. Yui started to grind on his hips, which didn't make Izuku react at all. He then used more force and knocked her out as she wasn't tapping out at all. 6. Damn, that was a lot of effort, Izuku said as he used the Ito Ito no Mi, string fruit, and dragged the 3 knocked out ladies out of the ring. I am gonna have to head out. I have to get ready for my family dinner. Let's go to Maki. By the way, next time we have to have a spar, Midoriya. Mirio called out, looking at his phone as he started walking away. 3. This made everyone look at the time. Yeah, I think it's time for a shower and dinner. I will take them with me. But we should really do this some other time, Kendo said as she placed Yui on her shoulder. Tetsu did the same, only he carried both Setsuna and Pony. Agreed, we should always eat on time as a proper meal as the means to a healthy lifestyle, Ida said as he and Todoroki began making their way back home. 1. The walk there was a short one, but on their way over there Izuku did receive a text from Nimari that she was gonna have dinner with the girls at a fancy restaurant. Izuku texted back that they should share no expense and get whatever they wanted, and if it was possible to order a nice big dessert of him. Nimari agreed to say it was already her plan to do some anyways. 2. At home, Izuku took a quick shower, which in all honesty took more out of him than most things. After the shower, he made dinner for himself, which was just 6 massive bowls of fried rice with ground bison and hot sauce. He then spends the rest of the day just sitting on the couch playing Smash with Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo, with which he started becoming friends. Izuku was on the couch enjoying some TV as he was alone in the common room. Bakugo, Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima went back up. They played 4 games and got bored of it, so they went to their rooms. Izuku stayed in the common room to wait for the girls, and seeing it was getting around 9 they should come back rather soon. 2. Around 15 minutes after 9 Izuku heard a car stop near the dorms. It didn't take 5 minutes before the dorms went open and in came all the ladies. First came Robin, who was carrying a lot more bags than anyone else. She was carrying the bags from some of the other girls. First came Nimari, who was carrying 2 chocolate cakes in containers. Both had writing on them, with one saying Izuku and the other saying 1A. Then came Mina and Momo, who were both carrying around 5 small packets of extra food. They had some chocolate-covered strawberries, risotto, and so on. 2. Then came Ochako, who was carrying a sleeping Eri. The other girls were all carrying their own bags. Izuku noticed them and got up and in a soft voice to not awaken Eri spoke. I hope you all had fun with your day. Yes, we did, after they had gotten past their little shyness for spending your money. Nimari said with a kiss on his cheek. I will take Eri upstairs, Izuku said as he summoned 8 Tails or Gyuki. Can you take up Eri and tuck her in? Gyuki gave the thumbs up as his voice was often rather loud and he didn't want to wake the little princess. 1. Are you sure you didn't mind? Momo said, with some of the girls also wanting to know his thoughts. I don't mind, I just hope you all enjoyed yourself that day. We did, although I do feel bad. That dress was really expensive, and it's not like I am going to wear it that often. I would be afraid to. Ochako said, with Izuku hugging her and lifting her. If you don't stop that I am going to take you shopping, and that means you are getting a full store as your closet. He said as Ochako started to get really red, but she did nod. 3. Nami leaned toward Kami, Mina, and Nimari and asked. Hey, he wouldn't do that, would he? She asked, but Nimari nodded. He did for Eri and even tried buying a makeup store for me, but I was able to stop him. It was our second trip as a family, with Eri only being with us shortly. Izuku had used one of his powers and looked like Aizawa, so he would be disturbed. We first went toward Toy World. Izuku told Eri to get whatever she wanted, but she was still scared that he would become angry, so she only grabbed one cheap doll. Izuku was having none of it and said he wouldn't mind. Eri still didn't pick anything, so he just bought everything. He also had to buy 2 sets of trucks for all the items and had Alfred and a second butler drive the trucks. The other girls also started to hear the story, with even Izuku hearing it. What they heard so far really made them smile at the thought of how good a dad Izuku was. 5. When we got to a makeup store, I wanted a mascara but wasn't able to find the correct one for the correct price, so went with nothing, but Izuku believed I thought he spends too much, so didn't want anything. I was thankfully able to persuade him to not buy a whole makeup store. This made them laugh as Izuku looked embarrassed. Izuku placed Ochako down and grabbed Nimari and threw her over his shoulder, making her gasp and laugh as gave Nimari a spank. Sorry ladies, but I feel like I need to punish Nimari, Izuku said with a polite smile as the girls blushed. Izuku grabbed 2 of the chocolate-covered strawberries and ran up with Nimari, giving a wave to the still blushing ladies. With Nimari cleaned up and a little rested, both started making their way to the showers, although Nimari was having trouble walking. Had a good morning, Nami said with a knowing smirk as Nimari gave a nod and walked over to the showers. Mom, are you okay? Eri said from her place at the coffee table as she, Ochako, and Robin were playing Minecraft together. Yes honey, I just tripped and hurt my ankle, don't worry it will be okay after I have a shower. Hey, Choco, can you keep an eye on my phone, I still need to get a text to confirm the interview. He asked with Ochako giving a nod as she took the phone. 6. What interview? Kirishima asked as he was upside down on the couch as he was playing a game with Mina. Oh yeah, it's an interview about what happened with Stain and where our relationship is going to be public. Mina said as he showed the word that Kirishima had to guess. 2. Cool, cool, guess that is going to be something new. Kirishima said wonder the word. Kangaroo. He asked which was correct. Are you guys nervous? Nami asked Mina and Ochako. I mean kind of. I just hope the reaction isn't going to be negative. Ochako said still scared that they were going to hate her for growing up poor. 2. I doubt they would do that. I mean I heard a story from my parents that said that the current Queen of Asia also grew up on a tight budget, that is why she now funds a lot of homeless shelters and activities for the less fortunate, Ida told them as he placed his book down to join the conversation. I mean would they even have the guts to talk again about their prince's choice or even go against a future queen, Asui said as she opened her laptop to join Eri. 13. What the heck are you extras talking about? Bakugo asked as he entered the common room with his and Kirishima's laptop. Yo Bakubro, you came. Duh, you texted me to come, shitty hair. He said as he gave Kirishima his laptop and took a seat on the couch. But what were you all talking about? What about the queen? Oh, Midabrodia is going to have an interview today where he is going to out his relationship, and we started talking about they would talk bad about Uraraka's background. Oh, the public is too scared for that. I mean they didn't say this about it when the current queen got in a relationship while still poor. Bakugo said. 8. How would you know? Nami asked rather confused about it. Well, my old hag used to be buddies with her. Bakugo said as he placed his laptop on the couch and went to the kitchen to get something to drink while he was downloading Minecraft. Wait, your mom used to be buddies with the queen? I mean they still kind of are, she does a lot of clothing redesign for them. He said as Izuku walked out of the shower. Wait, your mom is Mission? Who? Bakugo asked rather confused about the nickname. Oh yeah, nickname. Blonde. Rather young looking, married, loves to play volleyball. Yeah, that sounds like my mom. How the fuck do you know her and why do you call her Mission? Bakugo said confused and a little irritated. 2. And she isn't married anymore. This time he sounded a little down. Oh really? Well, your mom did a lot of my clothing for royal events such as suits and stuff, but I only heard her first name and when we first met that was too hard to say, I went for Mission and it stuck. He said smiling as he remembered most likely one of his first crushes, not that Bakugo would need to hear that. Wait, that means you're that green-haired fool that was madly in love with her, weren't you? Bakugo said this time almost laughing as he remembered the stories. This got everyone on alert as Nimari just got out of the showers herself. What? 3. Yeah, the old hag often said I should behave like what was that dumb nickname? I-chan, that was it. Yeah, each time you would do what she asked and each time you would have a flower for her. This was met with lots of laughs toward Izuku, who was rather embarrassed about this whole deal. I am so gonna get the old hag here, that is going to be so flipping funny. Bakugo nearly cussed by he caught himself. He did grab his phone to text the old hag. 6. Izuku, your interview is going to be at 3, so you got 5 hours left, Ochako said as she giggled at Izuku's embarrassment. Thanks. Izuku went and sat down to answer some emails. I really hate this part of being royalty, he said defeated as Nimari sat next to him. What? These emails? I get dozens of emails from businesses and countries' officials. This is awaiting you as well. They want to gain favor with the royal family to gain more fame. I even had some offers to marry the children on some dude even offered for me to have sex with his wife. Izuku said as he thought back to the weird memory. The others just laughed while the girls wondered what weird ass they would have to expect as emails. 2. So what can we expect? Nimari asked. Izuku thought about it for a second. Well, I can't be fully sure, but I am pretty sure you will receive business deals from here to Tokyo. You will receive all sorts of free things like plane trips, hotel rooms and all sorts of other weird things. Izuku said as he showed one of those emails to Nimari. 1. Hello Sir Midoriya-sama. My name is Goru. I am CEO of Taka Industry. Seeing you are now of legal age, I wanted to ask if you were interested in possibly marrying one of my daughters. Some of the other higher UPS at Taka also have beautiful daughters all ripe and ready for marriage. If you are possible more into older women, we also have high-ranking older women as we at Taka Industry are in the belief of equality. Those women are also interested in marriage. 2. Hope we at Taka Industry hear back from you and please have a blessed day. 1. Nimari laughed as the man had sent a lot of pictures of the women with some wearing clothing that left very little to the imagination. Izuku just sighed as he gave a kind response where he was not interested in marriage with those lovely ladies. He then spends the rest of the 5 hours responding to emails and playing some games with his daughter and his classmates. Hello and welcome to News Japan. I am your host Haruto Daro, here as always with the lovely Sarah Wu. A man with the head of a boar said as he showed his co-host, which was a very beautiful woman with long blonde hair in a fancy red dress. You could also see her quirk as her arm was robotic with a screen and blinking lights. 4. Now today we have quite a bit happening. First, we will be having an interview with Prince Izuku Midoriya. While that is more than exciting by itself, we have more. Yes, we do, Daro. Not only will we speak with the prince and be able to ask him all sorts of questions, but we have also received some news. Both the queen and king are on their way back to Japan and should be arriving sometime this week. Wu spoke as she looked at her arm. 2. Plus the other royal families should also enter Asia either end of this week or the beginning of next week. But let's get right into the interview we are all waiting on. Daro said as they started paying attention toward the large screen at the back, and it showed Izuku with a smile on his face. Hello, thank you for having me. It's our honor to have you here with us today. I hope you are in good health even after your injuries that you sustained during the fight with Shizo Makaguro, or also known as Stain. 6. Yes, I am in good health. Although I did sustain this. I am doing great, he said as he pointed at his scar. Nonsense. It fits well on your face and makes you quite handsome. Wu said with Izuku thanking her while chuckling. It was clear to Izuku that the woman was trying to flirt with him, which was clear to Nimari as well, as she was giving him the knowing look while she, Eri, Ochako, and Mina was waiting until Izuku called them. 2. About the Stain incident, you were there studying under Midnight, correct? Yes, I took my internship with Midnight, and it was just that during that time she was in the group that was after Stain. How is she doing? I heard she also received some injuries and there have been rumors that you were the one to bring her to a hospital. How much of that is correct? Daro asked. 1. Yes, Midnight received several injuries and I did bring her into the hospital. Do you happen to know if she is still injured or is she already recovered? Wu asked. Yes, Recovery Girl was a great help for the both of us in recovery, and Midnight now is back in full strength. Now there have been a lot of rumors surrounding the both of you. With the main one being that you both are in a relationship. If it's not too personal, could you perhaps tell us if that is true? 1. Yes, I and Midnight have been in a relationship for a while now. With this, Izuku signaled for Nimari and the others to join him. I am in a relationship with these 3 beautiful women, and this here is my daughter. As Izuku said this, it was clear as day that they were shocked beyond belief. 1. I am sorry sir, but could you please say that again? I believe there was some interference. Daro said. Of course. This is my daughter Eri and my 3 beautiful girlfriends. WWE were not aware that you had a daughter. Who is her mother, if I can ask? I am not sure. I adopted her after an interaction with a villain. Since that day I adopted her and I don't regret it for a single second. As for her mothers, it seems like she has plenty of those. Izuku smiled as he made Eri face the camera a little. 1. Well, hello, princess, how are you doing today? I'm fine, thank you. What should we call your girlfriends? Wu asked, ready to write down names and do some research on them. Well, who better to introduce them than they themselves? Izuku said as he first pointed at Nimari. Hello, I am Nimari Kayama. Hi, I am Mina Ashido. Hello, I'm Ochako Uraraka. 4. Well, you have been dropping some rather larger bombs on us. I assume that is the last, right? Daro said as the rest started researching everything. Izuku looked at Nimari, who gave a smile and a nod. Well, talking about bombs, we do have one more piece of news. Nimari and I are trying for a child. This was enough to make them all stop searching and just go wide-eyed. Right at that moment, the news went crazy. In those 8 worlds, the media room exploded in chaos as well as all the homes that were watching the news live. As Izuku and his small little family were enjoying the sights of shock and excitement as well as disbelief, everyone began tweeting about this news. 1. That is amazing news, so we should be expecting a small prince in about 10 months. Yes, if everything goes well then that should be the case. Now I do hope you all don't mind, but we have done some small research about both Miss Ishido and Miss Uraraka. Just so we know about them a little. We expected as much, so what do you want to ask? 4. Now I do mean this with the utmost respect, but we have come to find out that Miss Uraraka grew up with rather tight financials. Yes, I am well aware of that. Well, you might be aware of it. Do you believe this might be a case to become wealthy? Ochako started looking down and embarrassed. That is not the case. First and foremost, she or any of my friends are like that. While I do enjoy spoiling my friends, she has shown that she does not like the fact I do that with her. Also, I would appreciate for those types of comments to remain in the dark. 1. This scared the man a lot and he began apologizing to both Ochako and Izuku. Izuku just placed his hand on Ochako's leg in assurance. She placed her hand -1 pinky on his hand and squeezed him. Izuku answered some more questions toward him and the ladies. They asked about some of the hobbies of the girls, as well as food, music, anything at all. 1. While the beginning of the interview might have been a little unpleasant, it changed rather quickly as they turned more comfortable. Izuku was asked if he had his eyes on more ladies, which was met with a laugh as Nimari spoke. Oh, I have some plans for this one here, she said as she wrapped her arm around his neck. 1. More questions came to them after that. More or else it was just them trying to find out who they had in mind. The first guesses went to Izuku's classmates and Nimari's friends such as Emi or Rumi, which was not answered by anyone. 1. It took around 20 minutes. As Izuku was asked what he thought about his classmates and how they were all treating him nicely and it was great for him to have some friends. He was then asked his teachers and how All Might was in the flesh. While Izuku might be the prince, All Might be still the #1 hero that had a lot of fame. After the interview, Izuku, Nimari, Ochako, Mina, and Eri went down to the common room where they noticed all the students were watching the interview, but what Izuku had not planned for was that they had a couple of new guests. Right as he came into the common room they made eye contact and Izuku turned from happy to absolutely terrified. "Hello kid," one of the guests said as she stood up with a smile. "Hello teacher," Izuku said as he was trying to sneak out toward the door. The woman he called teacher is a grown woman of a slender yet well-toned figure and tall height. She has fair skin, sharp dark eyes, and upper back-length black hair often worn in box braids tied in a ponytail. Above her left breast is a tattoo. Just as Izuku would be saved, he walked right into one of his second teachers. "You're not trying to go anywhere, are you?" This teacher is an elderly man of relatively tall height with a very strong, defined build and tan skin. Two of his most distinguishing traits are his round glasses and facial hair, which is arranged embattled across his lower jaw. He also has a scar over his right eye, which he has had for many years. "No, of course no, I just forgot something." "Yes, I forgot something in my room, let me go get it real quick," Izuku said, hoping to just jump from his balcony and run away, but as he backed up he met his third teacher and the last guest that was in the room. Now you can always get it later, it's time to introduce the lovely ladies and that little princess you have, don't you think?" He has spiky silver hair often oriented to his left side, dark gray eyes, black in several instances, and typically a relaxed and lazy expression. His left eye was damaged, leaving a vertical scar from the injury. He wears a forehead protector with the royal crest on. Most of his lower face was covered with a mask. Izuku had nowhere to hide from his old teachers. His back was to one of them, his front and his side. But then he had the best plan he could think of, a force so strong not even them could withstand it. "Eri, come here for a second." This got his teacher to stand all in front of them. Kakashi-sensei, could you please remove the mask? Eri is still a little scared of them." "Oh, is that so?" Kakashi, the teacher that was behind his back before crouching down. 2. Eri, who was kind of afraid of the three new guests, nodded. Kakashi removed the mask right away. Is this better? Kakashi asked with a kind smile to Eri, who gave a little nod. Well Eri, this in order is Izumi Curtis, Silver's Rayleigh, and Kakashi Hatake. Or as I like to call them, Teacher, Rayleigh, and Kakashi Sensei. They were some of my teachers in fighting. Each of the teachers crouched down to make Eri feel a little more safer. 1. Izuku thought this would be the perfect time to run away, but as he wanted to run, Nimari grabbed his ear. Ouch! She pulled his close. Did you really offer Eri up to make your escape? No, Izuku said, making it clear that it was his exact plan. He then felt a harder pinch in his ear. It was his teacher. You don't want to talk with your sweet teachers, she said, sounding sweet, but Izuku only heard the words of a devil wanting nothing more than to torture him. 3. I would love to talk with Ikika in person, and I wouldn't mind talking with you over the phone, but every time we see each other you do this, Izuku said, still hanging on as she held his ear. Why the heck are you scared of that housewife? Bakugo said, not amused his rival was that much of a pussy around her. You fight her then pop rocks, Izuku said, making Rayleigh laugh at the nickname. As if, don't want to kill that old lady or those old geezers. Watch your lips kid, you're way out of your league, Kakashi said as he pulled out a book from his pocket. Bring it then young man, Rayleigh said as he stood back up with Eri sitting on his hand, laughing as she was lifted without any effort. Izuku's teachers and his classmates made their way to an open gym. Nimari, being a teacher, had the right of allowing the usage of gyms, which was handy. Izuku walked a little behind everyone. Nimari and the girls were at the front enjoying the stories they had about Izuku, while Eri was getting to know the 3 new people. 3. All 3 of Izuku's teachers had known Izuku for a long time. Rayleigh had been with the royal family when Izuku's grandfather became king. He started working in the royal army first and worked his way up. It was the same for the others. Izumi started working when Inko came into the scene, Kakashi when the current king Hisashi was crowned joined. 5. They all started training Izuku in fighting. All had different parts of training. Rayleigh's main focus was hockey and the infusion of hockey within weapons. While Rayleigh was a kind old man, Izuku had received so many beatings from the man that Izuku still had nightmares. Izumi was his combat instructor while having a large focus on weapons, mainly swords. Kakashi, however, was focused on using quirks. 2. They got to an open area that looked a lot like the arena they fought in during the sports festival. Rayleigh walked into the ring and waited for Bakugo, who moved to the ring as well. Are you sure you want to continue with this young man? Rayleigh said to give Bakugo an out. What old man? Scared I will kick your ass too hard. Rayleigh just laughed. First to give up. Get knocked out or get kicked out of the ring. Go, Izuku said as he gave the signal. 2. Bakugo rushed forward with an explosion. He rotated his hands and began spinning and aimed for a spinning heel kick against Rayleigh's head, which Rayleigh stopped by grabbing Bakugo's foot. He then used his other arm and hit Bakugo with an open palm strike right into his stomach, making him fly back and nearly out of the ring, but Bakugo was able to catch himself with an explosion. 2. Rayleigh let out a sigh. Was that all you had? He told the couching Bakugo. He got back up and again rushed forward. But instead of a spinning heel kick, he went for a wide high kick, which Rayleigh just dodged by ducking under. Bakugo spun through for a leg sweep, which Rayleigh jumped over, but as he was midair, Bakugo smirked and aimed both palms at him and let off in a large explosion. 1. Ha! I got the old man, Bakugo said as the smoke was still blocking his view. Yeah, I don't see him there anymore. Good job, Rayleigh said as he placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, shocking the explosion user, who tried bringing his palm to him, but it was too late as Rayleigh tossed Bakugo out of the ring. I'm impressed. I didn't expect to use Geppo, Rayleigh said as he gave the signal for Izuku to enter. 3. Izuku went up with Eri cheering him on. Quirks or no quirks? No for now, Rayleigh answered. Izuku used shave right as Nimari gave the signal. He teleported right in front of Rayleigh and went for an elbow strike, which Rayleigh blocked with his forearm, and went for a strike into Izuku's gut, which Izuku was able to catch by the wrist. Izuku then went for a wrist lock, but Rayleigh got out of the hold before he was locked in and flipped Izuku over. 1. Izuku jumped off, but Rayleigh didn't let up and was right on him. They fought for a little while with none of them landing a real hit as they blocked or deflected each attack. Until Izuku went for a feint elbow strike and was able to connect with a straight kick to Rayleigh's arm. "I win, old man," Izuku said with a laugh as Rayleigh nodded and walked off. 2. Izuku wanted to go out himself but Izumi walked in. "You ready for a second round, brat?" she said as she cracked her knuckles. "You know I would, but I just remembered that I still have to wash my homework." Izuku tried to lie but Izumi was having none of it. She clapped her hands together and then on the floor and 2 stone swords popped out as ground was used. "Then I will make this quick." She rushed forward with shave. Izuku had no time to call on a weapon, so he just used haki on his arms and went to fight that way. He held her off rather well, but unlike Rayleigh, she didn't like to hold back, so she gave a hard powerful front kick right in Izuku's chest, making him fly back out of the ring and roll for a couple of meters until he came to stop. "Really?" Izuku just mumbled as he got up and dusted the dirt off himself. "1. Can I fight you next?" Shoto asked with Izumi just nodding sweetly. Shoto got in the ring and with a signal of Kakashi who flickered in the ring and out, they started. Shoto first shot out a wave of ice which made Izumi drop her swords and clap her hands together and then onto the upcoming ice, which exploded as she used her quirk on it, and the force of it was enough to black Shoto out the ring but not giving him any injuries. 1. What the heck was that? Kirishima asked, not understanding what the hell just happened. "That is her quirk. Her quirk is called alchemy. By clapping her hands together and then touching something, she transforms them into things she wants if the materials are there. So she used the water in the ice and made it turn into a steam explosion which knocked him out of the ring." Izuku informed, seeing as this happened a lot before. 2. Well, we would love to hang around but we got some work to do. We still have to go a check of the surroundings as well as a checkup on mansion where the king and queen will stay. Rayleigh said as he gave a wave and walked off. "They will pop by tomorrow, I believe," Kakashi informed Izuku and the others, which for Izuku meant he was just going to see his father and mother, but to everyone else was the meeting the fucking king and queen. The 2 highest ranking people in their part of the world. 2. The rest of Izuku's day was rather boring. He had a talk with the teachers at the request of Nezu. It was about the king and queen. They had to be sure to have stuff that they wanted or needed. Izuku didn't know what would have to happen as his mother and father never really wanted anything special. 1. When he got back to the dorms, he was asked a million questions about his father and mother. How they should act, if there was something they weren't allowed to do, how should they greet them? Izuku just told them if they were friendly it should be fine. His mother was a kind woman that preferred helping over standing by. 1. The girls were nervous. Sure, the guys were as well, as Ida nearly died at the fact he was going to meet the king and queen. But the girls needed to make a good impression. They had feelings for Izuku, and that was Izuku's parents. They had put their best leg forward, so now it was all the girls sitting in Momo's room thinking of a game plan that they could use. 3. They had to talk about what they had to do. They had to play to their strengths. They had been trying to hype each other up as nearly all of them had a heart attack at the thought. The more they prepared, the more fear they felt. 1. Inko and Hisashi, however, sat in the back of the limo sub. They were reading up on the names of the people at UA. Inko, however, instead of reading all of them, was focused on the girls. She was mainly focused on Izuku's girlfriends. She was just checking up on who was who. It was the next day, and Izuku was waiting at the gate for his mother and father with Nezu, All Might, Midnight, Eri, Ochako, and Mina. Each of them wore a very neat outfit. Nezu had his finest suit. All Might wore his hero suit, of course. Eri wore a dress with cartoon apples on it. Her hair was let loose but combed nearly. Nimari wore skinny jeans, with a t-shirt. Her hair was put into a messy bun that Izuku liked on her. She also wore a blazer which gave a good look. Ochako wore a simple sundress with her hair let down like normal. Mina wore the same outfit as Nimari, only without the blazer. They were waiting for the SUV limo. It only took 12 minutes of waiting in total. The car stopped right in front of the gate and the doors went open. First out was his mother, who looked stunning. There was no other way to put it. She was a 20 out of 10. Then came Izuku's father, Hisashi, who looked exactly like his son, or well, Izuku looked like his father. The only thing that was a real change was the fact that his father didn't have a scar, but a small beard and black hair. While Izuku's hair was black as well, he still had the green in it. Hello, father, mother. How was the car ride over? Izuku said as his mother rushed over and grabbed him for a bone-crushing hug that the spectators could hear. She let go and instantly grabbed her son's face to inspect it. Izuku either couldn't stop it or didn't want to as his head moved wherever his mother moved it. 1. Oh baby, looks at this, she said with concern. Mom, I am fine. How about I introduce you all? He said as he moved over to his father for a handshake and a hug. He then moved to the group. Well, first these are Principal Nezu and All Might. It's an honor meeting the both of you. Both said with a bow. I wished to welcome you to UA, Nezu said with Inko giving a small bow herself. Thank you for taking care of my baby boy. I know he can be a lot to handle but still thank you. 1. Nezu and All Might however were paged and had to leave, which Inko and Hisashi understood and excused as they went to whatever they needed to do. Well mom, dad, this is your granddaughter, Eri. Eri, these are my mama and papa. Both Inko and Hisashi wanted to rush over and spoil Eri until they couldn't anymore, but Eri was scared so they kept their distance. 1. Hello, Eri said. Normally she wouldn't be this scared, but the girls made her scared by accident. She was with them as they all freaked out about meeting the king and queen. Hello sweetheart, what a pretty dress is that, Inko said as she kneeled on the floor. Thank you, I like your pretty hair, Eri said, feeling a strange calming presence coming over her. 8. She walked up to Inko, who just kept the same smiling face. Do you like apples? Eri asked, sort of testing the waters. I do you like them? Eri nodded at this and got excited. I love apples, they are my favorites, I like candy apples. Papa says they aren't that good for my teeth, but I still get to eat them. 1. Hisashi then went to crouch down near Inko. What a pretty princess you are, did you know I have a present for you? Hisashi said as he signaled for Jin to bring a briefcase. Right, when I found out that you came into our family I went and had this found. It took a little longer than I wanted, but now I can finally give it to you. He said as he pulled out a tiara. 1. It looked like it was right out of a fairy tale. It was sparkling and filled with diamonds and other rare gemstones. He gave it to Eri as to not come into her personal space, but to his excitement and joy, Eri asked if he could put it on. He did so with the biggest smile on his face. Papa, how do I look? Eri asked Izuku, who could only smile and raise his thumbs as he was at an absolute loss for words. 7. Now last but not least, Mom, Dad, these are my girlfriends, Nimari, Ochako, and Mina. All three gave a bow as a greeting. Inko walked up with a serious face, scaring the shit out of the girls. She looked each of them over, not changing her face whatsoever. Until she turned around to Izuku. They are so pretty, Izuku, you're going to make the cutest grandbabies. She squealed as she started hugging the three ladies. 1. How about we meet your other friends? It should be a good time for Eri to eat lunch if she hasn't already. No, she has not. We were waiting for you. Izuku responded as Eri ran up to Inko to be carried, which Inko of course did. Eri went ahead and played with Inko's hair as she started asking the girls all sorts of questions. As they made their way walking toward the dorms, Inko was ahead asking Nimari, Mina, and Ochako questions, with Eri in hand. Izuku was a little behind them, talking with his father Hisashi and Jin. 1. So I want to know, how did you all first meet my baby boy? Inko asked the girls. She was aware of how Izuku met Nimari, seeing as she was a teacher at the school he went to, but she wanted to know about the other two. 1. I think Ochako should be the one telling that story. For me, I just ran toward my friend to tease her about the big guy she was talking to. Mina said, giving the focus to Ochako. Oh well, I just met him. No sweetheart, give me all the details, I need to know them. Inko said, making Ochako give a nod as she took a deep breath. 1. So I woke up the day like super nervous. The entire train ride over I was trying to control my breathing, and when I came to the UA gates, I was like shaking, but then when I made my first couple steps I saw someone fall next to me, so I reached out to stop them with my quirk. To my surprise, it was this tall boy in a hoodie with a face mask. When I talked with him he didn't talk back, but that was the nerves we all had. Then Mina pulled me away. I didn't think I really would see the guy again. But then during the exam both me and Mina had heavily overused our quirks, so we are pinned to the floor. This massive robot the size of a massive apartment complex punches downward onto the pin me and Mina, and out of nowhere when this figure stands in front of us shielding us from an explosion we didn't even know took place. And that just happened to be Izuku saving us from an explosion he created. Ochako said. 3. Oh my god, that is so cute. But Izuku shouldn't be nervous around those exams, he has fought stuff more dangerous than a simple robot. Inko said with Izuku nodding and looking embarrassed. Yeah, it wasn't the exam. I just didn't expect to see someone that pretty and that cute. Ochako just blushed more as Inko squealed as Hisashi and Jin laughed at Izuku. Nimari and Mina also laughed. 3. That is beyond cute. Now what about first dates? Only me so far, but the girls do have a plan for their date which will happen later tonight. Oh, first what was your date? Oh, it was wonderful, he picked me up, in such a nice suit, we had this peaceful drive and we arrived at this massive mansion. There was this massive garden and we went inside to eat. Oh, the food was amazing, might have been the greatest hamburger steak I ever tasted. Then we ended it by just watching TV. Single quote. 1. So what is your idea for the date? Oh, it's kind of like that, but we would eat at a restaurant and then watch a movie at home. Oh, that is also very sweet, just thinking of it makes me jealous of you. Hey, we go on dozen of dates whenever we are somewhere. Hisashi said. I know honey. Inko said as she eye-rolled making the girls giggle. 3. What do your parents think about you dating Izuku? Oh well, my folks are okay with it. They were shocked when I said I had feelings for him, although my mom was going on that I was becoming a princess. Mina said with a laugh. My parents were a little shocked and confused but they have no problems with it. Why do parents normally have a problem with it? Ochako asked. 1. Yes, although my parents weren't with us when I started dating Hisashi, but from the stories I heard was that the queen before me had a lot of troubles with her own family, more so that they weren't seen as royalties themselves. I just had my friends. I had these two friends, one of them you should have already met, Izumi Curtis, and second, was Mitsuki. They at first didn't believe me but then when I showed them Hisashi they were very supportive. 3. While the girls were talking some more, Hisashi was talking with Izuku and Jin about the upcoming event. Izuku about the World Council meeting. I have been doing some talking and there is about a 90% chance you have to fight at the upcoming meeting. Now because of how his country lives I found some difficulties finding out much about what he had been doing this last year, so if you fight him be prepared for things you might not have expected. Hisashi sounded serious. Do not worry father, I have been preparing for a whole year, I even have plans for after I win, I know what he can do and what he will try. Shike won't be able to win like how he did against Bjorn. I know how he won against Bjorn last year was a dirty trick, and I know that Bjorn was your friend, but do not let your emotions get the better of yourself, cause while Bjorn might have lost his leg and arm, you might not be so lucky. The only reason Bjorn is still alive is because of the guards that stepped in and is sheltering him. 2. I know father, but I have people to live for. I will do what is necessary to make sure everything will turn out great. You won't even know all the plans I have for them. Oh now you have me intrigued. Do tell me one of them, I am curious. Okay, so first off I plan on putting Bjorn back in power. I know because of the law that we can't make him one of the royal families, but I plan on making him the leader of the area, that way we don't have to continue returning them every week. I also plan to do the same thing in Africa but I won't say who I have in mind, but for Africa, I plan on using their vast amount of desert to put solar screens up and harvest far more energy from the sun, that way we could lower the prices of electricity around our area. Oh, that is a good plan. But before making too many big plans focus on the task ahead of yourself. Shike will be an incredibly hard obstacle to overcome. Hisashi told his son as they just walked right up to the door of the 1A dorm. 1. As they opened the door to their shock 1A wasn't the only one within the dorm, 1B also decided to show up and show their face. They looked over to the door and for the small royal family, they were able to see 37 students completely shit their pants. Each of them had a different reaction and for Inko and Hisashi who have been doing this a while, it was always a joy to see the reactions. 4. Some from 1B went to take a knee and keep their eyes on the ground, others stood straight up almost giving a salute toward Inko and Hisashi. Others bowed. 1A was thankfully warned ahead of time, but they forgot to tell 1B that arrived 5 minutes after Izuku moved to the gate. 1. MMY apologize your highnesses, we were not aware that you would grace of with you arrival, Shishida spoke in hopes of not offending them. Hi, do not worry, you can stand up and calm down, nothing bad will happen if you do, Inko said with 1B standing up. So are you all in my son's class? It seems like a rather large group for one class. No, your highness, we are in the other class, we were just coming by to say hello and to hopefully figure out what to do during the upcoming events. Kendo said, trying her best not to sound nervous. 2. It's all right, you can just call us Mr. and Miss Midoriya. We are just here to see our son and his classmates. Oh, we could never use such information with two of your status. Well, if I would then order everyone within this room to at this moment in time to call us by that and only that, would that be more acceptable then? Inko said, given everyone but one way out of this. 2. Well then Mr. and Miss Midoriya, if you could please excuse us, we have to return to our dorm room for other things we have still to do. Inko and Hisashi just nodded as they held back laughter, seeing 1B close to run out of the room. Inko noticed that with her haki the kids noticeable relaxed at the fact they were out. 1. Oh, my apologizes Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya, please have a seat, could we get you anything, perhaps some tea or water? Ida asked. Oh, you shouldn't have to do such things, Izuku, can you make me a cup of tea, please, you know how I like it, right? Sure thing mom, it will only be a second. Izuku grabbed a heat-resistant bowl and started washing his hands. He then proceeded to grab the mug and use the Netsu no Mi heat fruit to apply heat for a set amount of time, which would bring the tea to the perfect temperature for his mother. 1. So I do hope he isn't a massive pain, I know how he gets sometimes. Inko said with a laugh. He has been a great student, hero, and even a friend. Ida said, unsure if he could consider Izuku a friend. That is good to hear, of course mom, I wasn't even the main one to cause problems that were Kakashi-sensei or Alfred, they always just blamed me. Izuku spoke, but his mother could easily read that if he was lying. 1. Now if the girls could please come with me, I have to ask some questions for the lovely ladies, Inko said as they moved outside. The girls were a little stressed but moved still. As soon as they left the room, Hisashi sat back a bit. Oh boy, your mother is putting on a show, Hisashi said. 1. As soon as the door closed and Inko stood with Eri. Now I am under the understanding that you all feel a certain way about my son, is that correct? Not for my ma'am, I am at the moment in a relationship with one of our other classmates. Suyu said. Oh well, my apologies, you can leave or stand on this side if you prefer then. Suyu moved toward Inko's side, wondering what would happen. 1. Now anyone else not having feelings for my son? None of the girls moved. Now please be aware, I am more than happy to see that my son has attracted such beautiful women, but if you do this for fame or riches I will completely and utterly destroy you and everything you hold dear, is that understood? Inko said, which made the girls nod in fear. 42. Ma'am, please know we never wish to hurt or even betray your son. We all have grown quite attached to him. Robin said. Oh, I am aware, I can read your emotions, and when I spoke about you all betraying my son I was easily able to read you all despised that idea completely. Ma'am, how can you, was it your quirk? Nami asked. No, it wasn't, it's something called haki, it's only learnable and even usable for members of the royal family to use freely. Well, it might be acceptable to learn using it when you're not a part of the royal family. Hold a rather big punishment. Oh, so are we allowed to learn it, or would that have to wait after marriage? Nami asked again. 1. Well, it would have to wait after you start dating my son, but after that, yes, you could learn it. I would even insist on the fact, I don't want my future daughters-in-law to become injured or even die when there was a simple fact around it. Ma'am, how can reading our emotions save our life? Dearie, haki is much more than that. Here, let's go back inside so I can show you. They quickly entered the dorm. Izuku, can you turn to smoke for me? Inko said as she grabbed a walking cane. 1. She stood behind his head and with a hard swing took his head clean off. His head, however, turned to smoke. Not even a second later, Izuku's head was back. Now ladies, with haki this is possible. She then smacked Izuku right in the head, making him say ow as the girls gave out an oh in amazement. Both parents decided to speak with the kids a little more until they thought it was a good time and excused themselves. Ochako and Mina, after Inko and Hisashi left, decided to clean up themselves for their date. Ochako and Mina just stepped in the shower. Both were scrubbing themselves down in preparation for their date. Both were also shaving their bodies completely except for the hair on their heads. It wasn't that they had hair, but that didn't matter. 1. They had borrowed some of Momo and Nimari's shower supplies as they were the best by far. By the end, they felt like new women, which mostly came from Nimari's Relax Body Scrub, which was someone both girls felt was a gift from the gods. 2. After the shower, they quickly moved to the dorm of Mina, where all the girls were waiting. As they entered, each girl started working together. Nami and Robin started brushing Ochako and Mina's hair. The other girls were on the job of clothing and makeup. 3. For makeup, Ochako wanted it simple, nothing too fancy. For clothing, they decided on a dress. She of course went for the dress she bought on the girls' day. But she also had to get something for the movies. She wanted that to be sexy, which was super doable. First was a set of tight yoga leggings that would show off her great legs. Second would be a crop top with a big opening showing cleavage, which would be comfortable enough to watch a movie in and most likely be sexy enough to keep Izuku focused on her instead of the movie. 1. With that, Ochako was ready, so the girls all moved to Mina's room, and the same thing happened again. Of course, her hair was already done this time. But clothing was the new point. She would go for her dress as well from the girls' date as it looked great and she was looking for every opportunity to wear that dress. 1. Then came the movie. She wanted to be sexy as fuck. So she went for booty shorts that looked like they were a size too small. She also wore a skin-tight shirt that would give in her eyes the perfect view of her breast. She wanted Izuku to again miss everything from the movie. 2. With that, both girls were ready. They had a small bag with clothing for the movie as well as some extra sleepwear if that would be needed. They still brought their purse even though there would be no need, but with that, they made their way downstairs. 2. Izuku was already ready. He wore a nice suit with a golden Rolex which he had gotten as a birthday present from one of his oldest friends, the Prince of America Jordan Strongarm. He of course had his wallet and phone. He had the keys for Ford Mustang Mach 1, which had just enough room for 3 people. 1. He had shaven his face during his shower. While he was nervous, he was nowhere near as nervous as the girls, but he was nervous enough to shower twice just to make sure he cleaned everything. He had called ahead at the restaurant to make sure their seat was reserved and private, which was the case. They also asked if he would like them to already set up a drink or take their order, which wasn't necessary. Then he called Alfred to make sure all the staff would be free, and if the movies were good. 1. Of course, Alfred was more than prepared. He had already set up a laptop to the screen so they would be able to watch whatever movie they wanted. He had one of the chefs pre-cook some popcorn that would be warmed up as they would arrive, making it the perfect temperature during the movie. That same chef also made mochi. He had put some in a box for Ochako and Mina to take with them to the dorm as well. That was something Ochako had no idea of. While mochi was pretty common in shops now, with Ochako dating Izuku and her well-known love for mochi, it was in almost every shop. It would also be the same for Orca. It wasn't that weird if royalty would have something they want. Shops wanted to be the one to give it to them. 3. But now he was waiting in the common room, talking with Kirishima and Kaminari about his car that stood right outside the dorm. So if I punched the car, nothing would happen. No offense to you, but no, don't think so. But what if I used my quirk on it, huh? Kaminari said. Izuku just laughed. You would top up my battery. He overturned around when he heard the elevator, and when he saw the two of them he nearly fell. 3. Wow, Kaminari said. Why, you two look amazing. Izuku said, stuttering a little. He had not expected them to look like that. Thanks, Izuku, you don't look bad yourself. Mina said with a laugh. You two ready? Both nodded as some of the guys and girls started cheering and whistling. Don't forget protection, Nimari said as Eri started waving at them. 3. As they drove, Izuku played a little music to hopefully calm them down a little. You have nothing to worry about, you know that, right? Ochako nodded. Yeah, I just feel a little weird wearing this. It's like the most expensive thing I know. Well, you better get used to it. I like spoiling the people I love and you are one of those people, Ochako. Ochako blushed but nodded. 1. As they arrived at the restaurant, he had to sigh. There were some media outside the restaurant. he noticed there were a couple from outside of Asia. Is that for us? Ochako said with Izuku nodded. Yeah, I think so. I think someone told the media, but don't worry, they will just take pictures of us outside. That Izuku parked the car and got out. He walked to the other side and opened the door to let Ochako and Mina out. With Mina and Ochako in their arms, he made his way inside as quickly as possible as he noticed both felt weird with their pictures getting taken that much. 3. Hello Mr. Midoriya, Miss Uraraka, Miss Ashido, please follow me to your table. The hostess said right when they entered. They made their way through the room. They entered a special room and had the best seat in the house. It was a newly built part of the restaurant. It was a table for around 5 people maximum. Inside of a glass building on the lower side of the glass was greenery, different flowers and flora. 1. But the ceiling had a beautiful view of the sky, and today it was a clear sunset. They sat down with Izuku fixing the chairs for the ladies. He sat down. Would you all like to drink something? Yes, I would like water please. Oh alright, I really don't know my wines, so just any red wine would be okay, Mina said with Ochako agreeing with that. The hostess nodded and excused herself saying someone would come by with their drinks as well as their menus. 2. So you have to deal with that lot, Mina asked about the media. From time to time, now with all the countries coming together it's far worse, but yeah. It normally happens. How do you ever get stuff done? Well, I haven't been here for long, and I have only been back in Japan for a little over a year. So they want some new pics, but don't worry, they will calm down in a little while. Izuku finished and right then their waiter came. She was a smaller woman with her being just under 5 feet. She was super nervous as she walked. 1. She placed the drinks down and gave the menus. Will be back in a little bit to take your order. She managed to breathe out as she walked away, making Mina laugh a little. Man, I feel sorry for her. She must be scared to death. Ochako said, also holding back laughter. Yeah, just hope she doesn't faint at the end of the night. 4. With that, the girls and Izuku went to look at the menu. Izuku went for a salad as his first course, Ochako had the same, but while Mina went for the soup. As they ate they shared some funny stories. As the time Izuku went to a restaurant with his mother and father in India, apparently the waiter didn't know he would waiter for the royal family, and as he stood at their table he just fainted. He went asleep right away, shock hitting him in the face and putting him to bed. 4. Izuku then found out that he had only been working there a week and this was the last thing he expected. This was funny to Ochako and Mina as they started laughing, and in Ochako's case snorting a little. Mina told of when she first got her quirk. She had this favorite teddy bear that she had been sleeping with, but when she went to bed that night her quirk activated. So that night she had melted right through her teddy bear. She cried for well over a week, and for the rest, she had to buy acid-proof teddy bears and even some clothing. 6. Ochako's story was the time she didn't want her father to leave for work, so she had floated his keys to the ceiling. For her, that was now unreachable, but her father was just able to grab them by standing on his toes. But as payback she that night had floated his left shoe on top of a closet. This made it hard to see. That morning her father was unable to find his work shoe, but her mother found it. 1. The rest of the dinner was great. For second, Izuku had 2 steaks with a set of potatoes and broccoli, something Mina called cannibalism. Mina had chicken breast with rice, and Ochako had the same as Mina. 5. Then for dessert Izuku had a big banana split, Mina had chosen chocolate lava cake, and Ochako of course had mochi. It was delicious for them. Everything was homemade except for the banana. Of course, Mina had almost ordered a second lava cake, but she was already stuffed. But with that Izuku paid again. The price shocked Ochako and Mina, but even if the price was 10 times higher for them it was more than worth it. 20. Then they drove to Izuku's home. Again the size shocked them a little, but Izuku parked his car in front of the house and went to open the door. Mina this time took the bag with them, but Izuku walked with them to show it a little. I assume you want to change into something more conformable. Which got them to look at each other and giggle then nod. So Izuku moved to his guest bedroom, or at least the closest bedroom. I will chance as well, I will nod when I get back. He told them, which they loved as it would be way funnier. 1. Izuku moved to his room and went from his suit to just some sweatpants and a gray shirt. He wore some slippers, but that was it. He made it to their room and knocked. Right at that moment the door shot open and Izuku forgot how to speak. 1. Both were pulling off a sexy pose that was just pure overkill. See something you like? Izuku still forgot how to words, so he just nodded. Well, let's get to watching a movie. Where to go, Captain? Mina said, snapping Izuku out of it. What movie? The girls just laughed. The movie we are here to watch. Oh yeah, follow me. He now snapped out of it fully and moved to the movie theater. Where they chose to watch a horror movie. Izuku didn't see a second of the movie. With Mina clinging onto him and clinging close and closer after each scare, or Ochako's moaning at the taste of the mochi, it was just too much to believe he would be able to watch a movie. 3. The only reason he knows it's a horror was that Mina was clinging onto her the entire time, and Ochako did the same with each jump scare. After the movie, they sat in silence for a little bit. So Izuku, now that we have been on a date, how about we go to your room, to work off the calories we ate? Mina said with a wink. Izuku looked at Ochako to make sure this was also something she wanted. Yeah, I did eat a lot of mochi, so maybe some exercise would be perfect. She said with Izuku not needing anything more. He grabbed them and started running toward his room. Izuku was in bed asleep facing upwards, fully naked, with Ochako face down on his side, also naked, slightly snoring, wearing 2 small gloves. Then there was Mina, also naked, but instead of laying next to them she was laying on top of them. Her butt was in between Ochako and Izuku, with one of her feet right on Izuku's face. Her other leg was next to his head. If Izuku was awake he could lift his head, he would look right at Mina's privets. Mina's arm was over Ochako's back with her face on her legs, deep asleep. 1. All three were asleep until Izuku's phone went off, waking Mina first. She tried getting up by lifting herself with her arms, but she just pressed down on Ochako's butt, waking her and kicking Izuku in the face on accident. Now all three of them were awake and thankfully Mina rolled off. Izuku grabbed his phone, his face hurting, not ready for a foot in the face to wake up. 1. What? Izuku asked, not sounding too friendly. Well, good morning to you as well, my love. Nimari said with a giggle as Izuku groaned and sat up. Hey honey, sorry, rough morning and we were awake till late. Oh my, I just wanted to call you and tell you Alfred stopped by. He told me that our protection detail will show up just before dinner. He thought you were here, so try not to be too late. Nimari said, as at the moment it was around 11. Don't worry, we will just get some breakfast and take a shower and head back. Want anything? Oh, could you get me some of those dumplings from that place I like? Of course, see you soon. Izuku said as he heard Nimari blow a kiss and hang up. 1. He then looked back down and saw both of them were sleeping again, but to Izuku's surprise and enjoyment both had turned around and were both spread eagle. Hey, wake up, we still have the stuff to do, he said as he moved out of bed using the Moku Moku no Mi, smoke fruit. He didn't want to disturb his girlfriends who just groaned, still tired. I don't want to move, I am still sore from last night. Mina said. 1. It's not my fault, you guys got competitive, Izuku laughed. But come, let's take a shower and a small soak in the hot tub, it will feel better for you girls. Carry us please, Mina begged, with Izuku rolling his eye but keeping a smile on his face, so he used his smoke fruit and lifted them. He then brought them closer, with both of them deciding to lean in his chest more and kiss him on the cheek with a thank you. 1. When they arrived at the bathroom, which looked more like a normal bathhouse by the pure size of it, they were put on the floor. What the hell, why is it this big? Ochako nearly screamed. She was wondering why anyone would need this much space to clean themselves. She nearly fainted when she saw the tub was bigger than most pools people had. No idea, but I was thinking of adding an extension. Open this wall here and add an open area for those nice nights where you just wanna soak and chill, he said, with Mina loving that idea. 4. They cleaned themselves and soaked for about 15 minutes in the hot tub pool. I never want to leave, Mina and Ochako said as they were in a massage chair waiting on Izuku with their bags. We should come back here way more, I don't think I could live without this anymore, Mina said just as Izuku came in. We can always come back from time to time. If you want anything for during the bath, we can set up. I have been thinking of a coffee machine that should be able to make iced coffee and milk coffee. 3. With that done, they all got dressed and made their way to Izuku's car. What do you want to eat? I wouldn't mind a sandwich, I have been craving a BLT lately. Mina said with Ochako being okay with that. With that they got to driving. Izuku thankfully knew of a great sandwich place nearby the restaurant Nimari wanted. 3. Are we gonna eat inside? I mean we could but I don't mind. Well let's order to go then get back to Ua sooner. Sure if you girls order a sandwich I will go get some dumpling for Nimari, get me something good. Izuku said as he gave them some cash and walked off to get dumplings. It only took a little while before they were in the car again. On the drive toward Ua, Mina and Ochako decided to already eat their food. They also went ahead and fed Izuku his sandwich. As they arrived at Ua they went straight for the dorm. Right away Ochako and Mina were dragged off by the girls most likely going to be interrogated. Izuku just went to the dinner table and checked up on Eri who was on her laptop playing games. Hey sweetie, how did you sleep? 4. Really good papa. Me and Mama Nem watched this show about a boy with an arrow on his head, it was really funny. She said as he just smiled and gave a forehead kiss. He decided to join Eri for some games. After around 30 minutes the girls were released and they all walked out of the girls' side. So Izuku, who is this protection detail that is showing up, and are we the only one getting them? I am not sure who it is, but what I do know is that they will protect all the classes in case something happens, he said. But how did you think your date went? 10. Well, Nami I believe you already know how it went, why jealous of them? He said with a smirk. Oh absolutely, but I can wait to blow your mind. She said with fake confidence. In all honest from what she heard of Ochako and Mina, how good he did give her a good scare, but not only her but mostly all the girls, however, she was told they would completely enjoy themselves. 5. The rest of the day Izuku spent resting and just scrolling on his laptop. For everyone, it looked like he was just doing nothing, but he was reading up on the newest information about the royal families. Each of them had arrived and was on their way toward Ua. He, of course, was also learning a bit more about Sheikh the Prince of Africa. Everyone was sure he had to fight him and while he had faith he would win, he was worried he might not come out of it unscathed. Sheikh first off was powerful, he lived in a world of fighters, their world was focused on battles and strength most of the time. 4. Sheikh's quirk was him being able to transform into animals. Sheikh, however, had a big fault in his strength, he only took a tiger as the animal transformation, he never gave the reason to the outside world he however did tell that to the other royals. It was an insult to Izuku. The first animal Izuku went for when they were around 14 was the same beast he used to fight the Nomu, it was his dragon or most correctly his fish fruit. The Prince of Antarctica praised Izuku for it as he, Izuku, and the Prince of America were the best friends. Sheikh however wanted to be seen as the greatest and since in Japanese stories a tiger often fought and defeated dragons he chose that. 7. But he wasn't able to read any more before there was a knock on the door. Ida was the closest so he opened the door, and it showed Alfred with 2 men behind him. Oh hello please come in. Ida said with Ida and the other 2 entering as well. Hello, young prince hopes we are not intruding, one of the 2 men said. This man Izuku recognized right away. 1. The man stood at 199 centimeters tall. He wore a black coat over his shoulders without his arm in it, a large collar, a white buttoned shirt with only half of it buttoned up. You could see he was well built. He had a small stubble and 3 lines over one of his eyes and red hair. His pants cut below the knee with a red sash around his waist to keep his shirt tucked inside. On his right hip was a saber. Like shoes, he wore simple sandals. 2. Next to him stood a tall man, standing at a height of 206 centimeters. His hair is now gray, medium length, and slicked back. He also now has a large, X-shaped scar on his left temple. Wears a black, V-neck shirt with 3/4 sleeves along with loose pants with numerous pockets on them, tucked inside his buckled boots. He wears a sash around his waist, the last thing added to his attire is his spiral-patterned cloak. He also wore a large rifle on his tucked in his sash. Yo Shanks, Beckman, I didn't know you were going to act as the protection detail. Izuku said as he stood up and went toward them. Ha, that was the point prince, only we and the king and queen knew too in case there would be a problem. Now instead of getting chummy how about you introduce us? Sure, Hiroshima can you get Bakugo down, and Ojiro, sure thing. With the next minute, Alfred went to Eri and asked how she was, but the others came down. Well, Everyone, these two will take care of us this week. They are the leader and the second in command of the red-haired guard. The top security of the royal family. Red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, both gave a wave. I could explain their quirks, but I feel they could better do that. 1. Well, I will go first. My quirks allow me to alter my own will and use it. I can infuse my will into objects as well as send out a wave of willpower which makes it so that weaker-willed people will lose conciseness. My quirks are this pistol. I can fire it as much as I want without the need of ammo or gunpowder. 3. Sir. How strong are you? We are more than capable of protecting you all. Most classes get one member of our guard, but because this class has not only the prince but the small princess as well, we decided that our two strongest members should be good. In terms of a fight, I believe we are just around All Might. No way. There is no way you're as strong as All Might. All Might has more strength, but in terms of a real fight we do rank with him. Of course the young prince if he lets loose is stronger, but we are more here to make sure he doesn't have to act. 1. So you here to babysit us? Bakugo asked. No, we won't babysit you, but during the week we will be nearby in case something happens. Wait, but if you two are the strongest, who is protecting the king and queen? Well, most of the time they are going to be around the prince, but when that is not the case the prince, his teachers and heroes will be protecting them as well as some other members. 2. We will come by tomorrow so we can bring you with us to the gate to greet the other royal families. This was a request of Nezu. With that, the three of them went away. Yo Izuku, what was that sword he was using? Oh, that is Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grades. Or at least a quirked copy of it. There is a member of the red-haired guard that can perfectly copy 4 weapons at once. One of them is Griffin, but let's eat dinner. Jupe, my baby needs his strength for tomorrow. Nimari said as she squeezed Izuku's cheek and went to the kitchen as she and Robin went to make dinner. 1A and all the other classes of UA stood near the gate. A lot of them were wearing their UA uniforms. It wasn't required. Izuku wore normal jeans and a white buttoned-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Next to him stood Nimari wearing her the same as Izuku, except she wore black heels and a blazer. Ochako wore a suit that looked like the UA outfit, but the blazer was different, and Mina wore jeans with a colorful shirt. Eri had worn a princess dress with the tiara she had been given by Hisashi. 4. Those two were also standing at the gate. Inko wore a beautiful dress with a cape of shorts over his shoulders. Izuku's father Hisashi wore a black suit, very simple, but then again he was not one for fancy clothing. They had some guards around them in case anything would happen. 1. The first car that showed up was a large limo, much for a man bigger than All Might, which was clear for Izuku who it was. It was the car for the American royal family. The door opened up and first came a large black man. He was around 1 meter tall. He was very well built, more for strength than for show. He wore tan shorts and sandals. He also wore an open Hawaiian shirt. Izuku, my friend, he called out loudly as more people walked out of the car. 10. First was a beautiful young woman of a slender yet curvaceous figure with a big bust and regular height. She has very pale skin, large light blue eyes which can turn orange while gaining a triskel, and long silver hair reaching her waist. She wore a blue earring with the symbol of the American royal family. Her outfit to an open-backed blue button-up shirt with a pink necktie, a short white skirt with slits and a belt, and a long black stocking on her right leg with black heels. 4. The second one. She is a fair maiden, described as lovely, beautiful, with purple eyes and medium-length brown hair which is tied up into large twin tails. She has a well-endowed and curvaceous body. She wore a short orange dress with black shorts. It also had a window showing her cleavage as well as a set of matching boots. 2. The third woman is seen as a slim, attractive, tall woman with 3 beauty marks below her right eye. Her outfit consists of a highly revealing and open fur-collared long coat, with heart-shaped buttons, short shorts that resemble panties with a heart on them, and thigh-high boots. Her hair is at shoulder length and black. 3. The fourth one has a fitting body, long blonde hair tied up with a blue ribbon, and a gold battle outfit. She possesses notable fangs that can be seen protruding slightly from her lips even when not speaking. 1. Last was a very beautiful woman. She is very tall and slender with long black hair that extends past her waist, with locks of hair that frame her face down to her chin and shows off her high forehead, dark brown eyes with long, voluminous eyelashes, and pale skin. She has a narrow waist and very large breasts. She wore a revealing red blouse that showed much of her chest and a loose sarong that exposed her long, slender legs with the green symbol of the Kuja adorned on them, along with a white cape sporting epaulettes more commonly found on the jackets of high-ranking, and red high-heel pumps. 3. Yo Jordan, how was the trip? Hope it wasn't too bad. Nah, and even if it was I had my lovely wives to keep me company. Jordan said as his father who looked just like his son but he was white, along with his wife. She was a very beautiful black woman. She wore a very beautiful suit that gave her a look of maturity that she already had. 1. Ah, Izuku, how are you? Oh my, the scar is worse than I imagined. The Queen of America said as she saw. Don't worry about it, Miss Armstrong, it looks a lot worse than it is, I barely notice it. Oh, Dwayne, Mary, how have you been? It's been a while, has it not? Inko said as the American family walked in. It has, you're as beautiful as ever, Inko. Oh, is that the little princess the world has been talking about? Mary said as she saw Eri. Who gave a wave? Izuku and Jordan fist-bumped each other. Jordan, these are my girlfriends, Nimari, Ochako, and Mina, and that is my daughter Eri. Ah, nice to meet you all. Hope this green idiot doesn't give you all too many problems. If you ever need anyone to kick his ass, give me a call. Now I shall introduce my wives. This is Elizabeth, Diane, Merlin, Gerda, and Boa. Each of them gave a greeting as they saw the other cars showing up. 4. The next car was a normal car, with a man in a shirt and an open vest stepping out. His skin was light blue. Damn, I was later than the slug really. He said as Jordan laughed. Suck it, Popsicle. How was the plane trip, Kurao? Izuku asked. As Kurao walked in, his mother and father came out as well. His mother was a small woman. She was a little on the chubby side but still looked great. She wore glasses and had her hair in a bun with a pin holding it up. His father was a larger blue man that looked just like a frost giant. 1. Hello Miss and Mr. Yoden. Izuku, you know to call us May and Ymir. With your promise of protection against Shike, it's the least we can do. That is not needed. I am more than happy to help the people I consider family. I don't like it though, but I just can't match up against that Shike. Kurao said as a wave of cold air shot in the area. 2. Papa, why is it cold now? Oh sorry sweetheart, that's my fault. My quirk allows me to freely manipulate ice, but it also brings down my temperature and it makes everything around me very cold. Kurao apologized to Eri with Izuku already using the Mera Mera no Mi, flame fruit, to warm her up. 5. Just after them came a large car with an open roof. Out came a very fat man with a lot of gold chains and gold rings on his hands. It was the king of South America. With him was his son who looked like your average man except for the large wings out his back. His wings were pure black just like his hair, and much like his father he wore a lot of jewelry. 1. Hey Amadio, Mr. Garcia, welcome to UA. Izuku welcomed them with a hand as did the other royal families. Ah hello, Izuku, thanks for allowing us here. It had always been a wonder to me how the heroes were trained in Japan. Amadio said as he looked around. 1. After the South American royal family came the second to last, Australia, which happened to be just one person. It was the oldest of the new age of royals. He was 29, he wore shorts with boots and no shirt. He had a patch of chest hair that looked much like Australia and wore a hat with croc teeth on it. He was very muscular and was the acting king of Australia, Michael J. Dundee. His father Paul had been very sick and at the moment he was still recovering. Hello Mike, you forgot your shirt again, Jordan said with Michael looking down and bursting out in laughter. 6. You're right, ha ha ha. Then a sleeveless vest made of leather was transported with him, now wearing it. See better, right? Yes, but you should pay attention to it. You might be durable but you can still get sick. Izuku said a little worried. 1. Then the last car came. Out came a man wearing tribal clothing. He had nearly no visible scars, a necklace made from teeth, some human some animal. Behind him was a man wearing a normal suit with some tribal marks on his face as well as a clear crown that was rather fancy. 3. Hello Shike, Mr. Shiki. Where are your wives? Should they not accompany their husband on such a trip? Do not concern yourself with the situation of what they do. But if you most know, they do not matter, they are only considered my wives because of their looks, you with the bunny ears, you will also be my wife. Shike said toward Mirko, who was acting like security. Shike, she will be no such thing, you're nothing but a guest, so hold your tongue against them. Or I will remove it. 11. Shike stood tall and glared at Izuku, who didn't care. I, Shike, son of Shiki the Golden Lion, challenge Izuku Midoriya, Prince of Asia, to a duel for the right to rule Asia. This came as a shock to some, but Izuku, Jordan, and Kurao just chuckled. Aw fucking hell, the dumbass couldn't wait until tomorrow. Jordan said as he grabbed his wallet and paid Izuku and Kurao both $100. Watch your tone, boy. Shike said to Jordan, who scoffed. 6. Shike, I, of course, accept your challenge, but do know that I will not hold back. You have shown blatant disrespect for human life. When I beat you and you don't surrender, I will kill you. Izuku said, with Shike giving a fake laugh. I will gut you like the sad dog you were and take your women for myself and use them as slaves. 4. All of a sudden everyone felt a wave of strong pure rage wash over them. The source of that pure fear was coming from Izuku. With the floor beneath him beginning to slowly crack, the clouds in the air started parting. Shike, if you ever open your mouth about them again, I will kill you right here and now. From this point on, if you dare open that goddamn mouth of yours against one of my people, I will crush your heart in my hands and burn your entire body down to ashes. Izuku said, now standing right in front of Shike. 6. Calm down, bro. How about we calm down? The fight has been agreed upon too, so let's calm down and save that for later. Jordan said as both he and Kurao held Izuku back. It's not like I would want a whore that has been used anyway. With that line from Shike, Izuku pushed past Jordan and Kurao and kicked Shike in the chest, making him fly backward hard into the wall of Ua, nearly breaking through. Izuku's forearms were now scaly. Now Jordan was again holding Izuku back with Kurao, but now both were using their quirks, but with them, Rayleigh and Shanks were also on Izuku with all might behind Izuku. 5. Jordan's arms were now slightly glowing as his skin looked a little harder and his eyes started glowing. Kurao grew slightly. He was slightly smoking as his coldness started showing. Izuku calms down. Save it for later, you can beat his ass later on. But now is not the time for that. Izuku let out a breath as he turned back to fully human. 1. Izuku and the other royals started making their way to Ua while the other classes were allowed to go back. While Shanks went with Izuku, Beckman went with the rest of 1A. As they got to the dorms, each of them let a breath they didn't know they had. What the fuck was that? Bakugo screamed. That was so tense, I felt so scared, dude. Zero said as he slumped down. 1. That was the young prince, his hockey. Only those with royal blood are born with it, yet his one is very powerful. Mr. Beckman, is what just happened normally? Beckman sat down himself as he lit a cigarette. Sort of. The young prince is a very kind and caring boy, has been his entire life. Like Antarika's royal family said, he promised them that if there would be anything he would help them, as Kurao Yoden was a very weak child. Shike, however, was a very mean and aggressive child. He took a deep breath. 1. They have been butting heads for years now. The young prince is strong and everyone knows it. He got praised each year by the families as he was able to do a new cool trick each year. And Shike never was praised as he just never did anything special. With that, Shike grew to hate Izuku. Then last year he challenged Bjorn. He might be among the weakest of the royal families, but he was friends with Izuku, so it would be a great message to send. 2. Does he really just get wives like that? They aren't wives. They are really nothing more than sex slaves or housemaids that get raped whenever he sees fit. But do not worry, tomorrow their lives will start looking up. Do you really think Izuku will win? Nami asked. Yes, Prince Izuku is very powerful, and with him this maid, he will without a doubt win. I just hope he doesn't do too much damage to the surroundings. Beckman said as everyone wondered what kind of damage Izuku could do if he did not hold back. Izuku went into the empty classroom and threw a table across the room as he let loose a frustrated scream. Shike already got on his nerves, but that was only half because of what Shike did here. Izuku had learned that Shike had shamed one of his wives into sleeping outside with a chain around her neck. 3. She wasn't the best cook but was still forced to cook that day. He claimed that it tasted like dog food, and if she would cook like one then she better sleep like one as well. In the hotel, they had followed the order of Alfred and didn't show any women as to not give Shike any chance for claiming a new wife. 1. Izuku bro, are you good now? Jordan asked as he was one of the people that went with Izuku so that he wouldn't kick Shike's head in. I'm fine, thanks for stopping me, I lost control. Don't worry about it, that is was buddies or are they not? If you're good now, I am going to check on my ma and pa, keep out of trouble. 6. Izuku, what happened? You're normally never that short-tempered. Nimari said. Sure, she had seen him pissed off before, but this was something new. She had never seen his haki that strong before. Yeah, and what was with the ground cracking? I can explain that, Lady Aceto. Jin said as he walked in. Each person has haki, but the royal families have a certain gene within themselves called D gene. This gene allows to use of conqueror's haki as well as a somewhat better haki, but the D gene reacts to the other D gene within the other royalty. Thus when normally Prince Izuku can perfectly use his haki, this pulls it out. Jin said as Izuku tried keeping his breathing under control. 7. Ah, by the way, why did you call me Lady Ashido? Well, because you are in relations with Prince Izuku, and while normally in a more informal setting I would ask which you prefer, but with this many diplomates arriving as well as other royal families, the proper titles must be used. So then we are all ladies. Yes, Lady Uraraka and Lady Kayama. That is correct, Jin said with a smile as all the three ladies were a little embarrassed about it. 2. Well, Lady Prince, we should head toward the meeting room. I understand, Jin, let's go. Izuku stood up and stretched his back. He let loose a deep breath and nodded with Eri, walking toward Izuku to be carried, which he did. 37. After a short walk, they entered the room the teachers used. Everyone was already sitting down waiting. Sorry for the wait, now shall we begin? He sat down next to his mother with Eri on his lap. Great, now normally today is nothing more than a greeting to each other so that tomorrow our talk with the other country leaders goes a little more smoothly, but it seems that it's a little different, Hisashi said as he stood up. 1. Today Shike has challenged Izuku to a fight. The winner of that fight would hold Asia, Africa, and Europe. That has great repercussions for all of us if it happens. How do you mean, Hisashi? The King of America asked. Well, anyway you look at it, trading will change. We all know that at the moment trading with Europe and Africa is nearly non-existent. Because needing help if for the weak. Shike said. 2. But no matter that, if Izuku would lose. Which will happen. If that happens, it will mean the trading with Asia will drop. But if Izuku were to win, trading will also take place with Africa as well as Europe again. So I would like the main focus to be that tomorrow. Hisashi said. 1. That point will not be brought up because he won't be alive then, and you will be running away scared and pathetic. Shike, please refrain from such talks. You can speak but do not talk like that to our host. Australia's new king said as Shike scoffed. 36. Well, that is it for that. About the fight, it can take place today if both parties agree. I am fine with that, father. Do you not need time to say goodbye to your family? But I am fine with that. I am fine with fighting you now, so bring it on. No fighting here. Now then, as the fight has been agreed upon, I shall give the floor to Dwayne Strongarm, King of America, as I am personally involved. Thank you, Hisashi. Dwayne stood up and cleared his throat. Now then, as both parties agree to fight today, we will have to pick a time and a location. For the time I suggest it to take place at 4. Do both of you agree? Izuku nodded with Shike also agreeing. Good. Now I suggest bringing Nezu in to find a suitable location for this duel. Jin stood up and got Nezu. 1. I was told you needed me. He said as humble as he could. Why is that filthy rat here? Shike, please show some respect toward my principal. He is allowing us to be here, so shut your mouth if you have nothing nice to say. Izuku instantly responded to Shike. My apologies, Nezu, but yes, we would like to know if there is anywhere for this fight to take place. It happens today at 4. Oh, but of course, the location where the sports festival took place is open. Is that acceptable? Yes, that will work fine. Will you need anything else from me? 3. This time Hisashi spoke up. Yes, could you perhaps try and get something to record and stream the fight like how the sports festival happened? Yes, but could I possibly ask why you would want that, sir? This news will affect the world, thus they have the right to know what will happen. But of course, sir, I shall make sure that it happens. Nezu then left, already starting to make calls for everything to happen. 1. The meeting was stopped right after as to give both parties time to prepare and time to get their affairs in order. Izuku went with his mother and father towards the dorm of 1A. When he arrived, 1A was able to taste the heaviness in the air. 2. Midoriya, what is going on? I am fighting Shike today at 4. I want to tell you all something in the case something does happen. They don't talk like that, Midori. You still have to take us on a date, remember? Nami said very nervously as he didn't like the way Izuku was speaking. 2. I know, and I don't believe I will die, but I won't feel good if it does happen and I am unable to say anything. I want to thank all of you for my time here at UA. I didn't grow up feeling like the kids I saw on TV. I didn't have any friends in my day-to-day, so I thank you for allowing me to be your friend. What the fuck is with all the sappy shit? You ain't my rival for being a bitch. You're going to kick that rude asshole out of UA. Without any fucking injuries, as the only fucker kicking your ass will be me. Bakugo said with Inko breaking out in laughter. 1. Oh Katsuki, you're a spitting image of your mother. Do you know that? I have been told, Your Highness. Katsuki, I have known your mother for ages now. I was there at your birth. I am the one that sends you all those presents each year on your birthday. Call me Inko, or if you prefer, Auntie. Bakugo just nodded, a little embarrassed. 3. But I do agree with Bakugo. Although not as harshly. You are a Midoriya. You are the strongest in our class and most likely our school. You won't be stopped by this Shike, Todorokis said. The class then talked a little, trying to help Izuku any way they could. The 3 girls were with Eri. They were more prepared for this but were still terrified. 2. There was a knocking on the door and Izuku went to open it. It was Mike, the King of Australia. Yo, can I talk with you for a moment? I apologize for the timing. I understand if you would like to spend it with your family. No, it's all right. What can I do for you, Mike? Izuku and Mike walked a little away from everyone. 1. First off, this is a point I wanted to bring up personally. I want to ask Dr. Kurha. She is the best in the world and is exactly what my father needs to make a full recovery. Mike, of course, anything for your family. Was that it? No, second thing I wanted to discuss was that Shike wants me to bend a knee to him after he fights you. What? Izuku was shocked. 1. You, Shike, and Jordan are the top fighters between us. With you taken down, Shike has free range on most of us. So he came with an offer: after he kills you, I will have to bend a knee and he will let me live and let me rule. I would just have to send 100 beautiful women to be his wives and give my loyalty up on TV. I want you to know, I will do it, but not for him. I will bend a knee to you after you defeat Shike. I believe it to be the best course of action for my people. All I ask is that I would remain as the figure of Australia. 6. Why would you want that? I guess that is a fair question, but you rule Asia. After defeating Shike you will rule Europe and Africa too, which will mean you rule most of the world. You already basically rule Antarctica with them being under your protection. That is why. I also believe the world to be at a better spot if there is one king. One to rule over everyone. No more my royal family is better or anything of the sorts. 1. Fine. I accept your offer, and you can continue to rule. That works out even better. Why? I plan of putting Bjorn and someone else in charge of Europe and Africa. Now you are just added to that list. Ha! I believe life will get a lot better for my people. Well, I will try my best to make sure that happens. Thank you, my king. Mike said with a teasing bow as he and Izuku laughed and walked away. 1. Izuku made it back and told the news to everyone. This made Kaminari, Shiro, Nami, and Toru call Izuku ruler of the world and bow to him, making everyone laugh. While they were busy distressing Izuku and Eri, who was scared for her papa, Shike sat calling his father about it. He was telling him about the future wives he already saw and asked his father to ask the slaves to put up a new spike in the garden for Izuku's head. 4. What both didn't know was that the person Izuku had appointed as the next ruler of Africa was already busy behind the scenes to take control the second they heard the news and arrest the old royal family, as at the moment they were untouchable because of the law they put in place, but the second they were dethroned they would be able to finally get justice for all those they wronged. 2. Nezu was scared to hell. He needed Izuku to win, as Shike would execute him. The second Nezu entered that room his animal instincts were telling him to flee as hard as he could, but he was busy getting everyone ready. All might have sprinted toward the sports festival location with Cementos to hopefully get that ready for the fight. He was calling media crew and news stations to report the fight. He had even been told that classes were allowed to come if they wanted to, so Aizawa and Present Mike went from dorm to ask if they would like to watch the fight. After Izuku entered the room again, there were some questions about what that was about, but Izuku told them it wasn't important. He then went to kiss his girlfriends and his daughter on the forehead and told them he was going to the roof to think for a little while. While they would have preferred to stay with him for longer, they understood and Izuku walked off. He made it to his room and jumped up to the roof, where he laid down and just watched the clouds, clearing his mind. 1. The fight he was just about to have was going to be hard. Sure, Shike was an asshole, but he was still someone he had known for years. He grew up with Shike, and sure, while he grew up into what he was now, when they were young they did have some fun together. Not only that, but Shike was strong, but Izuku wasn't just fighting for himself this time, he was fighting for most of the world. 2. Around 30 minutes before the fight they came to get Izuku. It was Alfred and Rayleigh. Izuku walked with them silently after giving a "see you later" to everyone. Right after Izuku walked off, Jin, Shanks, and Beckman came. "We are here to escort the royal family toward the arena," Jin said, with Inko nodding and moving with Hisashi. As they walked a little they stopped and looked back. "Common girls, we can't be late." "What? You are now part of the royal family. Do not worry, one of your teachers will come by soon and escort you all." 1. Ochako, Mina, Nimari, and Eri went with Inko and Hisashi. When they got close, much to their surprise, they saw many people they knew as leaders of cities and countries bow or even take a knee in respect to them as they walked by. Mina went to whisper to Jin, but Inko was able to hear it as well. "Does that happen a lot?" "Oh, it does, sweetie. It's a sign of respect. You should not worry too much about it. After a while, you will get used to it." 1. After a short walk, they were at the arena, and when they were brought to their seating area, to the girls' surprise there were beautiful wooden chairs with soft pillows placed for them. A young man with bright yellow hair, a little spiky, in a butler outfit moved a step forward as he saw their surprise. "Is there something wrong with the chair, Lady Uraraka, Lady Ishido, Lady Kayama?" No, it's fine, thank you. It's my honor. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Eri spoke up a little softly. "Can I get an apple juice, please?" "Of course, princess. Anything else?" When they gave a no, he stepped back and in a yellow flash he was gone, only to show up again 30 seconds later with a glass of apple juice and a straw. "Here you go, princess. Freshly made apple juice. I hope you like it." Eri took it with a thank you and a smile. When she drank it, her smile only grew bigger. "It's really tasty. Thank you, mister." The blonde man only bowed deeper. 16. While they waited, they were able to see the stands filled. Perfectly spaced out were a set of boxes that were for the royal families. They saw Jordan give them a big wave and a thumb up, showing he had faith in his best friend. They saw Antarctica give a smaller wave but a face filled with faith in their friend. Each royal family, when making eye contact, of course gave a greeting and sat down, each having a nice seating area. 3. They also saw a multitude of classes enter. 1A and 1B were seated nearby. Nimari noticed the 2 hero classes of the 3rd year be placed near Antarctica. Then the rest of the area was either filled in with diplomats from all different countries, the Prime Minister of Japan, the President of Russia, and many more, all nicely sitting down waiting for the fight. They also saw a multitude of cameras and news crews filming the area. Even half a dozen camera drones were flying around filming the crowd as well as the arena. 2. First out came Shike. He wore shorts and a chain with animal teeth. He wore no shoes. He entered the arena with a sick smile on his face, cracking his knuckles and back. He was eager for this fight. He couldn't wait to finally get rid of Izuku. 5. His entire land valued strength more than brains or even wealth, and Shike was still the king. No one in his land was stronger than him. No one would be able to face against him and live to see the next day. The same will be done for Izuku. He would die by Shike's hand, and the rumors that Izuku was stronger will finally be gone and his strength would be unmatched. Izuku then made his way toward the arena. Much like Shike, he only wore shorts. On his stomach was the seal as well as a small scar showing where Stain had stabbed him. He looked very serious and calm as he made his way to the arena. The entire stadium was silently filled with too much tension. Too much tension for the students to cheer for their fellow hero trainee. 1. Kakashi was acting like the referee. His normally chill aura was now gone and he had gone very serious as the life of his student was on the line. much like all the maids, butlers, and helps of the royal family. He was ready to give up his life to make sure his student would stay alive. Are both fighters ready? Yes, now go away so I can kill him, Shike said, which caused Kakashi to clench his fist. I am Kakashi-sensei, and I agree, please leave the ring, do not interfere, Izuku said, with Kakashi giving a nod. Then begin. Then he jumped out of the ring, landing right in the middle of the 1A group. 4. Izuku and Shike both transformed. Izuku started growing scales and turned a blue. He grew a tail. His fingers grew sharper, turning close to claws. He grew bigger. His legs changed more animalistic. His face transformed and he grew horns sticking out the top of his head. He used the Uo no Mi, model Seryu, fish fruit, model Azure Dragon. 3. Shike's skin turned silver-like. His hair turned white and larger. His face transformed into that of a tiger. His fingers grew sharper and larger. His muscles grew bigger and more defined. His teeth turned sharper. 5. They both shot forward, both hands interlocked, with the force being strong enough it caused a strong wind. Both tried to overpower each other, but they were completely even in terms of strength. This pissed Shike off and he kicked Izuku in the chest, which shot him back a little. Before Izuku got his footing again, Shike went forward to attack Izuku with a sideways claw strike which saw coming. He grabbed Shike's wrist, and used it to flip Shike with a shoulder throw on the floor with incredible force. Izuku straightened his hand. His sharp nails now formed something similar to a blade, and he stabbed downward. But he doubted for a second, which was enough for Shike to move his head, causing Izuku's hand to pierce the ground and making his hand stuck. Shike took this and got out from under Izuku. He took a breath as he nearly died there. Izuku pulled his arm out and in that second Shike flew forward and slashed his chest. All 5 fingers made contact and slashed from left to right. Everyone gasped loudly, but Izuku was still standing. While Shike tried to kill Izuku, his use of the Azure Dragon form made his skin far tougher than any normal skin, so it merely gave him small cuts. Only the tip of Shike's fingers made it in. And instead of it cutting Izuku open from shoulder to shoulder, it was nothing more than 5 little scratches that bled a little. Is this the strongest you can be? How pathetic, Shike said as he got in a better fighting stance. But Izuku already started healing a little as the bleeding had already stopped. Izuku didn't respond and dashed forward himself, using Shave to move faster than Shike expected, and with a closed fist Izuku punched Shike in the guts, which rocketed him right into the wall behind him, spiderwebbing the entire wall. 2. Shike got out and nearly puked at the insane force he just felt in his stomach. He shot forward again, aiming to just kill Izuku right there as he was getting angry that the fight was taking so long. Shike turned his hand into the shape of a blade and tried to spear Izuku in the chest, but Izuku turned sideways, which only made Shike give him a red scratch mark. But Izuku had free range now and he took advantage of that by pouring his haki over his fist and punching Shike right on the face with enough force to make some of the hairs move of those sitting close enough. 1. Shike ragdolled right into the wall again, his head pounding like mad as it felt like he just took a sledgehammer to the face, but he got up and spat out some blood as well as 2 of his teeth. Shike reached a new level of anger, one he never reached before, which turned his skin from silver to gold, much like that of his father. His muscles grew bigger and he grew bigger. He shot forward far faster than before. He went for a dropkick which Izuku saw coming and blocked, but the force was too much and still shot Izuku back and caused him a bloody nose. 2. With this new power, I will kill you, then I will kill those pathetic other fake royalty, then your whore family will die slowly. Izuku flared up in rage, but it stopped right after that. He used his thumb to wipe away the blood under his nose. He brought his thumb to his stomach and drew the symbol of 9 or Q on his stomach mark, with his instantly gaining an orange glow over him. 2. The orange glow started creating new tails, him now having 3 tails, which was the most he could use while keeping his normal form. He was able to use all 9 tails without a problem, but that would change his look, which wasn't what he wanted to do at the moment. But this was more than enough to deal with Shike, as the wound he got from Shike, in the beginning, was already healed, not even leaving a mark. 1. Izuku now shot forward and Shike believed he was stronger. He didn't dodge or block, but that was a mistake. Izuku with an open palm slashed Shike's chest, which opened his chest, which make him fall to the floor puking up blood. Surrender now, Shike, and I will spare your life. He got back up. I will not lose, I will kill you and your filthy country will be mine. Izuku had heard enough. With a heavy heart he jumped forward and all his haki poured his arm which made it look like it dripped of it. He stabbed Shike in the chest which killed him instantly. 2. You fought well, Shike. I am sorry it turned out like this. Izuku said softly, causing nobody to hear it. The entire area was silent. Everyone was shocked. Izuku laid Shike's body down and the yellow-haired butler jumped down. Please give him the proper respect, Minato. Of course, young lord. With a yellow flash, Shike and Minato were gone. 2. Then all the rulers jumped down. Dwayne Armstrong, ruler of America. Ymir Jutun, king of Antarctica. Amadio Garcia Sr., king of South America. Michael J. Dundee, acting king of Australia, all walked toward Izuku and with a knowing nod they all took a knee in front of Izuku. All praise Izuku Midoriya, before known as Prince of Asia, now known as Izuku Midoriya, Prince of the World. Dwayne said with a smile as he laughed in his mind to the memory as he remembered what his son suggested only hours ago. Shortly after Ochako, Mina, Nimari, and Eri went away with the royal family which they were now apart, which was a little strange. Aizawa came to pick them up. Much to the amusement of 1A, Aizawa had cleaned himself up. His hair was combed and out of his face, he had shaven and he stood up straight. He still wore his hero outfit, but it still had a nicer vibe. 7. Move it, we don't want to be late, Aizawa said. Still his old tired self came out in his voice as 1A started making their way to the arena. Halfway they met up with 1B, who all were rather nervous. Unlike 1A, they didn't see royalty daily, so while still was already nerve-wracking for 1A, it was nearly double so for 1B. 2. Aizawa and Vlad King moved them to an area where they went to sit. As they looked around they were kind of shocked at the number of people that they didn't know. Well, at least most didn't know. Who were all those other people? Never seen them before. Kaminari asked with Momo speaking up. Those are leaders of different countries. Hold up, isn't that like Izuku? Toru asked. She was never one of politics. 1. Well, it might be easier if you look at it as a business, so image Izuku being the CEO of the entire thing. Country leaders could be seen as branch managers, they are bosses of a part. Oh. Like mini-bosses before you fight the main boss. Setsuna said, also unsure. Yes, I at least think so. Momo said not sure as she has not played such games. 7. They then saw Shike enter the arena. Fuck dude, that asshole looks tough. Bakugo doesn't talk about the Prince of Africa and Europe like that. Ida said, not wanting his classmate to receive punishment because of his words. You didn't disagree though. Shiro said, much like most at UA they agreed with Bakugo on this point. 3. Somewhere at the back, the heroes were standing very nervous. Ryuko, Rumi, Emi, and Yu were all together scared to death at the possibility of what would happen if Izuku were to lose. They had heard bad things about Shike and so far all the rumors were looking to be true, but he also clearly was able to back up his bad talk. 1. Look, my Brodia looks way tougher though, he is going to win this. Kirishima said hopefully that Izuku would win this. He was still very nervous about the entire thing, however, it had a real fight to the death vibe and he didn't want his buddy to die. 1. They yelled in fear when Kakashi jumped into their area. They weren't expecting that. Sorry about that, miscalculated that. Kakashi said, looking at the fight that was just beginning between Izuku and Shike. Sir, do you think Midoriya will be fine? Nami asked. Do not worry, young lady. Even if the prince would be losing this fight, many much like myself will put ourselves in between them and will protect the prince with our lives. Kakashi was 100% serious and both first years of hero classes knew he was speaking the truth. 1. Kakashi almost jumped in as Shike seemed to slash Izuku while the girls and his friends called out to him in worry. They believed for a small second that Izuku lost the fight, but when he turned around he was fine. They all let loose a breath of air they didn't know they were holding. Thankfully Izuku was still alive. 2. Another yell of shock and fear was heard when Izuku punched Shike into a wall and the entire wall cracked. The only time they had ever seen so much force was revolving All Might, so seeing this from their normally chill classmate was an absolute shock. The people that fought against him in a sparring match were really glad that Izuku held back against them. 4. Hisashi and some of the more advanced users of Haki started wide-eyed at Izuku as he started to use Ryu, which is an advanced version of armament Haki, where instead of coating their hands in Haki they let it flow over it, and let it flow in the things they want to attack, but at the punch to them it was clear Izuku still didn't have full control over it as the coating didn't go into Shike, but it was still an impressive sight for someone that had not been thought anything yet. Then Izuku took Shike's dropkick, but he still took damage which shocked everyone. Holy fuck, that from a blocked hit, he isn't playing around anymore. I am getting worried. I know Midoriya is strong and all, but Shike just had a massive power boost. Mr. Kakashi, do you believe Midoriya will win? I do. When normally fighting he might lose, but if he is taking it seriously I do not think many people can beat him. Kakashi said, thinking of the number of different powers Izuku could use. If Izuku would decide to go toward the side of evil there really would be no one that could stand against him. 3. Then it happened. Izuku pierced Shike's chest. For many of them this really was the first time they saw someone die, and not only did someone die, but his chest was also pierced. It was a brutal way to go and hard for them. 9. Some had to throw up at the sight, others looked away not being able to stand that sight. Everyone was shocked. Not only did Izuku just kill someone, but he killed one of the royal families, which meant something even more shocking. Izuku won. He then became ruler of Asia, Africa, and Europe, but then even more shocking, the remaining royalty went down to the fighting ring. 1. But then the area went dead quiet. Too much shock to find the words. As they heard the news, Izuku was now not Izuku, Prince of Asia. He turned into Izuku, Prince of the world, which meant Izuku was now one of the most important people in the world. 1. Nobody knew what to do, but they followed the leads of everyone and bowed and went down on one knee. No one knew what this would mean for everyone, what this would change in their relationship. They were absolutely confused. 1. Then one of the men stood up. His hand changed into a bone sword as he jumped at Izuku. This is for killing my prince. Bang. Before the man got far, a long bang was heard from the top of the arena. A bullet went for the man, but instead of killing him the bullet exploded shortly before him and wrapped him in a net. The man dropped to the floor. 3. Even before that many butlers and security were already in between his path at the royal families, but that wasn't needed. The person that shot jumped down as the person landed. It showed a very beautiful woman with dark blue and pink hair. Her elbow was turned into that of a sniper. While there already were people on the man that tried attacking Izuku, the person Izuku was Kana Tsutsumi, or by her old hero named Lady Nagant, one of Izuku's oldest crushes, right next to Mitsuki. 7. She went to bend a knee in front of Izuku. Hello Prince. Hello Kana, nice of you to show up. Izuku said with a smile. Shanks removed his coat and placed it over Izuku's shoulders. Your arm, sir. Thanks. We should head back. I feel we have a lot to talk about. Very smart idea. You must be confused. Dwayne said as started moving back as well. 2. Everyone went to UA. 1A and 1B moved to the UA school area. They would sit in a room close to where the royal families were so they could talk with Izuku right after. Izuku wasn't with the other royal families at the moment. He was in the bathroom scrubbing his arm clean. He was doing it rather aggressively and was stopped by Alfred, who had a soft smile understanding the problem and took the cloth from him to clean the arm himself. 3. With his arm now clean he moved toward the area with the royal families, where he was instantly met with a hug from Eri, his girlfriends, and his mother, all worried for him and all understanding the pain he had to go through by killing someone he had known for years. He sat down in front of the other royal families. Now, you must be wondering why I am. Why to this? Why to trust me like that? 1. I believe we all have different reasons for it, but for myself, I believe that the world is in too much chaos, too much arguing about who is more worthy of what, who should get more land, who deserves more freedom, with one king accepted by everyone. That should be removed. That sort talk has to be gone. Dwayne said, with most having a similar thought. Some believed it to be the best course of action for their country. 1. Now my king, I would like to know what you are planning. Jordan said with a teasing tone to my king, part making Izuku chuckle. Well, the news has been around the world now for at least half an hour. I do believe my plan has been started. Izuku said. He stood up with a smile. 1. I will thank you for putting your faith in me. I shall try my best to make sure all of our people will be happy, healthy, and taken care of. For those who believe this change would give them freedom, I have to apologize. I would like to ask you all to stay in control, continue being the leaders of said country. 1. You are looking at this much like how international companies work. They have one main building, which for this example shall be Japan where the CEO stays, then within the same area. In this case, Asia there are many smaller companies still owned by the main one, aka leaders of the country which, but then in different areas such as America or Europe you have a different main building that has their owner, but still works under that CEO, correct? That is correct. 2. So who do you have in mind for Europe and Africa, as both previous leaders are gone? One of Jordan's wives asked. Merlin. For Europe, I plan to put Bjorn back in charge, which reminds me, Jin please send a car for them, of course. Then for Africa, I have a new person, I met on our last trip to Africa. She is a princess, daughter of Cobra, Nefertari Vivi. She and I share many of the same beliefs when it goes to ruling a county and I do believe she is the perfect woman for the job. 9. Now you should tell your friends, while we discuss some other stuff, they do deserve to know you are alright. Yes, please excuse me. Izuku left with his girlfriends and Eri moved to his class. He entered and saw them look at him for any indicator of what to do. Yo guys, you all good? Izuku said very casually. 1. No, we are not. We thought you died and then like you were okay and then like he went like second state or something and then you went like multiple tails and shit, and you are like king of the world, the fucking world like fuck the fuck. Most yelled all through each other. 8. Calm down, it doesn't change anything between us, I am still Izuku Midoriya, and hopefully still a friend. He said, he wasn't sure, his title of Prince of Asia already scared off enough friends so now being the Prince of the world would make getting new friends even harder. What of course we are still buddies, and we are still going on a date, this just made me want to try harder and swoon you. Nami joked as Izuku laughed. While I love to stay here and keep joking, I sadly have to stand before the masses and explain everything. But what happens with the others, do they now have to move out or something? 1. No, the world will stay mostly the same, and I won't really be king of the world for some time most likely, they basically have until I become king for it, they can do it faster, but it only goes in when I turn king. Ah well, go face the masses, oh future king of the world. Toru joked as she bowed making Izuku chuckle as he moved with his girlfriends to where all the others were already hating the fact he was going to expected to be on camera in front of billions of people, it was nerve-wracking. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop pink hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.